From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present the fourth in a series of new programs starring Don Amici.
Blanche, why don't you keep quiet and let me sleep?
Danny Thomas.
I'll get out of this phone booth tonight if it kills me.
And Frances Langford, who sings...
Blue sky smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but blue skies all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, oh my, how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, oh my, how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies, no more gray skies, nothing but blue skies from now
Thank you, Francis. Now, here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. Don't go away, Francis.
What's the matter, Don?
Oh, it's Danny Thomas in the telephone booth. I think we're in for a little unpleasantness tonight.
What happened, Don? Did he get his head caught in the dial?
Carmen, you're a scream.
Well, I don't know the guy. I never even saw him.
Oh, this is serious, Francis. There's a lawyer here, Mr. Gordon. He's from the telephone company, and he wants his phone booth back.
I once knew a fellow who worked for the phone company. Used to empty the coin boxes. His name was Rob Nichols. They used to tell the one about the streetcar conductors. Rob Nichols, get it? Well, I thought it was funny. What do you expect? I'm only a band leader.
Honey, why don't you take a couple of aspirin?
Francis, I want you to stay right with me when we go to see Danny, and perhaps you'll be able to soften the blow and sort of manage things.
Green leaves your hair so soft and yet so easy to manage.
Now, what's that for, Toby?
Well, I'm just running through my discourse on Drain, Don.
Well, please be good enough to run through it someplace else. I never saw such a disorganized
Mr. Amici, I don't like to be boorish about this thing, but my time is limited. I'm trying a very important case in Superior Court tomorrow.
Forgive me, Mr. Gordon.
Briefs to prepare and all that, you know.
Mr. Gordon, this is Miss Langford. I'd like her
Miss Langford?
Mr. Gordon?
I thought the three of us would quietly...
Naturally. It isn't my intention to resort to violence, but I understand this Tompkins fellow...
Thomas. Danny Thomas.
Yes. I understand he's not only taken possession of the phone booth, but furnished it completely and rented the front window to a watchmaker.
Now, that's just gossip, Mr. Gordon. I'm sure we can...
That remains to be seen. My client's the telephone company.
Telephone company? How about getting me a phone for my new apartment, Jack?
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir.
Carmen, he doesn't install telephones. He's their chief lawyer. This is Mr. Gordon from New York.
How do you do? I'm Dragon from North Hollywood.
Well, I'm a little weary myself. The trip wasn't exactly idyllic.
Huh?
Go away, go away. Mr. Gordon, I suggest that we repair to the telephone booth and see if we can repair Danny Thomas.
An excellent idea. Mr. Amici, you're nothing if not forthright. Where's this booth?
Fourth to the right. Would you like me to carry your briefcase, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, thank you, Miss Langford. I can manage. Just let me find my folio. Papers. Here it is. I want this dispossessed notice.
Dispossessed. Imagine a guy being evicted from a phone booth. Well, it just goes... Wait, hold it a minute.
Oh, what's the trouble?
What's Reed doing in Danny's booth? I didn't even know they'd ever met. Shh. There's something strange going on between them. Listen.
Uh-huh. What'd you say his name was, Toby?
Gordon. Gordon is a lawyer, and they're going to evict you from this phone booth.
Is Amici in on this, or Francis Langford?
Oh, I don't think so, Danny. Gee, that's why I'm so glad you've got Mike right.
Well, it's driving me nuts.
I know, but I can come here and bring you little bits of information, and nobody knows how you repay me.
Thanks for tipping me off, Toby. I suppose you want your reward now, huh?
Well, if it isn't asking too much, Danny.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Read your commercial to me.
Gee, thanks, Danny. Girls, here's a glamour secret. You obviously know what a difference in glamour just a Dreen shampoo can make. And listen, girls, this is straight to you. When it's important for you to look your glamorous best, make sure your hair is radiantly clean, lovely to look at, thrilling to touch. And you can bring out all the romantic beauty of your hair by using Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. You see, Dreen shampoo brings out all the loveliness of any girl's hair. Now, that's because Dreen is not a soap shampoo, so never leaves a dulling film on hair as all soaps do. Dreen dramatizes all the soft, thrilling texture of your hair, reveals all its hidden beauty, as much as 33% more luster than any soap shampoo. And Dreen does not dry out hair. Instead, its fragrant, freshening, whipped cream leather leaves hair soft and smooth and oh, so beautifully behaved. So, girls, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Use it at home or ask for it in your beauty shop. Buy it at all drug department and 10-cent stores. Remember, no other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dreen, D-R-E-N-E. Gee, thanks a lot, Danny.
Beat it quick. Here comes Amici, that lawyer. I better use the phone.
Danny.
1 minute, my good man. Hello? Yes, I see. Leaving for Cairo this evening, eh? Well, make it a point to call me as soon as you arrive. Yes, at this number. Oh, that's all right. I'll wait here until you call. Goodbye.
Danny!
Oh, good evening, Miss Langford.
Danny, this gentleman wants to have a talk with
Make
you.
it brief, please. I'm expecting some very important calls.
Am I addressing Mr. Thomas?
You have that honor, Mr.
Gordon, sir. I'm an attorney.
Oh, Attorney Gordon. Delighted. Mr. Gordon, it's Miss Langford.
Miss Langford.
Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Amici, Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Amici.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I have some business to attend to. You'll find the ice and the ginger ale over there.
Danny! What's the matter with you?
Oh, hello, Don.
Come on out and talk to Mr. Gordon, Danny.
Mr. Thomas, I represent the telephone company.
Oh, you do? Fine. Well, I want you to fix this mouthpiece. It keeps dropping on my nose every time I look at it.
Danny!
Come on out and talk to Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon is an attorney, and he wants you to get out of that booth.
Here's the bill of particulars.
Please, don't bother me with mundane affairs.
It's not mundane, it's sundane. And you better read that bill of particulars.
Come on out and talk to Mr. Gordon. Why can't I have another line?
Mr. Thomas, I am prepared to go to court with an action of ejectment in the event that you fail to comply with the demands made in our bill of particulars.
Let me see it. No all men by these present. Greetings. To it. Discharged. Danny Thomas. Telephone booth. 3 weeks. Public nuisance. Serving a peace. Indirect justice. What do you know? Mr. Gordon, this entire thing is irrelevant, incompetent, and infotistic.
What is that infotistic?
I don't know. I just put it in there to scare him. That's all.
My dear sir, you don't scare me in the least. In exactly 3 minutes, I shall call the police and have you forcibly ejected.
Come on out and talk to Mr. Gordon. Oh, this is getting monotonous.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Gordon. You have no right to put me out of this phone booth.
Why, of course he has, Danny. You've been in it for 3 weeks, and it's supposed to be for public use.
Well, I'm the public. I put nickels in. That's like paying rent. As soon as a phone company accepts my money, they've established a landlord-tenant relationship.
Very good.
Oh, Danny, this won't get you anywhere. It's one thing to occupy a phone booth for more than a reasonable length of time, but it's another when you have it redecorated and take in boarders.
Boarders? That's a lie. Only one boarder.
Come on out and talk to... Oh, the devil with that. Goodbye.
And as for calling me a public nuisance, Mr. Gordon, have you forgotten the doctrine of volente non fit inuria?
That's an excellent offense, Mr. Thomas.
You bet it is.
Where'd you learn all that?
You do have a perfect right to occupy the booth as long as you do no injury and continue to make regular payments for calls completed.
You tell him, boy.
As I said before, your defense is excellent.
Yes, sir.
Except for one minor flaw.
What's that?
The service on this telephone has been discontinued since December 3rd.
I've been stabbed.
Now will you come out of there, you faker?
Oh, please, Don. I'll do anything, but don't make me face that microphone.
Remember, Mr. Thomas, if you haven't vacated this phone booth by tomorrow morning, we'll have to secure a writ of mandamus, a writ of replevin, and a nolo contendere. Good day.
And I hope they throw you in jail for life.
How do you like that? Hopes they throw me in jail for life. Brings around his big shot lawyer friends. What's so tough about being a lawyer? All you need is a college education. I could have gone to college. Thought of going to high school. How could I? I didn't even graduate from grammar school. What's on your mind, he says to me. I should have said nothing and beat him to the punch. But he didn't say what's on your mind. How do you like that? For once in my life, I think of a brilliant answer, and he hasn't got the decency to ask me the question for it. Tries to impress me with his knowledge of Blackstone. I know who Blackstone is. He's a cigar. Oh, seriously, I know Blackstone backwards. I do. And not scalp. Big thing, law. I could be the greatest lawyer in the world. Sure, why not? It's a free country. I'm a citizen. Gee, I can just see me now. Famous all over the world, defending a case in England.
A breathless hush falls upon the courtroom in historic Old Bailey in London as Sir Daniel Thomas, KCB, addresses the bench in a final plea for his beautiful client.
My lord, counsel for the Crown has been most eloquent in his plea for the verdict of guilty. But I find it incumbent to remind the court of the mitigating circumstances. There you behold my client, beautiful, yes, polished, sedate, civilized. Her humble origin has already been recorded. Born in Mumpskeets Mews at Krampus under Burpsing, Neebs Erpt Diddlem. Rose from a cinder wench to become mistress of the manor of Mockish Puddles and the wife of the Earl of Warbley. The evidence is clear that in a fit of temper she killed the Earl with a bed warmer and married another Earl. She traveled 500 miles to marry the second Earl, then liquidated him too. And 500 miles later, she took to spouse yet another Earl, always with the same tragic result. For 17 years, she adhered to this practice, not entirely without reason. I move for acquittal. Not only acquittal, but a life membership in the Automobile Club.
On what ground?
Obviously, for changing her Earl every 500 miles.
Case dismissed. Does the defendant wish to speak?
Come on out and talk to Mr. Gordon.
Back in America, all eyes were upon the famous attorney Chauncey Depew Thomas as he conversed in low tones with his poverty-stricken client, an Italian immigrant.
You swear to me that you're innocent of this crime? You swear you didn't steal an inner tube, 2 chickens, and a box of cigars?
I'm a swear, but I'm not going to pay you no money, Mr. Lawyer.
Well, give me what you can afford. What have you got?
I got an inner tube with 2 chickens and a box of cigars.
Good. If it please the court, in behalf of my client, Your Honor, I make this appeal to you. I'm not trying to say he's perfect, but his faults are very few. Hi, hi, hi.
Order! Order in the court! The defense will continue.
He once had a fight with his mother-in-law, so he threw her out, but not through the door. It just happens he lived on the 43rd floor. So for that, you call a man a criminal?
That's all right, Your Honor. I couldn't get a lower apartment. It's not my fault.
Shut up your face.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, he asked for a raise and was met with a sneer. He happened to see that a penknife was near. So what's wrong with a boss who's got only one ear?
For that, you call a man a criminal?
That's all right, Your Honor. I tell him I'm sorry. I'll lose him.
Shut up your face.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Once a lady told him he was cruel and wild. She told him he wasn't well bred. Oh, but he's such a softy. He wept like a child as he broke every bone in her head. Don't brand him a thief for one scheme that he hatched. It's only a cigarette lighter he snatched. It just happened it had a Buick attached.
Now you have heard my plea, Your Honor. But if you still think he's a sinner, won't you please hang him right away? I'm an hour late for dinner. We got beef and cabbage. And it's in your hands.
Order! Order! The court finds the defendant guilty and sentences him to 20 years at hard labor.
You see, Butchikalupi, I told you I'd get you a job. And that's why I always say, what do you always say?
Well, sometimes I like to say...
Hey, shut up your face. This is what I always say. Please don't call a crook a criminal.
The boat rides we would take, the moonlight on way we danced and hummed our favorite songs. The things we did last, I remember all winter long. The midway and the fun, the Cupid dolls we won, the bell you rang to prove that you were strong. The things we did last summer, I remember all winter long. The early morning hike, the rented tandem bike, the lunches that we used to pack. We never could explain that sudden summer rain, the looks we got when we got back. The leaves began to fade like promises we made. How could a love that seemed so right go wrong? The things we did last summer, I'll remember all winter long. The leaves began to fade like promises we made. How could a love like ours go wrong? The things we did last summer, I'll remember all winter
Girls, one good way to make sure the new year brings new glamour your way is to look to the looks of your hair. Now, you can make the most of your natural beauty by keeping your hair looking its very best, alive and radiant with lustrous highlights. You can bring out all its natural luster and color brilliance by using Drene shampoo with hair conditioning action. Drene your hair and you reveal all its sparkling natural highlights, all its glorious luster. Drene your hair and you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. Drene your hair and you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff flakes, and Drene's fragrant, freshening whipped cream lather leaves your hair silken soft, sublimely smooth, and oh, so beautifully behaved. Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Drene shampoo with hair conditioning action. No other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Drene, D-R-E-N-E. And now, Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson tosses restlessly, while her husband John, victim of an obscure type of insomnia which manifests itself in constant and instantaneous sleep, exhibits the following symptoms of the dread disease. Listen.
Well, I'm just not going to stand it another minute. John! Sit up. Come on, sit right straight upright. Take off that sleep shade.
What's the matter, Blanche?
You're making me a nervous wreck with that snoring. I haven't closed my eyes all night. There must be something you can take to stop it.
Stop what?
You're snoring.
Oh, it's just your imagination. I never snore.
John Bickerson, how you can have the audacity to... John! If you weren't snoring just then, what were you doing?
Well, how do I know, Blanche? I was sleeping.
Well, that kind of sleep is no good for you.
Well, I love it.
It doesn't leave you rested. I hope you haven't forgot that you start work at a new job tomorrow morning. Your last one, you gave up because you weren't wide awake enough.
Blanche, I didn't give up my old job. You quit for me.
It's a good thing I did. You weren't making enough anyway.
Well, the new job pays less.
I know, but the hours are longer.
What kind of reasoning do you call that?
Well, there's more time to advance yourself. You'd do a lot better, John, if you patterned yourself after my brother Amos.
I hate your brother Amos.
At least he's a go-getter.
Well, then why doesn't he go get a job?
He doesn't need to. Amos is a shrewd businessman. He can get things from people.
He got plenty from me, all right.
You're just jealous. He makes good everywhere he goes. Even in the Army, he worked himself up to a field marshal.
He worked himself up to a buck private.
You know very well we got word that they made him a field marshal.
He was a private, and he was court-martialed, not field.
Well, what's the difference? Court-martial, field marshal. Did you set the alarm clock?
Yes, I set the alarm clock.
What time did you set it for? I wanted you to give yourself plenty of time, and from now on, you're going to eat breakfast with me before you leave.
Okay.
When you get it ready, just call me downstairs.
Get what ready?
Breakfast. It won't hurt you to prepare breakfast for both of us. Leo Gooseby does it all the time. He brings it to Gloria on a tray.
Blanche, why don't you let me sleep?
Well, I like that. I don't let you sleep.
You can say that again.
It's your own snoring that wakes me up and makes me wake you to stop it, so you can get enough sleep so you won't be tired from sleeping the way you do.
You can't say that again. Well, they ain't alive, you can't.
Well, don't mix me up. I'm the one who never sleeps. I'm worried right now for fear you won't get up in time to go to work.
I'll get up in time. I can dress fast.
Your shirts aren't back from the laundry.
Well, then I'll wear the one I wore today.
You will not. You wear a clean one if you have to wash and iron it yourself.
Okay.
You say it now, but you won't do it.
I will.
You'd better do it now. Get up and wash your shirt. What? Go on. Get up and wash your shirt.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, by the time you get through with the shirt, you can start making breakfast.
I never heard of such a thing. You know how I have to wrestle myself to sleep, and when I finally do, you lie there just waiting to wake me up like some jungle-prowling alligator.
Alligators don't prowl in the jungle.
Well, what do I care?
You'd wash your shirt quick enough if you were going to see Gloria Gooseby.
I don't need a shirt to see Gloria Gooseby.
I believe that.
Now, don't you start trapping me into saying things again.
With that kind of bait, you'd be trapped every time, brother.
Oh, Gloria Gooseby. I wish I'd never seen the woman in my life.
So do I. You're not the same person you used to be, John.
What's the matter now?
Whenever you're alone with me, you just sit and mope.
I don't mope at all.
I'll bet you're sorry you married me.
I am not.
You never say you're happy.
Well, I feel very happy.
Well, then why don't you say it?
I'm the happiest man in the world. Now, are you satisfied?
No, there's something missing, John. All our friends have such fun. With their children, I mean. The Goosebeys have a baby. The Flafters have a baby. And yesterday, the Marvins had a baby. Everybody has a baby.
Blanche, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Such a beautiful little thing. Weighed 8.5 pounds.
That's wonderful.
They haven't decided on a name yet. I wonder if I could think of... I've got it. John! Wake up. I thought of a good name.
Go to sleep. I've thought of a bad one.
I'll phone them in the morning. Did you pull the stopper out of the alarm clock?
Mm-hmm.
Did you set it for 6?
7.
That won't give you enough time. You have to be at work by 9.
Plenty of time. I can leave here at 8:15.
There's no train after 7.
I don't need a train. I'm driving.
I'm afraid you'll have to take the train.
I'm taking my car.
It isn't here.
It is, too. It's in the garage.
No, it isn't. I lent it to Amos.
Well, then I'll take...
You what?
I lent your car to Amos. He wanted to go to the racetrack.
Blanche, no. No, you couldn't. Not my car.
Don't get so excited. He promised to bring it back Tuesday.
Tuesday? It's a new car. He can't drive. He hasn't even got a license. Why did you do that?
Well, he wanted to go to the racetrack, and he'd have to get up so early if he took the
But
train.
it's all right for me to take a train, huh? It's all right for me to go without sleep. And I'm going to work, not the racetrack.
Well, Amos has a chance of making a lot more money than you.
Now, look, Blanche.
Maybe you wouldn't have to go to work either if you'd get friendlier with Amos.
Now, Blanche.
He meets the right kind of people and always manages to figure out some money-making scheme, and he's bound to be a millionaire.
Then why does he keep borrowing from me?
If you're foolish enough to lend him things, you shouldn't complain. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, she tells me. Sleep. I waited 4 years for that car. Never even had my hands on the wheel. And she gives it to that irresponsible maniac. Tomorrow morning, I'll have the pleasure of opening my garage door and not finding my beautiful car.
You won't find the garage door either.
Why not?
Amos knocked it off as he was backing out.
Oh!
The garage was too narrow anyway. Go to sleep, John.
Oh, what are you going to do with a woman like that? This is too much. Car is too narrow. Never be able to sleep again as long as I...
John, get up.
Okay. Feels like I didn't sleep at all. How do you shut this darn thing off? Where's the stopper?
Put down the alarm clock. It's the phone.
Oh, I knew it couldn't be the alarm because I just ducked out. Oh!
Put the lights on.
The lights are on. You've got the pillowcase on your head.
Oh. Where am I? Hello.
Jacko, this is Amos.
Drop dead! No, wait, Amos.
Yeah?
Where are you? Where's my car?
Can you stand the shock, Jacko?
Oh, no.
Hey, you know that $1,000 you lent me? Well, I went to the track and I got to worrying about it, see? So I made a few bets for you. I got $300 for you.
Honest? You won that much?
Oh, no, I lost.
But the $300.
Well, I was so worried about losing that I ran your car into a truck. And I sold it on the spot to a junk man.
Oh, no, Amos, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, I'll bring you the money in the morning. So long, Jacko.
Amos. It's the end of the world. Turn out the lights, Blanche. I'm weak. Let me get back in bed. Why should one man have so much trouble? Oh! Right in the mouth. Oh!
John, did you hurt yourself?
What's the difference? I was going to have these 2 teeth pulled anyway. Good night, Blanche.
This is Toby Reed reminding you, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo. No other shampoo, only Dreen, with hair conditioning action. Leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon, and his music. And now, here is
Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again. Let's all remember the March of Dimes.
Everybody's talking about Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle. It gets dishes so clean they shine, even without wiping. Yes, it makes even glasses sparkle like jewels. Dreft simply can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do. Why, with Dreft, your nicest glassware positively shines. Dreft is kind to your hands, too. Get Dreft in the bright green package. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Danny Thomas appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Till the Clouds Roll By. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan with special music by Carmen Dragon. Some managers of American households may not realize that saving used fats is more important today than ever. To help get more soap, fabrics, and other needed items, save used fats. The need is urgent, the reason's sound, and dealers now pay more per pound.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
Dentine. Swing the Dentine way. It's refreshing, you will say. Dentine chewing gum, it's keen chewing gum. Buy a pack today.
The makers of Dreen Shampoo are pleased to present the first in a series of new programs starring Don Amici, Danny Thomas, and Francis Langford with Carmen Dragon and his orchestra. In their desire to provide a full half hour of entertainment, the sponsors of this program have instructed me to be brief while extolling the many virtues of Dreen, spelled D-R-E-N-E. No adjectives, however, are to be spared in the description of our triad of star performers. Stars who are as lustrous as your hair after using Dreen Shampoo, spelled S-H-A-M-P-O-O. Now, here is your host for this evening, the amiable and talented gentleman who succeeds in rolling many facets into a career as an actor, singer, country squire, horse breeder, football impresario, and family man, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. Let me add that...
Say, Don, what's all this talk about a new program? When does that start?
Well, it starts tonight, Carmen. It'll be an entirely different setup.
Oh, all musical numbers?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, nearly all music?
No.
Mostly music?
Well, to tell you the truth, Carmen, we're going to experiment. The plan is to start with as little music as possible and gradually work it up to where we have none at all.
I see. Well, I wish we were still with Dreen.
What? This is still the Dreen show, Carmen. Same sponsor.
You mean I have to keep on using that stuff?
Well, it happens to be an excellent shampoo.
No, brother. This is going to be a tough season. Carmen Dragon and his lustrous hair. No music. We'll hear what Pachola has to say about this.
Well, you needn't be so churlish about it.
What's the matter, Don?
Well, that Carmen, he's just... Well, Francis Langford. You had no business sneaking in. Wonderful introduction.
Oh, it's just as well. Who is that chap?
Well, he's the orchestra leader, Carmen Dragon.
What was the argument about?
Well, not an argument, really. He somehow had the impression that the new Dream program would be all band numbers.
Didn't he know I was going to be on the show?
Well, yes, but...
It's going to be all singing, of course, isn't it? Isn't it?
Well, you see, Francis...
Mostly singing anyway, isn't it? Do I get to sing at all?
Oh, of course, darling.
Well, that's enough for me.
Oh, you're wonderful. And just so you'll understand how I feel about you, Francis, I'll put all my sentiments into an old Spanish proverb. El ojo del amo engorda el caballo.
How lovely, Don. What does it mean?
The eye of the master fattens the horse.
What's this with horses?
I don't know. You sing, Francis, and I'll try to get to the bottom of this.
All right, Don. How about doing my latest Mercury recording? It's called Sooner or Later. Sooner or later, you're gonna be coming around. I'll betcha that I get you. You wait and see. Sooner or later you'll wanna be hanging around. I'll betcha if I let you. You baby me. Gonna knock on my door. Did it before. Matter of factly, I don't know exactly when, but sooner or later you're gonna be coming around and want my loving again.
You swear you had nothing to do with that horse thing, Toby?
Word of honor, Don. I've been working on this Dreen announcement. They want it brief, you know.
Yeah, I know. Have you seen Danny Thomas yet?
No. I've got most of the essentials in, but there are 2 or 3 very important things I'd like to say if I had just more time.
I'll read it fast. You don't suppose he forgot about tonight, do you?
Who?
Danny Thomas.
Oh, he'll be along. Listen to this, Don. A beautiful girl dressed in her best, makeup just right, and each soft tendril of her lustrous, Dreen clean hair is an enchantment and a snare to catch a lover's eye.
He may have had a flat tire.
Don't be a flat tire, girls. Be glamorous. Be sure your hair is always sparkling clean and radiantly bright. Use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. You see, girls, Dreen is not a soap shampoo and never leaves dulling film on hair as all soaps do. Dreen dramatizes all the soft, thrilling texture of your hair, reveals all its shining loveliness, as much as 33% more luster than any soap shampoo. And Dreen does not dry out hair. Instead, its fragrant, freshening, whipped cream lather leaves hair soft and smooth and beautifully behaved. Yes, girls, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Use it at home or ask for it at your beauty shop. Buy it at all drug department and 10-cent stores. Remember, no other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dreen. D-R-E-N-E. Well, what do you think, Don?
I think he must have had an accident.
Well, who must have had an accident?
Danny Thomas.
If he doesn't show up, can I play a band number?
Well, I guess you'll have to, Carmen. Play something now.
But, Don, wait. What about the Dreen announcement?
Make it shorter. I've got to find Danny Thomas. Hey, Danny.
Oh, hello, Don.
Come on out.
No.
Oh, Danny, the program's been on the air for 15 minutes. You can't sit in that phone booth all night.
I know it.
Well, come on out of there.
No. No, Don. I'm scared. I don't want to go on the radio.
Oh, now, look, Danny, I can understand and sympathize with your fear of the microphone, but locking yourself up like this, it's a public phone booth. Supposing someone wants to make a call.
I can always step out for a minute. If it's a man.
And if it's a woman?
I'm married. I don't step out with women. Gee, I'd give anything to be back on that little farm in Deerfield, Michigan.
In Deerfield?
Oh, the garden spot of the world. No microphones. Boy, I was happy there.
Well, you'll be happy here, too. Come on.
Each morning I'd rise at dawn while the dew still sparkled on the grass, and in my bare feet I'd wander slipshod through the cowslips.
Sounds like a very restful occupation. Now, come on, Danny.
Oh, it was heaven. I raised flowers in water.
No soil?
Not a grain. And you know, Don, I once managed to raise an orchid using nothing but water and a special root food.
A root food?
Yeah, a root food with a weed seed. Makes me just feel so wonderful just to think about it now.
Well, now, come on. How about taking a crack at that microphone?
Oh, certainly. That microphone isn't anything to be afraid of. It's only a piece of metal on a pipe. I mean, it can't do me any harm. I'm not afraid of anything, you hear me?
Well, that's the way to talk.
Yeah, but that's not the way I feel.
Now, look, Danny, I'm a busy man and I'm losing patience.
Yeah, but...
I'm thoroughly ashamed of you. You're nothing but a jelly-spined excuse for a human being.
Well, that's not
There's
right.
nothing more I can say.
Well, wait
Goodbye.
Yeah, but... How do you like that? Walked away from me, mad. I can't get over it. I can get over it. I never saw such intolerance. What is it, so tough to be a radio star? All you need is culture, vocabulary, diction, enunciation, and the ability to wash the sponsor's laundry. I'm thoroughly ashamed of you, he says to me. I should have said, bigger men than you have been thoroughly ashamed of me. I should have. I'm a busy man, he says to me. I should have said, if you're so busy, what are you wasting your time on a dope like me? I should have said. Well, that's telling him. If I wanted to, I could do anything he can do. After all, under the Constitution, we are all created free and equal, without malice or forethought. Yes, sir, boy. I know that Constitution backwards. I do. America of the States United, therefore, Constitution disestablished for, so and. And that's just part of it backwards. Boy, I wish I had the courage to get out of this phone booth. I could be a big radio star. Gee, I can just see me now in front of that microphone. I'd climb the ladder of success and thrill the world in making it. For I know that being on the ether is much more fun than taking it. What's Don Amici got that I haven't got? What if he is a big star? Now suppose he makes a fortune acting in a picture show. Suppose the girls say he's a smooth romancer. Do I need empty things like that? 1,000 times no. Oh, what a dope. I ask myself a silly question, I get a silly answer.
What's down in each you got that I haven't got? I'm not the least bit impressed. You know, they say his tones are pear-shaped and his ear is very true. His snow-white teeth and golden voice create so much ado. So what? My teeth are golden and my ears are pear-shaped too. He's just not as normal as I, that's all. Why, when I'm radio's top personality, I'll fill the world with my superb mentality.
And now from the stage of Lowe's Parafox, we bring that man with 1,000,000 questions and cash for your answers, Dr. I. Thomascue.
Thank you, Toby Reed, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As you all know, my able assistants are spotted throughout the house. In the balcony, Murray Leavoff. On my right, Larry Burgle. In the center aisle, Harry Ince. And in the box office, my mother counting the cash. And now to my left, Carlton Alsop.
Doctor, I have a lady.
Is she pretty?
Yes.
Then give that lady 900 children off.
Doctor, I have a gentleman.
Very well, gentlemen. Now, tonight, our accumulated prize money is 19,000 silver dollars. For 19,000 silver dollars, sir, listen carefully. What was the population of Charlie Syria in the year 123 B.C.?
5 people.
Yikes! We're bankrupt. And every day you'll hear me air my views. I'll scrutinize and analyze the news.
We are indeed fortunate in having with us that prominent commentator, Mr. H.V. Thomasborn.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today was fraught with news, some good, some bad. And as I see things, although I do not like to make rash predictions, I can safely say the news was both good and bad. In the stock market today, the bulls were rampant. Or was it the bears? It is highly possible, but not probable, although not impossible, that rumors are impending. The Treasury Department had filed a declaration of intent. Now, what does this mean? Highly authoritative sources, which I cannot divulge at this moment, say, who can tell? Therefore, my friends, my own private official analysis of this taut and turbulent situation is this. The bulls undoubtedly will unless the bears decide to No other commentator has made this analysis. And so, in conclusion, my friends, I can safely say that for tonight at least, That's not the extent of my ability. My 4 an hour shows my versatility. Ja krajnish panish dorogai ilyot vabromkov with 2 pair of pants. With men krovaki to cook best, it's kenushnyek. 2 to 1. Rachil padim do my stokai. Betsy Grebel is a matchnik paratuka sweater. Ivraznik lavashnik matukia. Every Saturday and Sunday. Stand by. Yazar, Sam, Shazar, Yakukachipupchika, Grooven, Watchtime, Tachtik. And now you've heard me in a typical Thomas day. So in conclusion, neighbors, I can safely say, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. What's down in each you got that I haven't got? I could be way up on top. Now, I must admit he's charming, and he's very debonair. But I'm convinced the sponsor thinks I'm better for the air. Because like green shampoo, I get in everybody's hair. I've got those who does he think he is? And what's he pushing me around for? Don Amici Blue.
Did you find Danny Thomas, Don?
Yes, Francis, I had quite a talk with him. He's very neurotic. He's deathly afraid of a microphone.
Not really.
Excuse me, Miss Langford.
Oh, hello.
Miss Langford, you have such lovely hair. I'll bet you use Dreen.
Of course I use Dream. Is there anything else?
I knew it. More beautiful women shampoo with Dreen than any other shampoo. Yes, Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action brings out all of the loveliness in any girl's hair. Dreen your hair and you reveal all its sparkling natural highlights, all its glorious luster. Dreen your hair and you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. Dreen your hair and you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff flakes. And Dreen's fragrant, freshening whipped cream lather leaves your hair silken soft.
Since Toby was so nice to you, why don't you do something for him?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Francis Langford sings, Oh, But I Do.
Think I don't love you, oh, but I do. How can I show that I do? You think I don't get blue, oh, but I do. Get light-hearted too. First I'm singing, then I'm sighing, then I'm flying. Think I don't know why, oh, but I do. I know that it's you I think I don't know why, oh, but I do. I know that it's you I
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness the bringing to life of two new characters in a domestic vignette. Don Amici and Francis Langford as the principals, John and Blanche Bickerson, in The Honeymoon is Over. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson tosses restlessly while her husband, John, lies in a profound, dreamless sleep composed of equal parts of bourbon and sleeping pills.
John. Turn over on your side. You're snoring hideously. Why don't you get one of those snore-balls at Eel and Conger's Sleep Shop? You've got everything else. Double-thickness sleep shade, lullaby musical pillow, toe mittens, electric pajamas, and an automatic sheep counter. I know you've got insomnia, but when you do fall asleep, you snore so loud you sound like a Hotchkiss reciprocating force pump draining a peat bog in Clonakilty. Why don't you get a snore ball? If you take those wax corks out of your ears, you'd be able to hear me.
Why don't you let me sleep, Blanche?
Get a snore ball.
What's a snore ball?
It's a rubber thing you pin to your pajamas, and when you roll over on your back, it squeaks at you and wakes you up.
What do I need that for when I got you?
Don't be so funny. If you won't let me sleep, I won't let you sleep either.
Okay, if that's how you want it. Turn the lights on.
The lights are on. Take off that sleep shade.
Oh. All right. I'm awake. Now what do you want?
I don't see how you can sleep anyway.
Who's sleeping?
I've been waiting and waiting for you to say something, but you never did. Do you know what day this is?
It's not day, it's night.
You've forgotten.
Blanche, that's one thing I will not be accused of. I have not forgotten how to tell day from night.
Not that. How could you forget?
Forget what?
Today is our wedding anniversary.
Blanche, this is Sunday, and our anniversary is Monday, the 16th.
I know it is.
What are you beefing about?
What time is it?
Time? It's 12 o'clock.
It's 1 minute past. That makes it Monday, and that's our anniversary, and you completely forgot about it.
How do you like that?
Well, you did.
Here I am, suffering from insomnia. Finally managed to fall asleep, and you're thinking up all sorts of weird excuses to wake me. Lying there like an aardvark waiting to pounce on its prey.
Aardvarks don't pounce on their prey.
What do I care?
You're trying to make me forget that you forgot to remember not to forget our anniversary.
There must be a simpler way of saying that.
Well, I don't care. I always remember your birthday.
Blanche, I didn't forget our anniversary. In fact, I even bought a present for you today. I was going to give it to you in the morning. It's in the hall closet.
No, it isn't.
It is, too. I put it there.
I sent it back. That's not the kind of a present a man buys for his wife.
You sent it back? That beautiful black nightgown?
Why don't you give it to your girlfriend, that vixen Gloria Gooseby?
Gloria Gooseby is not my girlfriend. She's yours. And she's not a vixen. She's a nice girl. And she doesn't wear black nightgowns. I mean, how do I know what kind of nightgown? Don't you dare make those insinuating noises.
Oh, go to sleep, silly.
Go to sleep? You woke me up to start this fight, and now you tell me to go to sleep. You planned this whole thing just to get in a dig at Gloria Gooseby. Why do you keep asking her to dinner if you despise her so much,
How can you just say I despise Gloria Gooseby? Of course, you made a cheap copy of my wool sports dress, but I'm very fond of her.
I'm sure she feels the same way about you.
As a matter of fact, you're the one who doesn't like the Gooseby's. You told me 1,000 times that Leo Gooseby is a heel.
I never said he was a heel. I said he was a toad. Besides, he's my best friend.
Why, only last week you said you hated him.
I did, last week. Where's my sleep shade?
That's right. Go to sleep and let me suffer all night with the knowledge that you forgot our anniversary.
I didn't forget!
You haven't even said happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary!
Same to you.
Good night.
Good night. John.
Yeah?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I am too. Good night.
Good night. John. You don't have to buy me another present.
No. Don't be silly. I'll buy anything you want.
Really, you don't have to. When I sent the nightgown back, I ordered something else for myself. That'll be your present for me.
That's good.
Oh, you would love it. It's the most adorable mink stole. And I got full credit on the nightgown. I simply couldn't resist it. It was such a wonderful bargain. $698.
That's fine. $698?
Marked down from $700.
Why, you must be crazy. $698?
At that price, the stole is a steal.
Now look, Blanche.
I know what you're thinking, John Bickerson, but I'm not going to send it back.
Now, Blanche.
You don't hesitate to spend anything on yourself.
Listen to me.
Every time I think of you paying $18 for a derby hat, I get so indignant I could spit.
I bought the hat 3 years ago.
And you've never even worn it.
It didn't fit.
Well, if you can throw away money on a hat that doesn't even fit, I'm certainly entitled to a mink stole. Good night, dear.
Good night. Good night. Oh, what are you going to do with a woman like that, Oh, boy. $698 for a mink derby. It doesn't fit.
John, answer the phone. The telephone, answer it.
Hello?
Go to the phone and answer it.
Oh. I don't know why you had to put so far away from my bed.
It was next to your bed. You had the bed moved.
Well, I wanted to get away from the phone. Wish the darn thing had never been invented.
Look who's talking.
Oh, I hacked my shin. Put the lights on.
The lights are on. Take off your sleep shade.
Oh. Hello.
Jocko, this is Amos. Did I wake you?
No. I have to get up at 7 anyway, and it's 12:30 already.
Who is it?
That half-witted brother of yours.
Huh?
Nothing. What's the matter?
I just thought I'd call and wish you and Sister happy anniversary. Say, how about if I bring a few friends over for a fast drink, huh?
How about if you drop dead and let me sleep?
Now, what did you do that for?
What right has that idiot got calling me in the middle of the night? Where's my sleep shade? Put out the lights.
Of all the ill-tempered creatures, John Bickerson, you're the vilest. You're just angry at yourself because he remembered our anniversary and you forgot it.
I didn't forget it.
I just don't understand why you dislike my brother Amos so intensely. He sent you a box of cigars on your birthday.
Yeah, I know. They tasted like a mixture of sheep dip and cracker dust. Now, look, will you let me sleep?
I'm thoroughly ashamed of you. You have no right to humiliate me, even if he is my brother. You wouldn't act that way if your boss called. Believe me, I'm not going to let you get away with it. You get right up and call Amos back and apologize. John, you go right to the telephone and call my brother and tell him you're sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Go on, or I'll pack my things and...
All right. Oh, my shit. Put on the lights.
The lights are on. Take off your sleep shade.
Maybe I was a little short with him, but he knows I don't sleep very well, and he should have thought twice before he...
Hello?
Amos, this is John. Look, John, I want to thank you for your good wishes. And if you like, you can bring your friends over for a drink.
Drink? What's the idea of waking up a guy in the middle of the night? Go to sleep, you imbecile.
Well, I'll be... There you are, Mrs. Wise Guy. So I called him back just to please you and... Blanche. Hey, Blanche. Nuts.
Don, a terrible thing happened. I tried to get Danny out of that phone booth, and he fainted dead away.
Oh, good heavens. Will you tell the people about next week's show, Toby, and I'll try to bring him, too.
This is Toby Reed, ladies and gentlemen, thanking you all for turning your dials our way tonight. Remember, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dream Shampoo with hair conditioning action. No other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Well, it's a fairly safe bet we'll be able to cure Danny Thomas's neurosis and get him back to the microphone for next week's program. Along with Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon, and your host for the evening, Don Amici. And now
It's okay, Toby. We brought him, too.
What did he say?
He said, bring me 2 more. Take care of him, Toby. Until next Sunday, this is Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck. Until we meet again.
Ladies, soap makers are producing as much soap as the still limited supply of fats and oils allows. To help get more soap, more fabrics, and other needed items faster, save used kitchen fats every day, every mealtime. The need is urgent, the reason sound, and dealers now pay more per pound. Danny Thomas appeared through the courtesy of Metro Golden Mare, producers of the Yearling. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan, with special music written by Carmen Dragon.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights.
Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present the third in a series of new programs starring Don Amici.
Blanche, why don't you let me sleep, huh?
Danny Thomas.
Oh, if I only had the nerve to come out of this phone booth.
And Francis Langford, who sings...
There's no business like show business, like no business I know. Everything about it is appealing. Everything anything the traffic will allow. Nowhere could you get that happy feeling when you're stealing an extra bow. There's no people like show, for they smile when they are low. Even with a turkey that you know will fold, you may be stranded out in the cold. Still, you wouldn't change it for a bag of gold. Let's go on with the show. Show, for they smile when they are low. Yesterday they told you you would not go far. That night you open and there you are. Next day on your dressing room they've hung a star. Let's go on with the show.
And now here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. I think we owe you a little post-Christmas present, so we've cooked up a small surprise. Tonight we have a guest.
Who is he, Don?
Carmen, I'm just about to announce his name.
Well, who is he? Hurry up, I have to fix some music.
You know, you have a very disconcerting habit of interrupting me every time I launch into what I believe will be an interesting bit of rhetoric. Now, I planned a nice little speech, and I'd rather you wouldn't stop the flow.
Okay. Who is he?
Ladies and gentlemen, since the World Series has passed into history...
World Series? Can't you get somebody timely?
Will you let me finish? Since the World Series has passed into history, it's only natural that the sporting eyes of America should turn to another thrilling event. An exciting winter pastime loved by every man, woman, and child.
Bundling?
Now go away, will you, Francis?
Coming, Doc.
Honey, will you muzzle this man while I announce our guest?
Sure. Keep quiet, Muzzler.
Okay. Wednesday, the Pasadena Rose Bowl Committee will present two great football teams, UCLA and Illinois. Tonight, I prevailed upon the man who's been the inspiration and mentor of the undefeated UCLA team to appear for a few brief moments. And here he is, Coach Bert Labroucherie.
What kind of guest is that? I'm going to fix my music.
Just ignore him, Bert. Well, are you nervous?
A little bit, Don.
I don't blame you, Coach. I'd be limp if I had the responsibility that you have Wednesday.
Oh, I'm not talking about the game. I mean the microphone.
Oh, fine. You can move in that phone booth with Danny Thomas. What do you mean you're not nervous about the game, Bert?
Well, my men are all primed. Individually, they're great. Collectively, they're sensational. There can only be one outcome.
What's that?
I'll faint at the kickoff.
You better win. That's all I can say.
Carmen, I thought you went to fix your music.
It's fixed.
Well, that's more than I can say for the game, Mr. Parrish.
Dragon. I'm plenty worried about the game, too. I've got an $8 bet with my tuba player.
Oh, that's money in the bank, Carmen. Although I don't think we can get Coach Labroucherie to make a flat statement, I'm sure he's confident that his team will win.
That's all I want to hear, boy. And, Coach, when you get back to Illinois...
Illinois? He's from UCLA.
Holy smoke, I got to cancel my bet.
Do you know that the rainfall this year exceeds last year by 3 2/5 inches?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Nothing, but I haven't said anything for a page and a half.
Hey, Don, may I read a little discourse on the merits of green shampoo?
No, you may not, Toby. What's going on here?
Steady, son.
I know, but Bert, I just wanted to interview you and let the people in on a little of your background.
Nothing to get excited about, Don. I started playing football when I was about 12 years old. Made the varsity team at L.A. High and did the same at UCLA. Went back to L.A. High as coach, stayed there 16 years, graduated back to UCLA, been coach there 2 years, and this is the first time I've ever had a team in the Rose Bowl. Any questions?
No, sir. You covered it all.
Well, I have a question, Don.
Why, anything at all.
I understand, since you're connected in some way with the Los Angeles Dons, that you have a lot of influence in football circus.
Well, I have some influence, yes.
Well, could you get me a couple of seats for the Rose Bowl Wednesday?
Well, how do you like that? I was about to ask you the same question.
Well, I'm glad I beat you to the punch. Good night, Don.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Bert. I want you to meet Danny Thomas. I'll go see if I can force him out of that phone booth, and you sit here and listen to Toby Reed's discourse on Dream.
Coach, I'll warm the bench with you. Toby says I'm his inspiration. Get inspired, Toby.
Well, whenever I see a girl like Frances with lovely, lustrous hair, all bright and sparkling with romantic highlights, it always makes me think of Dream Shampoo. You see, Dream Shampoo with hair conditioning action brings out all the loveliness of any girl's hair. Now, that's because Dreen is not a soap shampoo and never leaves dingy, dulling film on hair, as all soaps do. Dreen dramatizes all the soft, thrilling texture of your hair, reveals all its hidden beauty, as much as 33% more luster than any soap shampoo. And Dreen does not dry out hair. Instead, its fragrant, freshening whipped cream lather leaves hair soft and smooth and oh so beautifully behaved. So, girls, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dream Shampoo with hair conditioning action. Use it at home or ask for it in your beauty shop. Buy it at all drug department and 10-cent stores. Remember, no other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dreen, D-R-E-N-E.
Don, I told you I'm not coming out of this phone booth. You know it always makes my knees wobble to face a microphone.
Yeah, but Danny LaBroucherie is waiting to meet you, and there are millions of people listening to this program, I hope.
I don't care if I never meet LaBroucherie. I sent him a letter telling him how to run his team, and he ignored it completely. What happened?
They go into the Rose Bowl.
Don't be such a wise guy, will you? Staying right here.
Okay, rot in there for all I care. Here, I want you to meet the man who really knows about football. He developed a sensational UCLA team, one of the greatest coaches in the world. Where do you come off telling him what to do? Yeah, I bet you wouldn't even know what to say in a huddle.
Yeah, but
UCLA, do you realize what that means?
Yeah.
And I've got their coach here. I went out of my way to do it, and now you won't have the common decency to come out of that closet and meet him. I'm ashamed of you, you worm. Goodbye.
Yeah, but... How you like that? He gets mad at me and calls LaBroucherie. LaBroucherie, what's so tough about being a football coach? All you need is a whistle, a voice, and brains. I got a whistle and a voice, and who does that Amici you think he's talking to? He must think I'm a dope. Every time he talks about that college, he spells it out for me. UCLA. How do you like that? UC? I have enough intelligence to know that it's UCLA. Would you like it if I went around talking like that? I got a brother goes to CCNY, but do I go around saying Cocunya? You know, sometimes I'm amazed at how dumb people think I am. I wonder if they're amazed. You wouldn't even know what to say in a huddle, he says to me. I should have said, when I huddle, I don't talk, I should have said. I wonder why my mind always winds up with that or politics. I can't figure it out. Big thing, football. I have more football knowledge in my whole head than he's got in his little finger. Boy, I know football backwards. I do. Lob to. I could be a better coach than he is. I could be the greatest coach in the world. Sure, why not? It's a free country. I'm a citizen. Gee, I can just see me now in the Rose Bowl, inspiring the team. Men, before we go out on the field, I want you all to stand and place your helmets over your hearts and sing that great alma mater song, We're Strong for Toledo.
Hey. Hey, Coach, our school's UCLA.
I know, but Toledo has a prettier song. We're strong for Toledo. G-O-L-E-D-O. The word is bong, not bum. The girls are the fairest. Yes, and the boys. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking this is corny. It is.
Let me ask you something. What is corn, and who are we to say that it is? Why, if you're not a little bit corny, there's something the matter with you, and I can prove it. When you walk down the street of a small town like Toledo, or better still, Deerfield, Michigan, where I was born, 20 miles northwest of Toledo, I was brought into the world by a veterinarian. It happens to be true. My mother said, when the old doc gave me that first slap, he said, there's going to be a lucky colt. Well, when you're walking in the street, a town like that, coming in the opposite direction, invariably you'll find a man so commonly referred to by the alleged intelligentsia as a yokel boy, a corny guy, a square. Doesn't know you from a box of soybeans, but still sees fit to smile and say, howdy, neighbor. Think the rain will hurt the rhubarb? What does that mean? Maybe it's even going to rain. I'll lay you 10-7, you're not growing rhubarb. But the point is the man smiled and said something and didn't know you. I'll never forget Deerfield. There were 17 of us living under one roof. 17 humans. One bathtub. I remember the day it came with a set of directions. Every Saturday, while we were working out in the fields, as soon as the hot water was ready, Ma used to ring the bell. And we'd make a mad dash through the fields to get there. You see, the tank held enough water for only 16 baths. My poor Uncle Bill, he was always the 17th. Kind of an earthy fellow, Bill. No matter how fast he ran, 16 of us ran faster. I shall never forget one Saturday night, in the middle of one of his best runs. He was running in earnest that night. He meant to get there. But unfortunately, the odds were against him. So was the Zodiac. There were no stars. Pitch dark, he couldn't see a thing, and he ran right smack into the clothesline. He never had a chance. He was going about 45 knots an hour. And that's how many times he nodded himself in the clothesline. And I want to tell you, he uttered a remark on the way down that we'll never see print. You know, Uncle Bill just lie there tangled in that clothesline for 5 days and 6 nights. But he wasn't lonesome. Every time one of us passed him, we'd smile. Howdy, Uncle Bill. Think the rain will hurt the rhubarb? I know it wasn't much. Sure, it was corny, but at least we smiled and said something. And then, a few years later, at the ripe old age of 104, Uncle Bill passed away. And we laid him to rest in his favorite spot, the rhubarb patch. And now every time we pass there, we smile and say, howdy, rhubarb. Think the rain will hurt Uncle Bill? I know it isn't much. Sure, it's corny. But at least we smile and say something. So you see, boys, that's why you mustn't be ashamed to sing. We're strong for Toledo. That's the place where the Buckeyes grow. Joints filled up with bums. In any old weather, we'll all stick together in T-O-L-E. Excuse me.
Oh, it's a long, long while from May to December, but the days grow short when you reach September, when the autumn weather turns settle down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you. And these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you.
This is the time of year for good resolutions. Time to take stock of what we have and balance it against what we want. And girls, unless I'm very wrong, one thing all of you want for the coming year is to be just as lovely and glamorous as your favorite man wants you to be. So resolve right now to make the most of your own natural charm and beauty. Resolve to keep your hair looking its lovely best by using Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Dreen your hair and you reveal all its sparkling natural highlights, all its glorious luster. Dreen your hair and you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. Dreen your hair and you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff flakes. And Dreen's fragrant, freshening whipped cream lather leaves your hair silken soft, sublimely smooth, and oh so beautifully behaved. Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. No other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen. And now for another episode in our domestic vignette. Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson, with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon Is Over. Just as you expected, the Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson, exhausted from her day's activities, sleeps peacefully while her husband, John, victim of the most pernicious type of insomnia, offers this proof of his self-diagnosed affliction. Listen.
Huh? What'd you say, Blanche?
Say? I didn't say anything.
Oh. What'd you wake me up for?
Wake you up? I was fast asleep.
It's just another trick of yours to keep me awake.
What's the matter with you, John?
I'm dead tired. You know you always wake me up when I get into the best part of my sleep, and this time he just lay there keeping quiet. I distinctly heard you lay there keeping quiet.
If you'd go to sleep like a normal human being without sleep shades and snore balls and heaven only knows what. John Bickerson. The least you can do is have manners enough to let me finish before you start snoring again.
Okay, finished?
Yes. Oh, dear. John, turn over on your side. Turn over on your side or go sleep in the guest room.
What guest room? We haven't got a guest room.
Well, it's nothing to be proud of. All our friends live much better than we do, and that's because you don't care about earning money.
No.
You've been out of work a whole week.
Blanche, I had a job for 13 years, and you lost it for me.
Well, it wasn't steady anyway.
Steady. 13 years?
It's time you bettered yourself. Here we are, living like a couple of paupers.
Blanche, we are not living like paupers. You have a nice home, and there's enough money in the bank to take care of us comfortably for at least 6 months. And only today, I had my life insured for $10,000.
That's just like you. Always thinking of yourself first.
Thinking of myself.
I haven't been pushing you out to look for a job, but you might have fixed a few things around the house. Every man does.
Let me sleep, will you, Blanche?
No. You woke me and you're going to pay for it. Why didn't you paint the closet like I asked you to?
I'll do it tomorrow.
You said that yesterday. Get up and paint the closet.
What?
Go on, paint the closet.
Blanche, are you out of your mind?
Leo Gooseby helps Gloria all the time. That's why she manages to look so pretty while I go around looking like a scullery maid.
Whether you can say that again.
Don't worry. I see the way you look at that Gloria Gooseby.
Oh, I never look at her.
Not much. Why don't you look at me that way?
What way?
It's been months since you've said anything nice to me. I can't remember when you told me you loved me.
Well, you know I do.
But you never say it.
I say it all the time.
But I have to goad you into it.
You don't have to goad me into anything.
Well, then why don't you say it?
I love you.
Thanks.
Gee. Now I'm all upset. I'll never get to sleep again.
But as long as you can't sleep, why don't you look for a job?
At 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, look at the want ads. The paper's right by your bed.
I looked at the want ads. There's nothing there I want.
You'd better not be too choosy, John Bickerson. There aren't too many good jobs around. We discussed that very thing at our bridge meeting today.
That's good.
All the women were sympathizing with me. And I just hated it. I told them plenty. Believe me, I was really outspoken.
Blanche, nobody ever outspoke you. Why don't you keep quiet and let me sleep?
Sleep? That's all you ever think of. I mean it, John. You better take any kind of a job. There isn't as much money in the bank as you think there is.
Oh, there's plenty. It's over $1,500.
Oh, no, there isn't.
There's two. I checked Friday.
You didn't check Saturday.
Oh, I trust him.
I let Amos borrow $1,000 yesterday.
No, it's very... You what?
Amos needed $1,000, so I let him borrow it.
No! Not the Blanche. You didn't give that bum $1,000 of my hard-earned money.
Don't you call my brother a bum.
$1,000? You didn't. I don't believe it. Put the lights on.
The lights are on. Take off your sleep shade.
Blanche, look at me. Why did you give Amos my money?
He's going to make a fortune with it, and we'll get 20% profit on our money.
What's he going to do with it?
It's a very conservative enterprise. He's going to hire a lot of deep-sea divers, and they're going to look for sunken treasure.
I'm sunk. Now, look,
Come
Blanche.
to think of it, you might be able to go to work for him.
Blanche.
You're strong and healthy, and you used to be pretty good as a swimmer when you were young.
Blanche, listen.
Maybe you'd quit guzzling bourbon if you had to keep in trim.
Blanche, if you...
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. How can I sleep? I worked for 13 years at one job. I stint and save. I deprived myself of every little luxury. What have I got? Do I have jewelry? No. Clothes? No. A derby hat that doesn't fit in two measly suits.
One suit.
Two suits.
I gave the blue one to Amos. Certainly, he didn't have any nice clothes, and you can't expect a man with $1,000 to walk around looking like a tramp.
It's my $1,000!
Oh, stop it. All you ever think about is money.
How do you like that? Here I am, financing a deep-sea diving company. 24 hours ago, I had a bank full of money, and now I got nothing.
Well, it serves you right for investing in those fly-by-night schemes. Good night.
Oh. What are you going to do with a woman like that? Where's my sleep shade? Put out the lights. Mm-hmm. You wait, Blanche. Next time, I'll make sure that the money is all in my name.
Oh, hush. Stop whining and go to sleep.
Whining? I wish I were dead. Took my $1,000 for a deep-sea bum. Sunken divers. Amos got the blue one.
John, the telephone. The telephone. Answer it.
Hello.
Go to the phone and answer it.
Hello. Who's calling at 3 o'clock in the morning? Isn't bad enough. Oh, I almost killed myself. Oh, I fell on the bottle of bourbon. Oh.
Did it break?
I'm wet. I hope it's blood. Quick, put on the lights.
The lights are on. Take off your sleep shade.
No. Oh, the bourbon. It's all over the floor.
Go answer the phone. I'll clean it up.
Hello.
Jacko, this is Amos.
Drop dead! Wait a minute, Amos. Wait a minute. Oh, why did I hang up on him? Amos. He's gone. What? I should have been nice to
You
him.
certainly should. He's nice enough to let you in on the ground floor of a money-making business.
Blanche, please, please, forget it, forget it. Where's my sleep shade? Turn out the lights. Oh, I'm a ruined man. Never sleep another wink as long as
John. John. There's somebody at the door. Answer it.
Ugh. Nothing ever happens during the day, only at night. Oh, I broke my toe. Where's my slippers?
They're on your feet. You've been sleeping in them.
What do you want?
Hi, Jacko.
Amos. Amos, come on in. Come on in, old boy. Like a drink? Did you eat? Gee, that blue suit looks nice on you.
Why'd you hang up on me?
Well, I was sleepy. I got confused. I didn't mean it.
No?
Oh, no, of course not. How's everything going?
Can't complain. Sis sleeping?
Yes, she's sleeping. Wonderful girl.
Sure is. Give you the shirt off for bet.
Sure did. I sure would.
Yeah.
Well, Amos, help yourself to a piece of that chicken.
Thanks.
I was just thinking about that business venture.
Hey, too much salt in the chicken.
Yes. Here, I'll take the bones. Amos, about that $1,000.
Hey, is this potato salad?
Yes.
Too many potatoes in it.
Amos, about that $1,000.
Oh, that's what I come over to talk to you about, Jocko. Just to prove to you that it was a gilt-edged investment, I put $1,000 of my own in it.
You did?
Oh, sure. Started with a capital of $2,000. Got myself a very reliable deep-sea diver, and I let him have $1,000 in advance.
Uh-huh.
He blew with the grand.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, too bad, too. It was your $1,000 he stole. Well, good night, Jocko.
Amos, wait. Why was I ever born? Wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again. Happy New Year, everyone.
Ladies, soap makers are producing as much soap as the still limited supply of fats and oils allows. To help get more soap, more fabrics, and other needed items faster, save used kitchen fats every day, every mealtime. The need is urgent, the reason sound, and dealers now pay more per pound. Danny Thomas appeared through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of The Yearling. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan, with special music written by Carmen Dragon. From Hollywood, it's Dream Time.
Turn it up a little, will you, Don?
Sure, Danny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present the 9th in a series of new programs written by Phil Rapp, produced by Carlton Alsop, and starring Don Amici, Danny Thomas, and Francis Langford, who sings...
Oh, it's a good day for singing a song, and it's a good day for moving along. Yes, it's a good day. How could anything go wrong? A good day from morning till night. Yes, it's a good day for shining your shoes, and it's a good day for losing the blues. Everything to gain and nothing to lose. 'cause it's a good day from morning till night. I said to the sun, good morning, sun, rise and shine today. You know you gotta get going if you're gonna make a showing, and you know you got the right of way, 'cause it's a good day for paying your bills, and it's a good day for curing your ills. So take a deep breath and throw away your pills, 'cause it's a good day from morning till night. A good day from morning till night. Oh, it's a good day from morning till night.
Thank you, Francis. For the last 8 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, Don Amici has tried unsuccessfully to help Danny Thomas overcome his morbid fear of the microphone. Danny's condition has become steadily worse, and he remains steadfastly concealed in a broom closet. This evening, a rumor sped through the corridors of NBC that he was becoming violent.
Turn it down a
Naturally,
little,
Don
will you,
Amici,
Don?
who considers
Sure,
Danny his
Danny.
personal charge.
First time I ever saw a radio in a broom closet.
It's not a radio, it's a ventilator.
A ventilator?
Sure, I can hear all the programs. I listen in while you're rehearsing, too.
You mean you can hear everything we say?
Mm-hmm.
Everything?
Every single word. I heard you this afternoon, Don.
Well, now you understand, Danny, that people sometimes say things that...
Yeah, sure, but they don't have to say them so loud and so often.
Well, honest, Danny, I didn't mean to say
Feels
anything.
funny, doesn't it? Kind of like getting your nose caught in a ringer, isn't it?
Yeah, and I wish you'd stop twisting the handle.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll let you take your nose out of the bucket if you say you're sorry.
I'm sorry. I said it 50 times.
You don't sound sincere enough. I don't know.
Well, how sincere can a man sound?
Listen, I'll show you some real sincerity. Wait till I tune in the ventilator.
Not 50%.
Listen to that.
Not 75%, but 100% luster for your hair when you shampoo with Dreen.
Now, that's real sincerity. Tell him, Toby.
Yes, never before, Dreen, could any shampoo bring out all the sparkle, all the brilliance, all the luster of your hair. You see, all soap shampoos leave a coating of film on hair that covers up and dulls its natural luster. But Dreen is not a soap shampoo. Never leaves dingy film. Instead, Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action leaves hair radiantly bright and clean. Truly 100% lustrous. And what's more, Dreen does not dry out your hair. Its fragrant, freshening whipped cream leather leaves it sublimely smooth, easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange. And Dreen removes unsightly dandruff flakes the first time you use it. So for lovely, lustrous hair that gleams in all its glory, Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Use it at home or ask for it at your beauty shop. Buy it at all drug department or 10-cent stores. Remember, never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dreen, the shampoo that reveals not 50%, not 75%, but 100% luster for your hair. D-R-E-N-E.
That's what I call sincerity. Now, say you're sorry for all the nasty things you said about me and make it sound like Toby.
Not 50%, not 75%. I'm 100% sorry. S-O-R-R-Y.
Okay. Now you can beat it.
Well, I will as soon as you give me back my pants.
There they are on the end of the mop.
And now here is your host for the evening.
Now, wait a minute till I put on my pants.
Certainly.
How do you like that, a two-way ventilator? He's got him on now, Toby. Go ahead.
And now here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening.
What happened to you, Don? You look like you've been through the ringer.
I have, Francis. I just spent a terrible half hour in the broom closet with that maniac.
What maniac?
Thomas. Went down there to find out what was wrong with him, and he locked me in and stole my pants.
He did? I wondered why you were wearing those seat covers.
Seat covers? Well, it was dark in there.
Bring them back, Amici. Your pants don't fit the Davenport. Who's that?
It's Danny Thomas. He's talking through the ventilator, and he can hear every word we say.
This program gets more fantastic every week, but this week it sounds like the week after next. If you want me, I'll be in my dressing room crocheting a straitjacket.
Francis.
If you go past the broom closet, honey, drop in for a bucket of sock.
Shut up, Thomas.
Say, Don.
What do you want?
What kind of talk is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Carmen. I'm losing my mind here. What is it?
Well, I brought a guest tonight, Mr. Gordon. He's an interior decorator.
Gordon? That name sounds familiar.
It should. He's been on this program 7 times now.
Carmen, what do we want with an interior decorator?
Well, he's going to do the house I rented, and if we advertise him a little, he might knock off a few bucks.
Why don't you tell him the real reason, Carmen?
What's the real reason?
I do a song about it later.
Somebody shut that ventilator.
It's shut.
Thanks. That'll keep him quiet. Now, about this interior decorator, Carmen.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Dragon, I hate to be brusque, but I'm a very busy man. Lots of places to decorate. And there's a Quonset hut on West
Carmen,
Avenue.
why don't you tell Mr. Gordon what you want and let him run along?
Well, I don't know if he can find the house, Don. We haven't put the number up yet.
I'll attend to it. Pink neon numerals with a blue halo. Ravishing.
Well, the house is in the middle of the block on Goober Street. You'll recognize it, because it has a very wide back porch.
A wide back porch?
Well, it's not exactly a back porch, because it's really on the side of the house. But our front door is at the side, so that kind of moves it around.
Then it's a front porch.
No, there is a front porch, but that's way around in the back.
The front door is on the side, the back porch is in front, and the front porch is in the back?
Depends on which way you're facing, really.
Carmen, are there windows in the roof?
There were 3, but we had them plastered over. Anyway, I don't think you can miss the place, Mr. Gordon. It's got a pretty vine with big yellow flowers.
A vine, huh? Does it belong to the Arbutus family?
No, I think the family who moved out was named Kelly. They left it there. Good-looking vine.
Sure. Creeping Kelly.
I'll find it. Just tell me what period the house is furnished in now, Mr. Dragon.
Well, it's kind of mixed up. In the living room, we have Louis XIV. The bedrooms are Louis XII. And in the attic, you'll find Louis Delancey.
Louis Delancey?
My brother-in-law. He lives up there with a goat.
Rather stuffy in here, isn't it? Might we have some air?
Sure. I'll open the ventilator. How's that?
That's fine, Carmen. Thanks.
Is that Thomas again?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing, Mr. Gordon. Why don't you go out and decorate Carmen's house?
Yes. Mr. Dragon, if you don't object, I should like to do the entire house in 18th century French. I know where you can lay your hands on a stunning bed.
Yeah, but he wants a place to put his body.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't say anything.
Yes. This is a 7-foot Louis XVI bed.
Well, if you don't object, we prefer twin beds.
Why should he object?
It's a pity, though. Such a beautiful bed. Louis XVI.
Cut it in half and make 2 Louis VIII.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't say anything.
Yes. Mr. Dragon, how would you feel about Duncan Fife in your house?
Oh, we can't take any more boarders unless my brother-in-law...
Duncan Fife is a style of furniture.
No kidding. I thought it was a musical instrument.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't say anything. Let me close that ventilator.
Hey, wait, Don. Don't close.
How do you like that? Shuts the ventilator right in my face. Big interior decorator. What's so tough about being an interior decorator? All you need is a sense of color, taste, arrangement, design, and contrast. That's 5 senses. And what's 5 senses? Nickels. I got a quarter. I could be 5 interior decorators. Such a big thing. I bet I could decorate this broom closet to look just like the Taj Mahal. I could even decorate the Taj Mahal to look like a broom closet. Sure, I'll move the mops over here, drape the vacuum cleaner with the Meech's pants. Now, this Clorox bottle would make a nice lamp, sort of give the whole thing a touch of color. And I could use the bucket for a lampshade. No, that's a little pale. You got it, huh? The bucket's a little pale. Oh, I'm murdered tonight. Oh, but I'm really an interior decorator, though. Oh, rugs, drapes, chairs, sofas, beds, they're all under my skin. Makes it tough to get my clothes on, but what's a few lumps to a great man like me? Chippendale Hepplewhite Thomas, the greatest interior decorator in the world. Gee, I can see me now in my famous establishment. And that tremendous sign outside. We fix flats. I'll show the world new designs for living. Why not? It's a free country. I'm a decorator. I mean, a citizen. Now, some people make a table from a worn-out cobbler's bench. Some people make an icebox from an old grandfather's watch. Some interior decorators like 18th century French. Oh, but I always decorate my interior
with 20th century scotch.
Excuse me, I over-decorated.
You see, I keep searching, ever seeking something new. So put your house in my hands, and here's what I'll do for you. I'll paint the walls red and purple, the ceiling blue and green, with rainbows interspersed to break the gloom. I'll do the floors in gray and yellow, but the woodwork plain cerise, so there won't be too much color in the room. Now, with every step, you'll luxuriate. You'll sink into the rug. Instead of wool, I'll make it solid sheep. I'll put the mattress in the tub and the pillow in the sink, so you can bathe and wash your hair while you're asleep. And your ceilings will be 4 feet high. If you kneel, you'll have plenty of headroom. Why, if not for my modern, ingenious ideas, you know you'd have to sleep in the bedroom. I'll put the chair on the table on the couch. That'll give you all the space you need. I'll make the stove look like the lamp, and the lamp look like the stove. But you'll have to get into the oven to read Forever Hamburger. Now, wait a minute. Give me a chance. Give me a chance here.
Let me tell you about my most exciting contribution to interior decorating. It was the beginning of Brooklyn Renaissance, and is familiarly known as sacrificing animated mobile formaldehyde love seat. You may well ask, what is the sacrificing animated mobile formaldehyde love seat? Look, I'll explain it to you step by step. Now, sacrificing is a divided word. Sac being a container. Rif is a native of Morocco, and icing is a sweet stuff on the top of cake. Animated is next. Anna is something left over from the king of Siam. And mated is getting married. Mobile is obvious. Mo runs a hamburger joint in Toledo. And Bill is my brother who owns a saloon. Formaldehyde starts with form, which means the shape of a person. Al is a guy in a second-hand business. D is the way they say the in Brooklyn. And hide is to conceal something. So, in short, my invention, the sacrificing animated mobile formaldehyde love seat, is a native of Morocco who goes into Mo's hamburger joint where he meets Anna, who's shaped like a person with sweet stuff on top left over by the king of Siam. So he marries her in Toledo. And as they say in Brooklyn, in honor of the celebration of this connubial blister, they visit my brother Bill's saloon and wind up happily ever after in Al's second-hand joint loaded under a love seat. So if you need decoration, just leave it all to me, and you will have a house that's talked about. Now, I visualize the place completed. I can see myself there now. Yeah! Richard, open the door. Let me out. This place is awful. So, Jack, take me back to the shack and hack and sack on the other side of the track, 1,000 miles from Toledo, Ohio.
Written by Jerry Seelan with special music by Carmen Dragon. Never before, Dreen, yes, never before, Dreen, could any shampoo reveal 100% of the natural luster of your hair. Never before, Dreen, could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. When you Dreen your hair, you bring out all its sparkling natural highlights. When you Dreen your hair, you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. When you Dreen your hair, you remove all luster-dulling film and unsightly dandruff flakes. And Dreen's rich whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange. Yes, never before, Dreen, could any shampoo reveal 100% of your hair's natural luster. And never before, Dreen, could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen Shampoo. To the music of Carmen Dragon and his orchestra, lovely Frances Langford sings Temptation.
temptation. You smile, luring me on. My heart was gone. You were temptation. It would be thrilling if you were willing. If it can never be, pity me, for you were born to be kissed. I can't resist. You are temptation, and I am yours. Here is my heart, take it and say we'll never part. I'm just a slave, only a slave to you. Temptation, I'm
And now, Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson, with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson dozes in fits and starts as husband John, cursed with the rarest type of insomnia in the annals of medical history, fights another losing battle during an acute stage of his chronic malady. Listen.
Oh, not again. John, cut it out.
Cut it out, Blanche.
Stop that foolish giggling. What's the matter with you?
What's the matter, Blanche?
You're giggling like a girl at her first party. What are you dreaming about?
Party girl.
What?
What'd you say, Blanche?
I'm just not going to stand for it. One of us is going to have to sleep in the kitchen.
Take the blanket with you.
I'm not moving. If you're going to snore your head off and giggle all night, get out of the bedroom.
Blanche, why don't you leave me alone?
I'll bet I haven't had 10 minutes sleep all night. And then I had a terrible dream.
That's too bad.
If I have a dream again that you kissed Gloria Gooseby, I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh. What?
In front of a whole room full of people, too.
Blanche, have you gone crazy?
Don't try to get out of it. Everybody saw you.
Nobody saw me. You dreamed it.
That's a pretty poor excuse, John Bickerson.
I don't have to make any excuse. I didn't do anything. Can I help it if you dream I kissed Gloria Gooseby? Can she help it?
I noticed she didn't try to stop you.
She never tries to stop me. I wouldn't kiss Gloria Gooseby if she were the last woman on earth. I hate Gloria Gooseby. Now, are you satisfied?
Maybe I am, but you're going to have to explain to her husband, Leo.
Explain what?
There would have been an awful fight. Lucky for you, I woke up just as he came in.
What are you going to do with a woman like that? You better see a psychiatrist, Blanche.
That's right. Try and make me believe I'm crazy. Have me put away in an institution. Lock me in a padded cell.
Nobody's going to lock you in a padded cell.
Let me spend the rest of my life in a restraining sheet. Nobody to talk to. Always alone.
Blanche!
Why don't you come and visit me, John?
You're putting on this act to ruin my night's sleep. You've succeeded.
My brother Amos warned me about marrying you.
Amos.
Believe me, I'm finding out plenty now. The things you said when I first met you. Such promises. Before you married me, you told me you were well off.
I was, but I didn't know it. Good night, Blanche.
We barely have enough to eat. Everybody makes a good salary except you. Why don't you get a paying job?
Oh, now, don't go maligning my job. It pays fine.
The minute I ask you for an extra few dollars, you jump down my throat.
Listen, last month you went to the doctor 3 times. You got fitted for new glasses. You had 2 teeth pulled. $70 for your own private pleasure. I think
I'm made of money?
You're the one who wastes it. You throw it away on silly things.
I deny myself everything. I save every nickel I can. How do I throw money away?
Didn't you pay $22 for that fire extinguisher?
Well, certainly.
We've had it a whole year and never used it once.
I'll set fire to the house in the morning.
Why don't you return it and get your money back?
Okay, I'll take it back tomorrow.
You say it, but you won't do it. Take it back to the store now.
What?
Go on, get up and take the fire extinguisher back.
Blanche, you must be out of your mind. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Wake the man up. He has no business selling it to you in the first place.
Blanche, as sure as you're born, if I take that fire extinguisher back, the house will burn down.
I wish it would. I hate this pest hole. My pantry is overrun with ants.
Ants in your pantry.
You talk about wasting money. We could have had that lovely bungalow in Westwood if you hadn't insisted on buying an automobile.
Oh, a man's got to have an automobile.
But that bungalow is only a stone's throw from the bus line.
Got no time to throw stones at buses. Blanche, all I want to do is sleep.
Sure, sleep your life away. That's the trouble with you. You have no initiative. Look at Mel Shaw. He came to California 6 years ago without a dime in his pocket. He borrowed a basket from a hardware store and peddled little statues from door to door. What do you suppose he's worth today?
Nothing, and he still owes for the basket. Blanche, it's almost 3:00.
Amos has the right idea. He's in politics now. He's running for assemblyman in the 5th Ward.
He couldn't run for dog catcher.
I'll bet he'll be elected. You'll see. He's a good politician.
What do you know about politics? You've never even voted in your life.
I did yesterday. 8 times.
8 times?
Amos showed me how. It's so simple. All you have to do is use a different name each time. We copied them off tombstones.
A political ghoul. Now, you stay out of that racket. Do you hear me, Blanche?
I think it's a wonderful business. You ought to go into politics, John. There's a fortune in it. I read only yesterday where some senator was put in jail for grafting $100,000. Why don't you do it?
Go to jail for grafting?
No, be a senator or something. Maybe you and Amos could be the next governors of Georgia.
Now I know what they mean by strange bedfellows. Why don't you let me sleep, Blanche? You know we're going to have to be up late tomorrow night.
What for?
What for? Have you forgotten it's my boss's silver wedding anniversary?
Heavens, is tomorrow Monday?
Yes, tomorrow's Monday.
I'll have to have your blue suit pressed.
It's a formal dinner. I'm wearing my new tuxedo.
It won't be here until Tuesday.
It's here now.
No, it isn't.
It is, too. I looked in the closet yesterday.
Did you look today?
I don't have to. Tuxedos can't walk away.
I'll let Amos borrow it.
That's fine. You what?
I lent your tuxedo to Amos. He's making a campaign speech tomorrow night at the Garbage Men's Ball.
Blanche, you didn't dare give that no-good tramp my new tuxedo.
Don't you call my brother a tramp.
Now, look,
You've got
Blanche.
a lot of nerve, John Bickerson, to take such an attitude towards a man who's putting himself out in order to make life easier for his constituents.
Blanche.
It's a formal affair, and you can't expect him to attend in a business suit.
But it's all right for me to go to a formal fair in my overalls, huh?
Now, don't get hysterical.
Oh, why do you do this to me? I saved for 6 months to get that tuxedo. I gave up my lunches. My money. My $100 bill.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, this is the end. I had a $100 bill in the breast pocket.
Where'd you get it?
Everybody at the office chipped in to buy the boss a present. I was holding the money. Blanche, if Amos finds it, I'll never get it back.
Maybe he won't find it. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. I'll be branded a thief. He'll never believe me. I can't call him up. He'll suspect something's fishy. He probably found the money. Maybe he didn't. I'll wait up all night. Can't sleep now anyway. Never sleep another wink as long. Hello. The phone's dead. It's leaking.
Put down that bottle of bourbon, silly.
Oh. Maybe it's Amos. Maybe he found the... Oh, no! Oh, put the lights on.
The lights are on. You're in the closet.
Oh. Hello?
Jocko, this is Amos.
I think he found it. Hello, Amos. Are you dressed?
Why would I be dressed at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I figured maybe you were making a campaign speech. How's my tuxedo? Does it fit?
Sure, it fits fine. I had the pants shortened a little.
Uh-huh. I don't think he found it.
Oh, it's a swell tuxedo, Jocko. Nice, roomy pockets.
He found it.
In the pants.
He didn't find it. Did you try on the coat, Amos?
No, I left it at the tailor's. I'm having it let out a little.
What's the tailor's name? Quick.
What do you want to know for?
Well, it's the wrong coat. They gave me the wrong coat. I'll take it back and send you the right one.
Oh, it's the right coat, all right, Jocko.
It is, huh? You found it.
What are you mumbling about?
Nothing. How's the pockets in the coat? Are they roomy?
They hold enough, I guess. Oh, the reason I called is to tell you I won't be needing a tuxedo after all.
Oh, you won't, huh?
No, I'm giving up politics. I found an easier way to pick up some dough.
That settles it. He's got my $100.
What?
I was talking to Blanche. I'll pick up the suit in the morning.
Okay, Jocko. Good night.
Drop dead. Now what do? I don't know whether Chisler found the money or not. I won't be able to sleep.
Oh, go to sleep, John. He didn't find the money.
Oh, how do you know, Blanche?
Because I went through the pockets before I gave him the tuxedo.
Honest? Honest, did you, Blanche?
Of course I did.
Oh, thank heaven. You've got the $100.
No, I haven't. I bought a new evening gown with it.
Oh.
Good night, John.
Oh.
This is Toby Reed reminding you, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen. No other shampoo, only Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon and his orchestra. And now here is
Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Everybody's talking about Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine, even without wiping. Yes, it makes even glasses sparkle like jewels. Dreft simply can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do. Why, with Dreft, your nicest glassware positively shines. Dreft is kind to your hands, too. Get Dreft in the bright green package. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Danny Thomas appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the new murder mystery, Lady in the Lake. Ladies, it's more important than ever that you save kitchen fats every day, every mealtime. To help get more soap, fabrics, and other items you want and need, save those fats. The need is urgent. The reason, sound. And dealers now pay more per pound.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dreen Shampoo are pleased to present the fifth in a series of new programs written by Phil Rapp, produced by Carlton Alsop, and starring Don Amici.
Blanche, let me sleep, will you?
Danny Thomas.
Just let him try and put me out of this phone booth, that's all.
And Francis Langford, who sings...
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Mr. Bluebird's winging. It's a wonderful day.
And now here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. You can come right over here, Gail. I want you to meet Miss Langford.
An unexpected pleasure.
Thank you.
Francis, this is an old school chum of mine, now a distinguished doctor, Dr. Gail Gordon.
Not the eminent psychiatrist.
You're very kind, Miss Langford.
Walk down the hall with us, Francis. I've been terribly worried about Danny Thomas secluding himself in that telephone booth, and I thought Dr. Gordon might be able to help.
He's so scared of a mic, he jumps when you say Romanoff.
I beg your pardon?
That's just a little joke, Doctor. You'll have to steel yourself to a lot of that around here. Wait. On the left-hand side. Can you see Danny's face?
Hypophrenic type. Possibly manic-depressive. How long has he been in that catatonic stupor?
Just a minute, Gail. You're looking at Carmen Dragon.
Oh, sorry.
Seems like a natural mistake to me. If you'll excuse me, I'll go back to my knitting.
Did you call me, Don?
Carmen, I'd like you to shake hands with Dr. Gordon. This is our musical director, Gail, Carmen Dragon.
Mr. Dragon?
Mr. Doctor? I mean, Dr. Gordon?
Doctor's going to have a look at Danny Thomas, Carmen, about his mic fright.
Huh?
Mr. Dragon, so far as I can determine, there must be some psychological reason above and beyond fear of the microphone that impels Mr. Tompkins to...
Thomas. Danny Thomas.
Yes. That impels Mr. Thomas to withdraw from society and spend 4 weeks in a telephone booth.
Well, what's wrong with that?
You think that's normal, Carmen?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Well, I'll have to look at you later on.
What for, Doc?
Carmen, Dr. Gordon is a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? Oh, are you one of those crazy doctors?
Carmen, go away.
Sure.
Amazing case. Definitely schizoid. Musician, you said?
That's right.
Wind instrument, no doubt. Has a startling effect on the cortex. Notice the shuffling gait, the lackluster eyes.
Girls, your hair will never lack luster if you use Dreen.
Toby, why do you keep doing that?
Oh, I didn't mean to disturb you, Don. Just perusing my Dreen discourse.
Well, just be good enough to do your perusing in the proper place. Honestly, Gail, I've never run into so many weird people in all...
Astounding personality. Pronounced symptoms of huxtomania coupled with Gonniff's disease. I'm delighted that you asked me down here, Don.
Well, I'm glad you like it. It's driving me nuts.
I can't wait to probe the psyche of that Tompkins lad.
Thomas. Danny Thomas.
Yeah. I imagine he'll present a number of facets
Wait a minute, Gail. There goes that Reed again. You see him? He's going into the phone booth with Danny. They have some sort of weekly rendezvous.
Extremely interesting. I wonder if we might eavesdrop.
Psychiatrist, eh? Say he's a friend of Amici's?
That's right, Danny. And if they try anything with you, boy, I'll...
Take it easy, Toby. I'll handle it. They think I'm goofy, huh?
You're the only sane one around here, Danny.
Show that doctor a thing or two. I'll give him some of his own medicine.
Well, I kind of thought you'd like me to tip you off, you know.
Oh, I appreciate it plenty, Toby. And just to show you how grateful I am, well, go ahead, Toby.
Right now?
Certainly. Read the whole commercial to me. And don't skip a word.
Oh, gee, thanks. Move over a little, will you, Danny?
Sure. Oh, Toby, that phone's disconnected.
Oh, well, what's the difference as long as you hear me?
Okay.
Hello, girls? Listen. When it's important for you to look your glamorous best, make sure your hair is radiantly clean, lovely to look at, thrilling to touch. Bring out all the romantic beauty of your hair by using Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. You see, Dreen shampoo reveals all the loveliness of any girl's hair. Now, that's because Dreen is not a soap shampoo and never leaves dingy, dulling film on hair, as all soaps do. Dreen dramatizes all the soft, thrilling texture of your hair, reveals all its hidden beauty, as much as 33% more luster than any soap shampoo. And Dreen does not dry out hair. Instead, its fragrant, freshening, whipped cream lather leaves hair soft and smooth and oh so beautifully behaved. So girls, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Use it at home or ask for it in your beauty shop. Buy it at all drug, department, and 10-cent stores. Remember, no other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dreen, D-R-E-N-E.
That's very, very nice, Toby.
Hello, Danny. Are we interrupting anything?
Oh, not at all. And, Toby, you may run along now, and you needn't worry about your brother's kleptomania. That's easily controlled by mild sedatives and a sharp rapping on the knuckles with a spiked club.
Danny.
And if you have any recurrence of that dream, I'll attempt to break it down. Although I imagine it was pretty broken down to begin with. Well, goodbye, Toby. Now, what can I do for you, Don?
Well, you can come out of that telephone booth and meet Dr.
Mr. Tompkins.
Thomas, sir. Danny Thomas.
Yes.
Yes.
Your advice to the young man regarding his brother's affliction leads me to believe you're acquainted with psychiatry.
Superficially. However, I do know a great deal about kleptomania.
Really?
Oh, yes. I had it when it first came out. I loved to steal women's clothing. Lifted a lady's petticoat when I was knee-high to a bargain counter.
Very precocious.
My first slip. Now, what's your trouble?
Danny, what are you trying to do?
Donald, please. Now, Mr. Thompson.
Tompkins.
Thomas. Now, listen, Danny, this gentleman is a psychiatrist, Dr. Gordon. He's here to help you.
Help me? Help me what?
Help me get over these terrible phobias you've developed.
What phobias? I'm not afraid of anything.
Why, you can't even face a microphone.
I can, too. But I faint. I mean, nobody's perfect. Look at the doctor. He can't even remember my name. Calls me Mr. Tompkins. What's my name, Dr. Gerson?
Gordon.
See, he thinks my name is Gordon.
His name is Gordon.
And why did you think I'm him? Do we look alike?
You just called him Gerson.
Why?
How do I know? I'm all confused.
You're in a bad way, Amici. Maybe the doctor should...
Stop it, you big oaf.
Now, let's not get hysterical, please. Mr. Tompkins.
Gerson.
Yes. We can approach this problem rationally. Tell me, how long is it that you've been seeing this huge silver fish floating in front of your eyes?
Silverfish? I never see any silverfish.
Oh, excuse me, I'm thinking of another patient. Very interesting case. Chap by the name of Thrip. For the last 2 years, he's been seeing
Doc, we've already spread a minute and a half, and he's still got a song to do. Move it along, will you?
Yeah. Mr. Thomas, would you submit to analysis?
No. Give me a little time, that's all. I'll come out of here as soon as I feel strong enough. There's nothing wrong with me, honest.
On the contrary, you're in great trouble.
Oh, no.
You have an obsessive neurosis that's rapidly becoming worse, and unless you submit to treatment, there's no telling what will happen.
What? No, Don.
Come on out, you coward. He isn't going to hurt you. Drop your inhibitions and let him probe your psyche.
I will not.
Then I'm afraid you'll become a victim of phonophobia, an incurable condition if it isn't caught in the early stages.
Oh, no.
Yes. That ailment rapidly degenerates into tittlebat's posture.
Oh, no.
The prime symptom of Stunk's delusion.
No!
Will you come out?
No, go away!
Well, it's hopeless. The man's too resistive.
Oh, come on, Doc. Leave him alone. I hope they take him away in a restraining sheet.
How do you like that? Stunk's delusion. So that's a psychiatrist. Well, I can say anyone who goes to him ought to have his head examined. Big oaf, Amici calls me. I should have said, I'm not even married, I should have said. Then he should have said, what's being married got to do with it? And I should have said, well, if I'm an oaf, where's my wife? I should have said. I'm nuts. No, that's what the argument was about. Big psychiatrist. What's so tough about being a psychiatrist? I know psychiatry backwards. I do. Psychiatrist. That's silly. That's not backwards. That's sideways and upside down. I could be the greatest psychiatrist in the world. Sure, why not? It's a free country. I'm a citizen. I can just see me now in my office. Oh, no. Demonstrating to a gallery of doctors in Europe.
And the eyes of the entire medical world were focused upon the fabulous psychiatrist Dr. Sigmund Thomas as he began the analysis on Misha Amici, demented bass player at the La Scala Opera House in Milan, Italy.
Now, just relax, senor. Close your eyes.
I'm a close.
What bothers you?
Well, you told me I should stop playing the bass fiddle for 2 weeks. Yesterday, I gone back to the opera house and playing a Carmen. 25 years I play Carmen, but I never did see the opera. So I bought for myself a ticket.
Go on.
You know in the second act where they sing the TUXEDO song?
Yes?
For 25 years, I play that song like this. Boom, 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 boom. What do you think? Comes out. Dum, 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 dum. I tell you, I'm losing my mind.
Well, just relax. Just relax, senor. You're perfectly safe in my hands. But I'll have to question you before I find the reason for your mental pall. Then I'll tell you what goes on within your mind. But don't be nervous, because it's nothing at all. Do you sew up all your pockets and touch wet electric sockets and cut paper dolls for hour after hour? Do you like to sit on fire and eat razor blades and wire and put sugar in your soup to make it sour?
Oh, sure.
Do you like to squeeze your finger in a door or in a ringer? Do you wear your sneakers when you're dressing formal? Do you sleep in a deep freezer? Do you think you're Julius Caesar?
Oh, yes.
You're normal. Do you like your teeth to hurt you or your sweetheart to desert you? Would you give $1.50 for a nickel?
Sure.
Do you sleep with all your hats on and your garters and your spats on? And if your barber shaved your nose off, would it tickle?
Yes, sure.
You think that you're a cricket? Do you like to pay a ticket? Would you walk the ocean here from to Dover? And do you get a cozy feeling when you're lying on the ceiling?
Oh, yes.
Move over. Now, I know a way that may sidetrack. This insanity you're on the brink of. Look, I'll say a word, and you answer back with the very first word you think of. For instance, if I say yes, you say no. If I say stop, you say go. All right? Let's start. Okay. We'll do it now. Shut up! You like those two guys. Now, let's start. Up.
Lana Turner.
What's Lana Turner got to do with it?
Nothing. She's the first thing I always think of.
Oh. Okay. Once more now. Old.
New.
Me.
You.
Red.
Blue.
Foot.
Shoe.
Don't.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti? What made you think of that?
I'm hungry.
Oh. All right, let's try again. Horn.
Boot.
Shirt.
Suit.
Steel.
Loot.
Cheer.
Root.
Kill.
Roy.
Not Kilroy. You don't get the idea. Now, look, you say the words to me, and I'll show you what I mean.
Okay.
Sylvia Sidney.
Huh?
Lana Turner's not my type. Okay, once more.
Truth.
Lie.
Spend.
Buy.
Cook.
Fry.
Live.
Die.
Laugh.
Corned beef hash. I don't like spaghetti. Now, let's continue with this analysis. Shut that door! Do you like the recreation of a pleasant long vacation? Do you feel good when you get a raise in wages? Now, do you speak when you are talking? Do you move when you are walking? And when you're reading, do you like a book with pages? Do you laugh when things are funny? Do you like a lot of money? Does a brandy after dinner make you lazy? Tell me, do you like to be admired? And do you rest when you are tired?
Oh, yes.
You're crazy. If you think you're Julius Caesar, your mind's a hollow shell. 'Cause I'm Mark Antony, and I know Caesar well. Good night, Julius.
I'm glad you left us when you did. Danny behaved horribly.
Didn't the doctor help?
No, he went home sick. Sing something to cheer me up, will you, honey? I never thought things had reached this stage, I swear.
I don't know why. Oh, but I do. I know that it's
Girls, don't let the date on the calendar fool you. It can always be June and January if your hair sparkles with romantic highlights. And that's why you should make sure that your hair is always at its gleaming, glamorous best by using Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Dreen your hair and you reveal all its sparkling, natural highlights, all its glorious luster. Dreen your hair and glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. Dreen your hair and remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff flakes. And Dreen's fragrant, freshening whipped cream lather leaves your hair silken soft, sublimely smooth, and oh, so beautifully behaved. Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. No other shampoo leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen. And now Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over. The Bickersons have retired. As usual, Mrs. Bickerson tosses restlessly, while her husband John, insomniac extraordinary, presents this audible testimony of his constant wakefulness. Listen.
For the love of heaven, what is he doing? John! John! What's the matter with you? You're making the most frightful noises. What's the matter?
What's the matter, Blanche?
Are you in pain?
I got a terrible headache. Haven't slept a wink.
You've been sleeping like a felled ox.
Head aches.
You wouldn't have such a headache if you didn't take so many cocktails before dinner. Why do you do that, John?
Always do it.
Why?
No good to eat on an empty stomach. Put out the lights, Blanche.
The lights are out. But how would you know anyway with that sleep shade on?
Well, something's flashing in my head. Oh.
Take an aspirin.
Okay. I feel better already.
How can you chew those things like that? Wash it down with something.
All right.
John Bickerson, you washed it down with bourbon.
You lied to me. You got the lights on.
Yes, I'm going to keep them on. Sit up. I want to talk to you.
Please, Blanche. I can't sit up. My head will fall off. Why do you always have to talk in the middle of the night?
When else can I talk to you? You come home for dinner and bury your head in the paper, never a word out of you, and you tell me you have to go to bed early because you have insomnia.
Well, I have. Takes me hours to fall asleep.
It took you all of 30 seconds tonight.
Well, this was a good night. Good night.
John. John. I went over to see the Marvins' new baby this afternoon. It's a beautiful child. Do you know their first one is over a year old?
I hope so.
He's been walking since he was 8 months.
He must be awful tired. I am, too.
Children are such a blessing. It's wonderful to watch them grow up. You'd be surprised how many childless couples are adopting children.
I better have another aspirin. Boy, have I got a headache.
John. Don't you miss the patter of tiny feet around the house?
No, I don't, Blanche. Children are wonderful, all right, but you have to be able to afford them. All this talk of adopting... What the devil is that?
What's what?
That. Put the lights on.
John.
Blanche, don't tell me that you went out and...
It's only a dog, silly. I got a little puppy.
A dog? What do we need dogs for? Where's the aspirin? Why did you get a dog
Now,
for?
don't get hysterical.
Where is that little beast? I can hear it, but I can't see it.
He's right there in the bureau. I've got him in your shirt drawer.
You put him in there with my shirt?
He won't suffocate. The drawer's open.
Blanche, you know I'm allergic to dog hair. Gives me sinus trouble. Where's the aspirin?
You're just a big hypochondriac. You imagine those allergies like you do your insomnia.
I tell you, I'm allergic to dogs. They make me... You see? Get rid of that thing. He'll whine all night and keep me awake.
The man said he'll keep quiet if you give him one of those worm pills.
Well, where are they?
On the night table by your bed.
How do you give a dog... Where?
They're on the night table by your bed.
There's nothing here except the aspirins.
The aspirins are in the medicine cabinet.
How can they be in the... Blanche, what have I been eating? No wonder my headache won't go away. Why do you do these things to me? Send for a doctor.
Don't carry on so. If they're good for a dog, they won't hurt you. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, she tells me. Here I am dying from dog poisoning. My head is splitting. And she knows I'm allergic to dogs. Hides the aspirin and makes... shut up! I don't know. I get up so early. Never get another wink of sleep as long as...
John. Gesundheit.
Thanks.
I can see how much sleep I'm going to get tonight. We'll have to get rid of the puppy.
And now you're talking.
I want you to take him down to the dog pound.
Okay, I'll do it on my way to work.
You go in the opposite direction.
I'll go out of my way.
You say it, but you won't do it. You'd better take him now.
What?
Go on, get up. Take the puppy to the dog pound.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? It's after 2 in the morning.
They're open all night. Go on, get up and take him.
Why, I never heard of such a thing. You know, I went to bed with a splitting headache, and I had to take a dozen worm pills to fall asleep.
You take the dog to the pound quick enough if Gloria Gooseby asked you to.
How do you always manage to work the conversation around to Gloria Gooseby? Shut up!
Well, if you wouldn't shout so much, maybe the puppy would be able to sleep.
What's the use? Good night.
I thought it would be nice to have a little dog, especially when we move into our new apartment.
Still have a year to go on this one.
Our lease expired Friday.
I renewed it yesterday.
I canceled it this morning. Amos is raffling off the apartment for me.
That's a good idea. Amos is what?
Amos sold 500 tickets at $2 apiece, and the winner moves into our apartment tomorrow.
Oh, Blanche, no. No, I don't believe it. We'll be on the street.
Amos said he'll find us a new place in a jiffy.
Jiffy? Haven't you heard there's a housing shortage? Where will he find a place?
Well, I bought a ticket myself. It's a wonderful chance. Lovely 3-room apartment, large kitchen, big closets. It's worth $2, and we might get it.
Get it! We got it now!
I know, but even if we don't win, we get the $1,000 Amos collected for the rest of the tickets.
Look, Blanche, I gave the landlord a $1,200 bonus to renew the lease, so now I'm out $200 and I got no place to live.
Sounds like pretty poor business to me. Why do you make such deals?
Now, look, Blanche.
The trouble with you, John, is that you're too conservative.
Look, Blanche.
If you think up some of the deals that Amos has, we might be able to live as nicely as he does.
Blanche,
He's been living at the Biltmore Hotel for a year.
He sleeps on a billiard table. Look out. Where's my slippers?
What are you going to do?
Let me get to that phone. I'll show you. Out! Ooh. Put on the lights.
The lights are on. Open your eyes.
Oh. There's the phone. I know it's going to ring, and I want to be ready when it does. Hello.
Excuse me.
Drop dead! Wait a minute. That wasn't Amos. Oh. But I'll get it. Amos.
Hi, Jocko. What are you doing up this time of night?
Packing, Amos. We're moving. Haven't you heard?
Well, aren't you going to invite me in? I'd like to look the place over.
You mean?
Yep. I won the raffle. Finest luck I ever saw.
Who drew the ticket, Amos?
Fair and square. I wouldn't take a chance having some phony draw it, so I drew it myself.
What a coincidence. Get out of here!
What's the matter with you, Jocko? You got $1,000 coming, and if you're worried about a place to live, I'll rent you the garage. You haven't got a car anymore.
Get out of here before I hit you with a cleaver.
Okay, Jocko, you don't have to get sore.
And you better give the money back to the people you sold tickets to, or you'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Not me, brother. You'll have to do the explaining. I'll tell them you won. Good night, Jocko.
That guy'll wind up on a chain gang as sure
Was
as...
it Amos? Who won?
I did. Now, at last, I can go to sleep in my own bed without worrying.
No, you can't, dear. The dog's in there.
nuts. I'll sleep in the garage.
This is Toby Reed reminding you, for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen. No other shampoo, only Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action leaves your hair more lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon, and his orchestra. And now here is
Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again. Let's all remember the March of Dimes.
Everybody's talking about Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle. It gets dishes so clean they shine, even without wiping. Yes, it makes even glasses sparkle like jewels. Dreft simply can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do. Why, with Dreft, your nicest glassware positively shines. Dreft is kind to your hands, too. Get Dreft in the bright green package. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Danny Thomas appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Till the Clouds Roll By. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan with special music by Carmen Dragon. Ladies, there's still a worldwide shortage of fats and oils that you can help whip by saving every drop of your kitchen fats every mealtime. Now that's the way to help get more soap, more fabrics, and other peacetime products sooner. So save those fats. The need is urgent, the reason sound, and dealers now pay more per pound. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present the 11th in a series of new programs written by Phil Rapp, produced by Carlton Alsop, and starring Don Amici.
Blanche, why don't you let me sleep, huh?
Danny Thomas, and Francis Langford, who sings...
Somebody loves me, I wonder who he can be. Somebody loves me, I wish I knew, who can he be, worries me. For every boy who passes me, I shout, hey, maybe you were meant to be my loving baby. Somebody loves me, I wonder who, maybe you. Somebody loves me, I wish I knew, who can it be, where is me? For every boy who passes me, I shout, hey, maybe you were meant to be my loving baby. Somebody loves me, I wonder who, maybe it's you.
Not 50%, not 75%, but 100%. Yes, it's 100% true. Dream Shampoo reveals all the sparkle, all the sheen, all the dazzling brilliance of your hair. Never before, Dream, could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous. Now, that's because Dream is not a soap shampoo. It never leaves dingy, dulling film on hair to hide its natural beauty. And what's more, Dreen does not dry out your hair. Instead, its fragrant, freshening whipped cream lather leaves your hair sublimely smooth, beautifully behaved, easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange. And Dreen removes unsightly dandruff the first time you use it. So, for lovely, lustrous hair, for all types of hair, dry, normal, or oily, Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Use it at home or ask for it at your beauty shop. Buy it at all drug department or 10-cent stores in the blue and yellow package. Remember, never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen. And now here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. I'd like to make mention of the fact that we've received a great many letters from listeners, most of which were very encouraging. However, there is one letter that calls for an answer from Danny Thomas.
Call and I shall answer, Don.
Hello, Danny.
Thank you. What's the gist of the note, Don?
Well, it's just this. The writer, a lady of middle age, I should guess, suggests that you sing a serious song now and then.
Well, her suggestions may be well meant, Don, but serious songs are for serious singers.
No question about it.
A man has to be trained in the art of delivering a ballad.
No question about it.
And I'm a comedian. I said I'm a comedian. Seems to be a question about it.
No, not in my mind, Danny. But this lady has an idea that you shouldn't be facetious all the time. She thinks jokes are cheap.
She does, huh? Wait till she has to buy a few.
At any rate, the letter is very complimentary, and she goes so far as to compare you with Al Jolson, possibly the greatest entertainer of all time.
No question about that.
She wants to know why you don't sing the kind of songs he did.
Well, you just don't write tunes like that today. Besides, Jolson had a wonderful gimmick.
Gimmick?
Weenie. Squeeze. That's a songwriter's jargon for trick.
Oh.
Look, he sang about his mother, his kid Sonny Boy, and his home in Alabama all in one season. That's pretty powerful stuff, kid.
That's quite a gimmick.
I mean, what have we got to sing about? You know we can't sing about mother. We'd be called corny. After all, you got to remember, this is the atomic age. Oh, we're a sharp, brilliant people. I mean, we're so much more brilliant than our forebears, we now know how to destroy ourselves 50 times as quickly.
Yeah, you have a point, Danny.
So what can we sing about and be up to date? Schizophrenia? or maybe kleptomania. Can you imagine singing a song called A Pretty Kleptomaniac is Like a Schizophreniac, but the malady lingers on?
I never heard of that one.
Or maybe you'd like me to sing about that new medical discovery, sulfahydrothioparapensinilamide. What a medicine that is, brother.
Great, huh?
Great. They haven't found a disease for it yet. But there is one subject that is abreast of the times and still has a great depth. Archaeology. Or is it archaeology?
Well, I wouldn't know. Are you qualified to sing about the study of lost races?
I haven't had a winner all season. But Don, would it shock you if I told you I took a special course in archaeology at Cairo Prep?
No.
Yes, sir. I'm a graduate archaeologist. Or is it Archie?
Why don't you call Duffy's Tavern?
I'll do that. Now, as soon as I received my diploma, the entire graduating class was sent to the Egyptian desert to search for relics. The second day out, I unearthed a priceless old vase. Or is it vase?
Either is correct.
Or is it either? Well, the third day while I was snooping, that's right, snooping, around the pyramids, I found an unopened crypt.
A crypt?
Crypt. It was full of ossified sand crabs.
And what did you do?
I crept into the crypt, cribbed a crab, and crept out of the crypt again.
I'm glad you made it.
Me too. I pushed on another 10 miles and bagged the biggest trophy of the whole expedition. I discovered the remains of the great Prince Tut.
No.
Yes.
Where?
He weighed 300 pounds in his sandals and toga.
Oh, Say, that's a big mummy.
Oh, you might say he was the daddy of all mummies. There he was, shrouded in his wrappings and covered from head to foot with precious gems, lying inside this weird Egyptian tomb.
Sphinx?
A little. But what can you expect? I mean, what can you expect from a man who's been dead for 3,000 years? Well, I brought Tut-Tut back to this country, and I never let that mummy out of my sight.
Loved him, huh?
Oh, yeah. We finally found happiness and success doing a comedy program on an obscure radio station.
Well, now, wait a minute, Danny. Don't tell me you were on the air together.
Oh, certainly. We were known as Fibber, McGowell, and Mommy. We had a great program. There was a stooge named Red Skeleton.
Skeleton?
Yeah, and the announcer was H.V. Corpsenborn. It was a ghost-to-ghost hookup.
Sounds pretty gruesome.
Well, we were broadcasting from Death Valley. As a matter of fact, I'm glad that's all over with now. Tut-Tut was very happy until another station went into competition with us and put on a program called Zombie for a Day.
Know the show well.
Oh, you know it?
Oh, yes.
You've heard it?
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I haven't. We lost all of our listeners, and Tut-Tut couldn't stand the disgrace of the failure, so he ran away.
Oh? Oh, you poor kid. You lost your mummy.
Yeah. I traveled the whole world over in search of Tut-Tut. Egypt, Syria, India. I even went to North Africa on a wild goose chase. All I found was a wild goose. No Tut-Tut. Tired, hungry, and worn, searching, ever seeking, I plodded across Africa, struggling through the elephant's graveyard.
Oh, now, Danny, there isn't really such a thing, is there?
Oh, yes, there is, Don. It's legend. An elephant will travel for thousands of miles, over rugged terrain, through swamps and the thick, heavy underbrush of the jungle to get to the place where he's going to die. And he always dies there. It's the trip that kills him. Believe me, I know.
Well, tell me, did you ever find Tut-Tut?
Yes, Don. I finally came across his hiding place, but I just didn't have the heart to dig him up again.
Well, why not?
Well, I knew he had finally found true happiness because I saw a large tomb and a middle-sized tomb and a little tomblet. And not wishing to cause a tumult over the tumult, I decided to go away, leaving Tut-Tut in his happy married life. And so, Don, I want to sing a song that's near and dear to my heart. And this shall be my answer to the lady who can't forget Al Jolson. A caterpillar is a thriller to a caterpillar. The flowers and the bees are very chummy. A cricket has a thicket where he serenades a cricket. But a man's best friend is his mummy. A beaver can increase the fever of another beaver. A puppet dreams about a wooden dummy. A gopher always has a gopher that he seems to gopher. But a man's best friend is his mummy. Why, in most of my friendships with others, I know there have been many flaws. Oh, but with Tut-Tut and me, though we weren't brothers, he was just like my own flesh and gauze. Because a whitefish is the right fish to delight another whitefish. A little piggy loves his little tummy. An ermine will determine to get wolfish with an ermine. La-da-da-da-da. Thank you. But a man's best friend is his mummy. My best friend and I are stay, not divided, no, stay. Down deep in my heart, I've decided. To make every day a mummy's day. A turtle who's a flirtle find excitement with a turtle. A little lamb adores his honey lammy. A sea bass who's a he bass loves a sea bass who's a she bass. La da 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 da.
Now I don't intend to offend the mammy down in Alabama, but a man's best friend right to the end is his mummy. Sorry, Jolson, not his mammy.
Never before Dreen, yes, never before Dreen could any shampoo reveal all the natural brilliance of your hair. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous yet so easy to manage. When you Dreen your hair, you bring out all its sparkling highlights. When you Dreen your hair, you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. When you Dreen your hair, you remove all luster-dulling film and unsightly dandruff. And more, Dreen's rich whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange. So for lovely, lustrous hair, for all types of hair, Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen shampoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, during a recent overseas tour, my wife, Rosemary, sent me a little idea for a song that we thought was very nice. And just recently, with the help of Jerry Seelan, we finished it. And tonight, for the first time anywhere, Frances Langford is going to sing it with a special arrangement by Carmen Dragon. The song is Just Before I Sleep. Thanks, Frances.
Just before I sleep, I pray for you. I love you with each prayer I say for you. Although I know I've lost you, I keep your picture near me and whisper words of love to you. What a pity you don't hear me. Every time I dream, it's you again. Every time it's you, it's new. To forget you, I try with all my might, but just before I sleep, we always kiss goodbye.
And Frances Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over.
The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson lies rigid but awake in the darkness as poor husband John, victim of an obscure type of insomnia that prevents other people from sleeping, exhibits the telltale symptoms of his dread affliction. Listen.
It may be funny to him, but it's not to me. John, cut it out.
Cut it out, Blanche.
I'll lose my mind if you don't stop that giggling. What's the matter with you?
What's the matter, Blanche?
You sound like a tickled schoolgirl. What are you dreaming of?
Tickling schoolgirls.
John!
What? What'd you say, Blanche?
I simply won't stand it another night. Living in this house is becoming unbearable.
Let's move.
John, I swear I'm at my wit's end. How long do you think a person can go without sleep?
I've been doing it for 5 years.
John Bickerson, we've been married for 5 years.
Amazing coincidence. Good night.
Don't you good night me, you big sleeping pill. Why don't you have some consideration for me?
Well, what do you want me to do, Blanche?
When you were sick last year, did I say that? Didn't I sit up all hours of the night nursing you? Didn't I?
Yes, you did.
And what was my reward?
I got sicker.
Sure, you can afford to be sarcastic now. You feel fine.
I want to sleep. It's 2:00, Blanche.
You don't remember how I catered to you every minute. When the doctor said not to let you have anything cold, didn't I give you all the ice water you wanted?
You sure did. Almost killed me.
That's gratitude. Well, I didn't expect anything else from you. You don't love me, do you, John?
Oh, of course I do. Just because I don't say it every 5 minutes doesn't mean that I don't love you.
Tell the truth, John. If anything happened to me, would you marry again?
Never again.
Well, you don't have to sound so vehement.
Well, if I said it any softer, you'd say I didn't sound convincing. I don't know, Blanche. I just wish you'd let me sleep.
I keep thinking how nice it was before we were married.
Mm-hmm.
You were so different then. You used to plead with me for a little kiss. Now you don't even think of it. Why?
A mouse in a trap loses his taste for cheese.
Very funny. Oh, you're so funny, John Bickerson.
Well, I'm tired, and I have to get up early tomorrow.
You just won't understand, will you? There are none so blind as those who will not see.
Yeah?
The one time I expected you to break down and offer me comfort, and you fail me.
What?
It's all right. I'll struggle through it alone. It won't be long, and when the time arrives, I don't even want to see you near me.
What are you talking about?
I'll go to the hospital by myself. You can sleep right through it.
Blanche, are you...
Hasn't Dr. Marvin told you, John?
Nobody told me. What is it?
I'm going to have my tonsils out.
Your tonsils? What do you need to have your tonsils out for? You never have sore throats. Your tonsils never bothered you before. You never even knew you had tonsils.
Dr. Marvin said it would help my disposition.
Have them out, by all means.
I don't think I will, after all.
Okay, don't. Good night.
The only reason I was going to do it is because I thought I'd get a good night's sleep.
Okay, do it.
Why should I suffer through an operation? You're the one who keeps me awake. Why don't you do it?
Do what?
Have your tonsils out.
Okay, I'll have them out next week.
You say it, but you won't do it. Have them out now.
What?
Go on, get up and call Dr. Marvin. Let him pull your tonsils out.
Blanche, are you insane? It's 2:30 in the morning.
The hospital stays open all night. Go on, let him pull your tonsils out.
I haven't got any tonsils. I had them out when I was 9.
Well, you need some new ones by now. Let him put some in.
Oh, this is awful. You're deliberately trying to keep me awake. You know I have to get up early and go to work.
Oh, don't make your job sound so important. You take a day off, nothing will happen.
No, nothing will happen except I lose a day's pay. I need all the money I can get. I've got to make a payment on the car tomorrow.
Where will you get that?
I've got it. There's $84 locked in the desk drawer.
60.
84. I looked yesterday.
You didn't look today. There's only 60.
What happened to the other $24?
Don't look at me, John.
Blanche, there are only 2 people who have a key to that drawer. You and I, and there's $24 missing.
Well, we'll each put back $12 and say no more about it.
How do you like that? Blanche, what did you do with that $24?
I spent it. I bought some perfume.
Perfume?
$24 worth? How could you carry that much?
Don't be silly. It was only a half-ounce bottle, and I got it wholesale. It's the newest thing. Very daring. It's called Perhaps.
Perhaps. For $24, they should give you Positively. Well, I can't understand why you throw my money away on junk like that.
It isn't junk, and you like it.
How do you know?
Because it's the same kind Gloria Gooseby uses.
I hate Gloria Gooseby.
Well, you're always sniffing around her.
Now, don't you start with that woman.
You're the one who started it.
I'd like to spend one night in this bedroom without Gloria Gooseby. Just one night.
She just douses herself with that perfume. That's how she catches all the men, the hussy.
She's not a hussy, and she doesn't need perfume to catch me. I mean, I can't stand the sight of Gloria Gooseby.
But you like the way she smells.
I hate the way she smells. I don't see how Leo can live with her, and I wish they'd both drop dead. Now, either let me go to sleep or I won't go to work in the morning.
Don't go to work. See if I care. You'd have lost the day's pay anyway if I hadn't torn up that summons.
What summons?
For you to serve on a jury.
Well, you can't tear those things up. If I get a jury notice, I have to report.
Why?
Why? Because that's the law. You can't tear up any court order.
I tore up the traffic citation.
What traffic citation?
The traffic citation they gave me to go to court in front of the jury that you were supposed to serve on, but I tore up the notice.
Oh, Blanche, you'll have us both in jail.
Well, that's where my brother Amos is.
Amos? What has he got to do with this?
Well, I was taking a driving lesson.
Oh, Blanche, no! Not my new car. It's never been out of the garage.
Well, it's out now. I took a driving lesson and paid the instructor $5 an hour, and...
Who was the instructor? It was Amos, wasn't it? It was. I know it was Amos.
I never even took the wheel. Amos was driving, and we suddenly saw this other car careening toward us at 100 miles an hour.
Yes.
Amos didn't have much time, but by an amazing piece of quick thinking, he managed to meet him head on. It's a funny thing, nobody got hurt. Not even the policeman.
What policeman?
In the other car.
Now look, Blanche.
Amos started to bawl them out about driving in the wrong lane, and they had some silly excuse about a police car having the right of way.
Blanche.
And then Amos got mad and hit one of the cops with a wrench.
Blanche, where is my car?
It's on Hill Street between 5th and 8th.
5th and 8th? That's 3 blocks apart.
That's where the car is. About 3 blocks apart. Or it was. They took some of it away to the police pound.
Some of it? Well, I don't care. I'm insured. I'm just happy they got that Amos in jail.
They can't do anything to him.
Oh, they can't, huh? That's reckless driving and resisting an officer. They can wrap him up good.
They can't do a thing about his driving, and you know it, John.
Why not?
Because he doesn't have a license.
Oh, that's different. They'll only add another 5 years. I hope they give him life.
John, why do you despise my poor brother so?
Because I hate him. And don't you dare ask me to help him, Blanche.
Well, the least you can do is help me. I have to go to court, too.
Well, it serves you right.
Go on, testify against me. Get me locked up in jail.
Oh, nobody's going to lock you up in jail.
Let them put me on bread and water. You won't feel so good when I walk that last mile when they slit my pants leg.
Blanche!
Why don't you get me a reprieve, John?
Oh, stop it! They're not going to do anything to you. Now go to sleep.
Go to sleep, he tells me. My poor brother's in jail. My own husband's going to testify against me. Go to sleep. How can I sleep? I'll never... How can he be so heartless?
Hello. Where's the phone, Blanche?
I've got it. Hello?
Blanche, this is Amos. I'm still in jail.
Wait, Amos. I'll get John. Talk to him, John.
Sure. Hello.
Jocko?
Drop dead.
Oh, listen, you gotta come down and spring me. This is the first call they let me make.
Drop dead.
Don't be sorry, Jocko. I'm in an awful jam. I'm in a tank here with 50 other bums.
Drop dead.
But I got money enough to pay for all the damage. I think I even got enough for the bail bond. Get me out, will you, Jocko?
Drop dead.
I swear I'll pay you. I got plenty of dough. I started the crab game here and won over $400.
Drop $400. Amos, are you loaded?
No, but the dice were. Hey, come down and spring me, will you, Jocko?
Well, I'm going to think about it, Amos. Right now, I'll leave you with 2 words.
Yeah, well, what's that?
Drop dead! Now I can sleep.
Please, John, dear, get my brother out of jail.
Well, I'll think about it.
I'll do anything for you, John. Please bail him out.
Pour me a shot of bourbon, Blanche.
Are you sure you wouldn't like a double shot, dear?
Just a single. Thanks.
Ah, wonderful stuff.
I promise I'll never wake you up again, darling.
And will you forget all about Gloria Gooseby?
Forever. Just get Amos out of that nasty jail.
Well, we can't do anything about it until morning anyway. In the meantime, I think I'll get a good night's sleep.
Certainly, dear. Are you comfortable?
Just perfect.
Snore to me, John.
This is Toby Reed reminding you, never before dream. Yes, never before dream could any shampoo reveal 100% of the natural luster of your hair. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon and his orchestra. And now here is
Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Everybody's talking about Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle. It gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Yes, it makes even glasses sparkle like jewels. Dreft simply can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do. Why, with Dreft, your nicest glassware positively shines. Dreft is kind to your hands, too. Get Dreft in the bright green package. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Danny Thomas appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the human story behind the atom bomb, the beginning or the end. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan with special music by Carmen Dragon. Ladies, it's more important than ever that you save kitchen fats every day, every mealtime. To help get more soap, fabrics, and other items you want and need, save those fats. The need is urgent, the reason sound. And dealers now pay more per pound. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present the 12th in a series of new programs produced by Carlton Alsop and starring Don Amici.
Blanche, let me sleep, will you?
Danny Thomas.
Progress. You call this progress? Kaiser's driving Fraser around on a motorcycle.
And our glamorous dream girl, Francis Langford, who sings...
The moon belongs to everyone. The best things in life are free. The stars belong to everyone. They gleam there for you and me. The flowers in spring, the robins that sing, the sunbeams that shine, they're yours, they're mine. Love can come to everyone. The best things in life are free. That sing, the sunbeams that shine, they're always yours and mine. So love can come to everyone. The best things in life are free.
Never before dreamed.
Right, never before dreamed could any shampoo reveal all the natural brilliance of your hair.
Never before dreamed could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous yet so easy to manage. When you dream your hair, you bring out all its sparkling highlights. When you dream your hair, you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. And when you dreen your hair, you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff. More, Dreen's rich whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing.
So, for lovely, lustrous hair, for all types of hair,
use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen shampoo. And now here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. Francis, before you get away, I want to tell you that I thought your song was delightful. And Toby, your commercial was stimulating. And Carmen, your music was magnificent.
Boy, you feel great tonight, don't you?
Oh, I certainly do, Carmen. You realize that it's March? The month that heralds spring? Oh, I just love March. Beautiful March.
Me too. In fact, I'm looking forward to every month this year. Romantic April, delightful May, enchanting June, exotic July.
Carmen, you've got the soul of a poet.
No, I've got an Esquire calendar.
Well, I hope you and your calendar are very happy together. But as for me, I have spring fever. And Francis.
Yes, Don?
I'd like to drop over to your house about 8:30 tonight. I'll put the top down on my convertible and
Oh,
then...
I'm so sorry, Don, but I sort of half promised Danny Thomas I'd keep him company while he's experimenting with his new chemistry set.
Oh, Francis, do you know what you're letting yourself in for? He won't pay any attention to you. He's had his eye glued to that microscope for 3 days now.
3 days?
Yes, that poor soul is trying to outstare a germ. He hasn't got an ounce of romance in his body.
Oh, I'm sure he has, Don. Did you ever notice his soulful round eyes?
Did you ever see square ones? Why, as far as he's concerned, spring is just... Oh, there he is now. The germ must have won.
Danny Thomas.
Hello, everybody.
Isn't it wonderful, Danny?
What's wonderful?
Spring will soon be here.
It will?
Yeah, can't you feel it? Can't you feel those soft, balmy breezes? Does something to a man, eh, Danny?
Oh, I know just what you mean, Don.
You do?
Yeah, it makes you want to get out the old kite and fly the tail of it, boy.
Say, Danny, have you ever thought about girls?
Oh, girls. They fascinate me every time I see them walking down the street in their dainty open-toed shoes. Sure, I think about them a lot.
What do you think about them, Danny?
Don't their toes ever get cold?
Look, Danny, when a fella's your age, he doesn't spend all his evenings reading popular mechanics or building a speckled bird's egg collection. Doesn't romance mean anything to you?
Of course it does, Don. If I may quote from the classics, in the words of the immortal Hildegard. She's wonderful, Hildegard. I should only wear my nose the way she wears her hair. Je vous aime beaucoup, toujours l'amour, mon petit chéri.
Oh, that's beautiful, Danny. What does it mean?
If I knew, wouldn't I say it in English?
You see, what did I tell you, Francis? Danny, you ought to get yourself a girl.
Love is only for women.
I've heard of a few men who are interested in it, too. Yeah. But I'm afraid there'll never be any romance in your life.
I guess you're right, Don. I'm kind of like parsley on a piece of fish. I look all right, but nobody wants me.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Danny. I'm sure there must be somebody.
Well, yesterday I did have kind of a date with the girl next door. We went to the movies, and the three of us had a great time.
The three of you?
Yeah, me and my girl and the fella I brought along for her.
You brought a fellow along for your girl?
Yeah, she makes me. She's boy crazy.
Obviously.
He wasn't much of a fella, though. A little on the dumb side.
The dumb side?
Yeah, what a dope. He spends 75 cents to see a movie and wastes the whole evening hugging and kissing my girl.
Your girl? That sounds a bit like an overstatement.
Oh, no, it isn't, Don. She told me that her heart belongs to me.
She did?
It's just that the rest of her likes to go out with other fellas.
Danny, maybe you better stick to your chemistry set.
What do you mean?
Oh, you're not with it. You're not on the ball. In everyday life, you're just not making any progress.
Progress? You know why I'm not making any progress? Because I don't want to. You think this age of speed and tempo is good for you?
Well, frankly, I never gave it much thought.
Give it some thought, Don. Progress. Have you seen the new 1948 cars?
No, but I'd like to buy one. I can't afford a used car.
I'm
I'm serious about this. Things are moving too fast. You know, they say the two biggest features on the new cars are air brakes and unbreakable windshields. Now you can speed up to 200 miles an hour and stop on a dime. Then you press a special button, and a putty knife scrapes you off the windshield.
Well, that's a handy gadget.
Well, don't take it so lightly, Don. I mean, there's such a thing as too much progress. For instance, one of man's most priceless privileges, sitting down to dinner with his family, a simple little pleasure like that is in jeopardy. Why, the other day, my doctor showed me the latest invention in medical science. It's a little pill. Contains the equivalent of an entire meal. Soup, salad, steak, baked potato, choice of 3 vegetables, a cup of coffee, and a big piece of apple pie a la mode, and 2 toothpicks.
Ah, you're joking.
No, I'm not. I tried one, but a horrible thing happened. When I took the pill, it was upside down.
Well, what's so horrible about that?
I ate the dessert first.
What happened to the toothpicks?
Don't be such a wise guy, will you?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Danny. Progress has more good features than bad ones. Have you read about the new stockings for women guaranteed not to get runs? They're made out of cold wood and rubber.
So what? Instead of runs, they'll get clinkers, splinters, and blowouts. Inventions, innovations. Why, years ago, when a woman wanted to go to sleep, she simply put on a nightgown and went to bed. Today, before she gets into bed, she puts on hair crimpers, wrinkle erasers, dimple depressors, ear flatteners, nose straighteners. If a man wants to kiss his wife goodnight, he has to battle his way through $12 worth of hardware.
You know, Danny, you got me convinced. Let's both go back and play with your chemistry set.
Now you're talking sense, Don. Progress is all right, but it has to be harnessed. Now, look, I'd like to show you my new formula. It'll revolutionize present-day living.
What is it?
Beverage.
What's it made of?
Liquid.
A liquid beverage.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it. Now, with study and forethought, and research and more thought, I have discovered something new. My magic elixir is the wonderful fixer of anything that's wrong with you. I'll bottle it and I'll attain fame. The whole world will honor my name. Drink Thomas Cola, and you'll whistle at the girls once more. If you're half alive and you're 95, Thomas Cola makes you feel like 94. Drink Thomas Cola. It has sparkle and it's cool and keen. I can't rave enough. You will love the stuff unless you don't like the taste of kerosene. Now, if you're looking drawn and you're feeling duller, you really have no excuse. Thomas Cola will give your cheeks some color. Purple, blue, and chartreuse. Drink Thomas Cola. Fill your glass and take a healthy slug. It's a real surprise, makes your spirit rise, while the rest of you just lies there on the rug.
Thomas Cola.
Listen to testimonials from all over the world. From Milan, Italy, we hear from Mr. Antonio Garibaldi Tommaso.
Well, I tell you, I first tried Thomas Cola when I was 20 years old. And today, 10 years later, I'm very happy to say I am now 30 years old. Thomas Cola, that's for me. That's why I'm as happy as it can be. I drink wine until my top she blows. And with the Thomas Cola, I always wash my clothes.
Thomas Cola.
And now we hear from the Earl of Thomas, one of the leading literary lights of England, being interviewed.
Milord, if you had your choice, would you select wine or Thomas Cola?
Wine or Thomas Cola, you say? Well, milady, wine when aged in casks of choice oak pervades my spirit like exotic incense. 1,000 violins throb in my head. I am wafted on fleecy clouds to the seventh heaven above the seventh heaven. I respond to its delicacy of flavor with the infinite me that has existed throughout the eternities. Whereas, my lady, Thomas Cola...
Yes? Yes?
Thomas Cola makes me burp.
And now in Lower Africa, let's listen to Mr. Thomas himself addressing a group of natives.
Ogla, Ugwa, Wambo, Bola, Zango, Bango, Thomas Cola. Kanza, Kango, Lava, Wa'o, Nickel, Backer, Manda, Ba'o. Thomas Cola is a drink that you adore. If you're insured.
Not 50, not 75, but 100% true.
Yes, it's 100% true. Dreen shampoo actually reveals all the natural sparkle, all the sheen, all the dazzling brilliance of your hair.
Right. Never before, Dreen, could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous. Now, that's because Dreen is not a soap shampoo, so can't leave dulling soap film on your hair to hide its natural beauty. And what's more, Dreen does not dry out your hair. Instead, its fragrant, freshening, whipped cream lather leaves your hair sublimely smooth, beautifully behaved, easier to set, and arrange right after shampooing. And Dreen removes unsightly dandruff the first time you use it.
So, for lovely, lustrous hair, for all types of hair, dry, normal, or oily, use Dreen shampoo with hair conditioning action.
Use Dreen at home or ask for Dreen at your beauty shop. Buy Dreen at all drug department or 10-cent stores in the familiar blue and yellow package. Remember, never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen. And now Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over. And here is lovely Francis Langford with a special arrangement of Sonata by Carmen Dragon and the orchestra.
Sonata, my sonata, I hear your haunting theme, and I begin to dream. You linger, my sonata, in every reverie. You bring my love to me. Please play on. Make my dream love stay when you're gone. He fades away. Sonata. Find him, each tender note you play will be my serenade. tender note you play will be my serenade. So please play on my sonata.
Thank you, Francis Langford. And now, as we promised you, Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over, written by Phil Rapp. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson wrestles the bedclothes in sympathetic agony as poor husband John, victim of a rare type of insomnia which manifests itself in alternate periods of coma and narcolepsy, reaches the crisis during an acute stage of the ailment. Listen.
So it's cows, isn't
Oh, dear, now he's scaring himself to death. John, are you in pain?
Are you in pain, Blanche?
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter, Blanche?
Stop repeating everything I say like a parrot. Why do you repeat everything? Why do you repeat everything?
You just said that.
I know I did.
Why do you repeat everything? Keep repeating everything like a parrot.
Very funny. I'll bet you're a riot with those broken-down friends of yours. I never want them in this house again.
None of my friends have ever been in this house.
Why not? Are you ashamed of me?
I'm not ashamed of you.
Then why don't you invite them here? Because they're a bunch of bums.
They're not bums.
When we got married, I gave up all my girlfriends. Why don't you do it?
Okay, I'll give up all your girlfriends.
I wish we could meet some nice people. You should belong to a lodge or something. Why don't you join the Elks, John?
I'll join next week.
You say it, but you won't do it. Why don't you join now?
What?
Go on, get up and join the Elks.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? It must be 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's only 2:30.
Oh, why don't you let me sleep? You know I have to get up early.
I won't let you sleep. Because if you sleep, you'll snore. Then you'll wake me, and I'll wake you, and we'll argue, and I won't get any sleep.
I promise I won't snore.
You always snore. Week in, week out. On Monday you snore. Tuesday you snore. Wednesday you snore. Thursday you snore. Friday you snore. Saturday you snore. So what'll you do tonight? Oh, what's the use? He's having that dream again. John, you said you wouldn't snore.
Yes, dear.
Turn over on your side.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. What'd you say, Blanche?
I didn't say anything. That was an automobile backfiring.
Oh.
John, close the window. It's cold outside.
If I close the window, will it be warmer outside?
Oh, get up and close it. I'm freezing to death.
Put a pan under it. I'll have the plumber in the morning.
John, I have indigestion. I've never been so sick in all my life.
All right, Blanche. I'm awake. Now, what's the matter with you?
I don't feel good, John. Call the doctor.
You don't need the doctor. I'll handle it. Where does it hurt you?
Right here, in the pit of my stomach. It's a shooting pain, and it comes about every 5 minutes.
How long does it last?
At least a quarter of an hour.
How can it last a quarter of an hour if it comes every 5 minutes?
Don't yell at me. I'm sick. If I say the pain lasts a quarter of an hour, then it lasts a quarter of an hour.
Okay.
I think it's that dinner we ate at the Gooseby's. The fish disagreed with me.
It wouldn't dare.
I never want to eat there again. Every mouthful was poison. And the portions were so small.
Why, you ate like you were condemned.
Well, you have to be polite when you go to dinner. I wish we hadn't eaten anything. I'm suffering so. Call the doctor.
Oh, now don't get hysterical. It's just indigestion. I know how to treat it. I'll fix you some hot ginger ale and oatmeal.
Hot ginger ale?
Make a new man of you.
John Bickerson, I don't want any of your insane remedies. You'll treat me for indigestion, and I'll probably die of liver trouble.
Listen, if I treat you for indigestion, you'll die of indigestion. Now, do you want me to help you or not?
Not if you're going to yell at me like that. You wouldn't yell at Gloria Gooseby if she got sick.
Now, don't start with Gloria Gooseby.
I saw you two at the dinner table playing footsies.
Footsies.
You were so flustered when she smirked at you couldn't eat.
I was not flustered.
Then why did you put gravy on your ice cream?
I always put gravy on my ice cream. I love gravy on anything, and you know it.
A likely story.
Ah.
And the gown that woman was wearing. She ought to be arrested. I think she purposely swallowed that fish bone so you could stroke her back.
I didn't stroke her back. I patted it. And I'd have done that if she hadn't swallowed the fish bone. I mean, if she hadn't been wearing that gown.
I don't know how Leo stands for it. He's such a wonderful man, and Gloria's always playing sick around him just to get sympathy. A lot you care what happens to me. Every time Gloria gets a headache, Leo hugs and kisses her and fawns over her. Why don't you do that?
I'm never there when she has a headache.
I mean, why don't you fuss over me?
Now, listen, Blanche, you're not sick, and you know it.
Well, I'm depressed. You're going out of town tomorrow, and I'll be so lonesome I'll die.
I'm only going overnight. I'll be back on Tuesday.
If you cared for me, you wouldn't leave me.
I'm not leaving you. I have to go on business, and I won't be gone over 24 hours.
Suppose a burglar breaks in the house and finds me.
It'll serve him right. Now let me sleep, please, Blanche. I have to make an early train.
We've never been separated before. I'm afraid absence will conquer your love.
Oh, no. The longer I'm away from you, the better I'll like you.
I don't like the way that sounded.
Well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do?
Say absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
That's the most stupid saying in the world.
What?
Look at what happened to Mel Shaw. He left his wife alone for 2 weeks, and now he's the unhappiest man alive. And you know why?
She was still there when he came home.
She was not. Louise got lonesome, and she ran off with the upholsterer. When Mel came home and found out what happened, he went right out and got so drunk, they had to take him to a sanitarium.
Why, he ought to be ashamed of himself.
Why?
A man should wait at least a week before celebrating. Good night.
Don't be so smart. You might come home and find things changed, too.
Mm-hmm.
Go on. Stay away from home for a month. Stay away for a year. See if I care.
I'm only going for 1 day.
Run all over the country. Go to Europe. Never let me know where you are. Just keep me sitting here wondering whether you're alive or dead.
Blanche!
Why don't you write to me, John?
Now listen to me, Blanche. You have only one object in mind, and that is to keep me awake.
I just want you to tell me you love me.
I love you. Now, are you satisfied?
How much do you love me?
How much do you need?
$45. I saw the most stunning hat, John. If I get it, I'm sure I won't feel so depressed.
$45 for a hat. That's a fine cure for depression. That'll start one.
Women need those things to cheer them up. Look at Clara, my oldest sister. Every time she's in the dumps, she buys a dress.
I figured that's where she bought her clothes. I'm not giving you $45 for any hat, and that's final. Now let me sleep.
Oh, I hate you. How my mother begged me not to marry you. She pleaded with me not to marry you.
Your mother told you not to marry me?
Yes, she did.
Dear heaven, how I'd misjudged that woman.
Oh, you'll be sorry for this, John Bickerson. You just wait and see.
Please, Blanche, I'm so tired and I have to make a 7 o'clock train. That means I have to get up before 6.
Why do you need so much time?
Well, I have to pack my suitcase, don't I?
You haven't got a suitcase.
Oh, I have too. I bought a brand new one yesterday. It's in the closet.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. I put it there last night.
I took it out this morning.
What?
Amos borrowed it.
Oh, Blanche, he didn't. You didn't let that weasel take my brand new suitcase. I've never even used it.
Don't scream so. You can carry your stuff in a paper bag.
Paper bag? My suits will get all wrinkled.
No, they won't. Amos borrowed them, too.
Now, look, Blanche.
I see no reason for you to carry on like this, John.
Blanche.
Amos is going on a sailing trip with some very important businessmen, and he won't hurt your silly old suitcase.
Blanche.
He has to have something to bring the fish home in.
He's going to carry fish in my suitcase, and I have to put my clothes in a gunny sack.
Well, stay home, then.
I can't stay home.
If you leave me here alone in this horrid house tomorrow night,
All right. I'll call Amos. I'll have him come over and stay here till I get back. Put the lights on. Honest, Blanche, if I don't go on this trip tomorrow, I'm liable to lose my job.
Hello?
Amos, this is John.
Hi, Jocko. What's new?
Say, I want to ask a little favor, Amos. I have to go out of town tomorrow, and Blanche is afraid to stay here alone. Could you come over and spend the night?
What's in it for me?
What a chiseler.
Is it worth a double sawbuck, Jocko?
Okay, $20.
And all the bourbon I can drink?
All the bourbon you can drink.
And can I bring a couple of friends over?
Bring some friends.
Take a note. You won't back out, Jocko.
I give you my word of honor.
Okay, I'll be over tomorrow.
Wait, Amos, when you come over, you might bring my new suitcase with you.
I might bring it, but I won't. Because I already hocked it. Good night, Jocko.
Ooh, how I hate that man. See what you make me go through just because you pretend you're scared to be alone?
I'm not going to be alone.
What?
Mother's coming over to stay for the rest of the year. Good night, John.
Oh,
This is Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Everybody's talking about Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Yes, it makes even glasses sparkle like jewels. Dreft simply can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do. Why, with Dreft, your nicest glassware positively shines. Dreft is kind to your hands, too. Get Dreft in the bright green package. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft.
Remember, never before Dreen, yes, never before Dreen could any shampoo reveal 100% of the natural luster of your hair. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon, and his orchestra.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's Dreen time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dreen Shampoo are pleased to present the 14th in a series of new programs produced by Carlton Alsop and starring Don Amici.
Let me sleep, will you, Blanche?
Francis Langford.
I just can't stand that snoring.
And Danny Thomas.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm sorry I couldn't be with you last week, and may I take this opportunity to express my sincerest thanks to a great guy who pinch hit for me, Red Skelton. And by the way, where's our host? Oh, Don Amici.
Glad to see you back.
Thanks. By the way, Don, I listened last week. I heard you tell Francis that during my spare time I was a babysitter, and I resent it.
Well, do you deny it?
No, I just resent it.
You know, Danny, you'd get much better jobs if you learned to make friends quickly.
But how?
Well, be neighborly. The philosophy is to walk up to even a total stranger, throw your arms around him and say, let's be friends.
Yeah, I did that the other day and I got slugged.
Why?
I don't know. It just doesn't seem to work on girls.
You know, Danny, I think your problem lies in the fact that you're ignorant of the social graces. How much schooling have you had?
I went to school for 3 years.
Oh, well, I went to school for 14 years.
Well, some people learn faster than others. Don, if I had my choice, I'd have gone to Vassar.
Oh, Danny, Vassar is devoted to girls.
What do you think I'm devoted to, ducks?
Now, Danny, you know, schooling isn't enough. To be a true gentleman, one must have a background of generations of culture.
Mr. Amici, it may interest you to know that I have an Anglo-Saxon genealogy.
Are you sure?
How can I be sure? I don't even know what it means.
I thought so. You see, Danny, if you're going to make friends, you must avoid making embarrassing social errors. For instance, now, the last time you were at my house, you finished dinner and you put your feet on the table.
Oh, now, wait, Don.
Well, you did, didn't you?
Well, I did put my feet on your table, but I took my shoes off first. I mean, you're just trying to embarrass me, that's all. Look, I know all about that etiquette stuff, like when you take your girl to a pool room, you're supposed to let her shoot first. You're not kidding me.
If Emily Post is listening, you're making the best years of her life the worst.
What am I supposed to do, eat chewing gum with a knife and fork?
We'll talk about that later. Right now, Francis Langford will sing You Can't See the Sun When You're Crying.
You can't see the sun when you're crying. A tear can hide the brightest sky of blue. You can't hear a song when you're sighing, no matter how the birds sing for you. Suppose you make believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean them up to look for rainbows when it rains. You can't see the sun when you're crying, so smile and let the sun shine through. Suppose you make believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean them up to look for rainbows when it rains. You can't see the sun when you're crying, so smile and let the sun shine through.
Never before dreamed.
What? Never before dreamed?
No, never before dreamed could any shampoo reveal all the natural brilliance of your hair. Never before dreamed could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous yet so easy to manage. Dreen your hair and you bring out all its sparkling highlights. Dreen your hair and you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. Dreen your hair and you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff. And what's more, Dreen's rich whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing.
So for lovely, lustrous hair and for all types of hair, use Dreen shampoo.
Right. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen shampoo.
Say, Francis, Elsa Maxwell's having an old-fashioned bundling party tonight. You want to come?
Oh, I'd love to.
Hey, could I come?
I said bundle, no loose packages.
Oh, he can come, can't he, Don?
I guess so, but I hope he doesn't embarrass us.
What do you mean?
Well, he thinks he's a social lion. He doesn't even know which part of the olive to throw away.
Maybe I don't, Don, but let me tell you something. I don't need culture. You can have your etiquette, and I don't want to be a member of Cafe Society. Who wants to drink coffee from a demitasse?
Well, what's wrong with coffee and a demitasse?
Nothing, but did you ever try to dunk a donut in that small cup? Don, I'm afraid classy living is not for me. I was meant for the more horrible things in life, like drinking coffee from a coffee cup. And who cares whether I go to your party? 2 to 1, they'll serve turkey. And who cares for turkey? If all the turkeys in the world were laid end to end, that's the part I'd get. I'm satisfied to have my dinner where I have it every night, at a hot dog stand called the Heroic Lunch. You just stand up and take it. Who wants to be tied down to tradition? In society, one must tub every day. Hooray. It's all right, I like to tub, but if there's no hot water, I basin.
Well, you know, just as well you don't go to the party, Danny. You are definitely not a member of Cafe Society, and the girls would find you very dull.
Oh, they would, huh?
Yes, these ladies of society have a very high IQ.
So what's an IQ? As far as I'm concerned, an IQ is something you look for in a girl after you've looked at everything else. There's one thing that bothers me. Am I such a social outcast because I'm not a member of Cafe Society? Is it such a big thing to go to Ciro's or Macambo's every night? After all, what is a Hollywood nightclub? You want to know? I'll tell you. It's a place where a table of people from Toledo look over at a table of people from Milwaukee and say, gee, these movie stars look just like the folks back home. Culture.
Etiquette. There's such a thing as being too proper.
Oh, come now, Danny, you're exaggerating.
You don't believe me, huh?
No.
Now, Mr. Amici, I shall prove my point. Exhibit A. Did you ever hear the story of Swanky Bill? If he weren't so ultra, he'd be living still. Why, when he smoked a cigar, people used to say he had more class than the fellow who threw it away. He had lots of dash when he flicked that ash. Now, whatever William did, he always did with swank. He even wore his top hat when he robbed the bank. And the judge told him when he put him in the stir, "You're a worthless good-for-nothing," but he called him sir. Yes, it did occur that he called him sir. Now, Bill retained his manners and his cultured air, although he thought the judge's verdict quite unfair. He gave him 7 years, but William wasn't grim. He was so polite, he asked the judge to pardon him. What a well-bred lad. What finesse he had. Now, when he got out, he met up with the social crowd, and he was never vulgar or uncouth or loud. And with his attire, he was so genteel. He wore the very smartest jewels a man could steal. He was really great, with such perfect taste. While dining with a duke from whom he stole a G, he raised his little finger when he drank his tea. And as a result, poor William died, because the tea wasn't tea, it was cyanide. He was so well-bred, but he's awfully dead. That's the end of Exhibit A. Exhibit B. I shall never forget the party I attended, given by Lady Nelson in honor of her daughter, Half Nelson. It was a sultry night, and I was on the terrace smoking a cigarette in a dinner jacket. I don't know why a cigarette should be in a dinner jacket, but that's society for you. Suddenly, a woman notices me.
Hello there. My name's Patricia.
Mine's Daniel. Nice meeting you and all that sort of rot.
Well, I don't believe we've ever met before.
Hardly. I've been traveling. The Far East.
Oh, was it interesting?
The Far East? Oh, yes. Full of Far Easterners, you know. Yes, I spent 3 years at the American Hotel in Shanghai.
Why, how extremely weird. How did you ever manage with the food shortage over there?
Ingenuity, my dear, ingenuity. I had a cow in my hotel room.
How could you get a cow in your hotel room?
We registered as Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, it sounds simply fabulous, old boy. By the way, are you married?
Oh, yes. Charming girl. Charming.
Anyone I might know?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Don't know her myself.
Come now, of course you know her.
No, really, really. I married her on an impulse. You see, her pater pulled a gun on me.
Her pater?
Yes, her mother, you know.
Oh, you're terribly fascinating. Oh, I'll wager you're the type who likes to sit around the house with a pipe.
That's right.
Oh, you're a dreamer?
No, a plumber.
Oh, how droll. I meant the kind of pipe from which a man draws dreams. The material for smoke rings.
Oh, but I can't blow smoke rings.
Why not?
Square mouth.
Sir, you're pulling my leg.
How else can I get them even?
Excuse me, Lady Patricia, but this man is obviously insulting you.
Oh, no, I was just being gay. You see, my friends call me a buffoon, a jester.
You, sir, are boorish, crass, overwhelmingly illiterate, and completely repugnant.
How much of that is good?
Please leave these premises, and I'll see to it that my political friends in England, France, Italy, the Netherlands, and the Balkans forbid you to enter their country.
Now, what have you to say?
How are things in Glockamora? Now the moral of the story, and there must be a moral, seems to evade me, but let's not quarrel, for we have a delightful surprise for you. We're gonna talk about the wonders of Dreen shampoo.
Not 50%, not 75%, but 100%.
Yes, Dreen shampoo reveals 100% of the natural beauty of your hair. All its sparkle, all its sheen, all its dazzling brilliance.
Right. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous.
That's because Dreen is not a soap shampoo, leaves no dull film as all soaps do. And what's more, Dreen does not dry out your hair. Instead, Dreen's richer whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing.
So for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo.
Yes, for all types of hair, dry, normal, or oily, use Dreen shampoo. Buy Dreen at all drug department or 10-cent stores in the familiar blue and yellow package, or ask for Dreen at your beauty shop. Remember, never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
Right. Your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen. Our lovely Dreen girl, Frances Langford, with Carmen Dragon and his orchestra, sings There Is No Greater Love.
There is no greater love than what I feel for you. No greater love, no heart so true. There is no greater thrill than what you bring to me. No sweeter song than what you sing to me. You're the sweetest thing I have ever known, and to think that you are mine alone. There is no greater love in all the world, it's true. No greater love than what I feel for you are the sweetest thing I have ever known, and to think that you are mine alone. There is no greater love in all the world, it's true. No greater love than what I feel for you.
Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson in The Honeymoon is Over, written by Phil Rapp. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson lies tense and awake in the darkness as poor husband John, victim of a rare type of insomnia which keeps the patient in a complete lethargy for 8 hours at a time, offers valid proof of his agonizing affliction. Listen.
This has been going on since 9 o'clock. Oh, please, not that again. John, quit it.
Quit it, Blanche.
John, there must be something that'll put a stop to that hideous snoring. Why do you do it?
Do what, Blanche?
Snore. Snore. John, I'm going out of my mind. For years, you've been telling people you've got insomnia. And you not only sleep like a log, but you sound like you're sawing it.
Very funny.
It isn't funny, it's tragic. There's the clock again. 2 o'clock. I've counted that thing chime 45 times since we went to bed, and I still haven't slept.
Well, how do you expect to sleep if you're going to lie there counting chimes? Throw the darn clock out. It's keeping me awake, too.
You wouldn't wake up if we had Big Ben in the room.
Big Ben who?
The house could fall down, and you'd never know it.
Oh, that's not true, Blanche. You know I'm a very light sleeper.
Light sleeper. About an hour ago, we had the worst thunderstorm I ever heard, and you never even budged.
Well, why didn't you wake me? You know I can't sleep when it's thundering.
I'm a nervous wreck. I've got crow's feet around my eyes. My forehead's all wrinkled. My chin is sagging.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to look like an old hag. It's true, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that.
Why not, John?
I'll be awake for the rest of the night.
You do think it's true, though, don't you?
What's true?
I'm beginning to look like an old hag.
You are not beginning to look like an old hag.
Why do you emphasize beginning?
All right. You're not beginning to look like an old hag.
That sounds even worse.
Well, how do you want me to say it?
Say I look beautiful.
Okay, I look beautiful. Good night.
Oh, I don't know how a man could be so cruel. Is it any wonder I'm getting old before my time?
What time is it?
It's after 2 o'clock, and I haven't slept a wink.
Well, go to sleep.
You can't stand the sight of me, can you, John?
I can stand it fine.
Before we were married, you used to say such beautiful, poetic things. You don't anymore.
Oh, well, Blanche, how do you expect me to feel poetic at 2 o'clock in the morning?
You used to feel that way at 3 o'clock before we were married. Say something poetic.
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a
Oh,
great fall.
stop it. You're just trying to irritate me now.
Well, what do you want me to say?
You know what I want you to say.
Okay. Blanche, when I look into your eyes, time stands still. Are you satisfied?
No.
Well, why not?
That might also mean I have a face that would stop a clock.
Well, if the shoe fits, wear it. I want to get some sleep.
You're not going to make me believe I'm hideous and ugly, John Bickerson. Huh. It isn't so long ago I won a beauty contest in my hometown.
Long enough.
I never hear you tell any of your friends about it.
Oh, Blanche, a man can't go around telling his friends that his wife was Miss Clam Harbor Lighthouse in 1931.
You make it sound as though I were the only girl in the contest. What about my sister, Clara?
What about her? Plenty. You won it, didn't you?
I'd like to hear you talk that way about Gloria Gooseby.
Oh, now, don't start with Gloria Gooseby.
The way you drool every time you look at her, you'd think she was Miss America.
I don't drool when I see anybody. I hate Gloria Gooseby.
Then why do you keep inviting her here to dinner?
I didn't invite her. You did.
Don't change the subject. If it weren't for the fact that her husband, Leo, is such a nice person, I wouldn't have either of them in the house. And the dinner was awful.
Well, you cooked it, Blanche.
Yes, but the thought of that horrible Gloria Gooseby coming to dinner got me all confused and it ruined everything. The minute I turned my back, the roast caught on fire, and I had to throw soup on it to put it out.
You should have thrown that pie on it, too.
There was nothing wrong with the pie.
I hate lemon meringue, and you know it.
It wasn't lemon meringue, it was apple pie.
Well, what was that yellow stuff on top?
Crust got burned, and I had to put some unguentine on it.
Thank heaven I didn't eat any.
No, but your girlfriend stuffed herself with 4 pieces, the glutton.
She is not my girlfriend, and quit talking about her so I can get some sleep.
You wouldn't look at her twice if she didn't wear those brazen dresses.
I would, too. I mean, I don't care what she wears.
It's a shame Leo is such a little mouse. Believe me, if I were Gloria Gooseby's husband, I'd show her a thing or two. Somebody ought to turn her over and give her a good spanking. I know what you're thinking, John Bickerson.
I'm not thinking anything. Why don't you let me sleep, Blanche?
I'm not going to stand for it much longer, John. You keep putting on that innocent attitude, but you don't fool me. I wouldn't feel so bad, except I'm so sick I could die.
What's the matter now?
I'm sick. I get fainting spells all the time, and the doctor doesn't know what it is. I know I'll never recover.
Oh, don't be silly. You'll recover. You've got a healthy constitution.
I have not.
You have, too. You had pneumonia and you got well. You had the flu, you got well. You had the mumps, you got well. You've had 60 diseases and you always got well. Never saw such a healthy woman in all my life.
Well, what about these fainting spells?
You'll recover from those, too. But if you ever get lockjaw, you'll bust. Why don't you faint now so I can sleep?
Of all the unsympathetic, unfeeling wretches, if you ever lost me, it wouldn't mean a thing to you.
Oh, wouldn't it, though?
Well, you don't have to sound so eager.
I'm not eager. I'm just sleepy.
It's a good thing we don't have any children. I can just imagine what kind of a life a poor little child would have in this house. To have a father who constantly raves and rants, selfish and thoughtless, a man who can't bear the sight of his own child.
What are you talking about?
Me sick in bed and the poor little infant crying in his crib, crying his heart out for a little attention.
Blanche.
Why don't you feed the baby, John? John, why do you hate children so much?
Because I can't bear them.
I know, but why do you hate them?
Blanche, all you want to do is keep me awake. Isn't that right?
You would have been asleep long ago if you hadn't kept me awake with your snoring.
Well, can I help it if I snore?
Yes, you can. Dr. Marvin tells me there's something wrong with your nasal passages.
Yeah.
He says you have a deviated septum. Why don't you let him fix it?
Okay, I'll have it fixed next week.
You say it, but you won't do it. Let him fix it now.
What?
Go on, get up and let the doctor pull out your septum.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? You think I'm going to let that broken-down doctor hammer on my nose at 3 o'clock in the morning?
He doesn't hammer on your nose. He chisels.
You can say that again. I've seen his bill.
Well, you're going to have to do something. As it is, neither of us get any sleep.
Why don't you have him sew up your ears?
We wouldn't argue at all if you'd just be a little nice for a minute.
You've been up to something again, Blanche. What is it?
I haven't been up to anything. I just want to hear you tell me you love me, that's all.
Well, you know I do.
You never say it.
Oh, I say it all the time.
Say it now.
I love you.
How much do you love me?
How much do you need?
$50.
Oh, now, wait a minute,
You
Blanche.
promised me, John.
I know, but I can't give you anything extra this month.
That's what you told me last month.
Well, I kept my word, didn't I? Now, what do you want $50 for?
The rent.
Oh, the rent is right here. It's in the cookie jar.
No, it isn't.
This, too. I looked there yesterday.
You didn't look today.
What? Now, Blanche, don't tell me you spent that money on something foolish.
Oh, no. I gave it to a bookbinder.
A bookbinder? What do we need with a bookbinder? Our book is in fine condition.
Not that kind of bookbinder. This man goes to the racetrack. He's a trout.
Trout? The racetrack? Blanche, did you bet that money with a bookmaker? Put the lights on.
Now, don't get excited, John. He brought back the ticket. Here.
Oh, a $50 win ticket. How could you take my hard-earned money and gamble it away on a horse? I work my fingers to the bone, and you squander every penny I make. You never see me betting horses. I never been to a racetrack in my life. What's the name of the horse?
Valdina Rip.
A bum. A worn-out goat that hasn't won a race since Del Mar. Oh, Blanche, why did you do it? Did he win?
No, he ran second.
$50 tossed away. Ugh.
Why are you tearing up the ticket, John?
Because it's no good. I ought to make you eat the pieces. This is the worst thing you've ever done in your life, Blanche. At least you could have played into place.
Well, don't throw the pieces away, John. What makes you so sure it's no good?
Well, you played the horse to win, didn't you?
Yes.
And he ran second, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, then the ticket's worthless. Here, watch your $50 go out the window there. I knew you had something on your mind.
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, what's the difference? Who won the race, do you know?
Yes, I heard it on the radio.
Well, who won it?
Disqualified.
Disqualified?
Yes, the announcer said the winner of the race was disqualified.
Oh! Oh, I wish I was dead.
Good night, John.
Reminding you, never before Dreen, yes, never before Dreen could any shampoo reveal 100% of the natural luster of your hair. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon, and his orchestra. And now here is...
Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Draft. Draft your dishes, and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. So don't you get left, get Draft. For dishes that shine even without wiping, get Draft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Draft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle, makes even your nicest glassware sparkle like jewels, towel or no towel. Get Draft in the bright green package. Remember, don't you get left, get Draft.
Danny Thomas appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the new musical It Happened in Brooklyn. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan with special music by Carmen Dragon. Why isn't there more soap? Because adequate supplies of soap, fabrics, medicines, and many products can't be made without more fats than are available today. That's why everyone is urged to save every drop of kitchen fats every day. The need is urgent, the reason sound, and dealers now pay more per pound.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present the 16th in a series of new programs produced by Carlton Alsop and starring Don Amici.
Let me sleep, will you please, Blanche?
Francis Langford.
John, I'll go insane if you don't stop that snoring.
Danny Thomas.
It's a free country. I'm a citizen.
And Carmen Dragon and his orchestra. And here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Ladies and gentlemen, and good evening.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Francis. I've been meaning to tell you something for a long time. When I look at you, I see the brush of Raphael kissing a canvas with your likeness. When I hear you, it's the strains of a Schubert sonata reaching out to caress my ears. And when I'm with you, it's a divine sonnet of love written by Shakespeare.
Such a lovely comparison and so literary. Who can be worthy of such words?
The way I really feel about you is beyond words. For instance, just look out of that window. Do you see those two robins on that branch with their beaks together? What do you suppose they're thinking about?
Worms.
Why, Danny Thomas.
Oh, Danny, please, why must you always be so horribly present at the wrong times? Until you came along, I was having a purely intellectual conversation with a charming girl.
Look, I happen to be an expert on the subject. I've got plenty of girls, haven't I?
You have?
Certainly. I even write my diary 2 weeks in advance.
That may be so, but right now you're reading my diary over my shoulder.
Meaning?
It so happens that Francis only goes out with certain persons.
Well?
Who's certain you're a person?
Wait, that's a pretty nasty observation. I mean, you must have heard how it was between me and June Haver before we had our big argument and she married somebody else.
She must have been pretty mad at you.
Mad? She was furious. She married the same guy twice.
Well, you've made your little speech, now I'll continue mine. As I was about to say, Francis, I wish you'd come over to my house tonight.
Oh, I'm on to your game, Don. Trying to cut me out with Francis by discussing high-class subjects.
Now, wait just a
You're
minute.
nothing but a slick, sneaking, slinking slicker.
Now, you can't say I'm a sneaking, slicker, sleeker.
Neither can you. And let me tell you something.
Now, just a minute. Before you jump to any conclusions, I think you should know that I have found in Frances a kindred spirit, a true connoisseur of art. The reason I invited her over is that I want her opinion on some paintings I hung in my house.
Oh, in that case, I'm sorry.
All right. You see, Francis, I have a Picasso in my den and a Rembrandt in my living room, and I think the place can take one more painting.
It does seem that way. How about something in oil for your dining room?
Why don't you get a can of sardines?
Please don't discuss things above your intellectual level.
Don't be so harsh with him, Don. Maybe he does appreciate art.
It so happens I do, Don. I saw the paintings in your house, and I liked them.
Oh, well, thanks.
I especially like the one in your living room, the Three Musketeers. But tell me, is the fella in the middle supposed to have a mustache?
Why, that's D'Artagnan. Certainly he's supposed to have a mustache.
Ooh, I'm terribly sorry.
What for?
I erased it. Oh, but I can paint it back on.
There's no use losing my temper. I guess you just can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Oh, wait, I wouldn't say that. Remember, Don, when you met me, you won a friend.
That ought to teach me not to gamble. Francis, will you sing something to soothe my shattered nerves?
Certainly, Don. This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love, I get no dizzy spell. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes. Does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes.
Never, yes, never before Dreen could any shampoo reveal all the natural brilliance of your hair. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
Dreen your hair and you bring out all its sparkling highlights.
Dreen your hair and you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture.
Dreen your hair and you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff.
And what's more, Dreen's rich whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing.
Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair, for all types of hair, use Dreen shampoo.
Right. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. D-R-E-N-E, Dreen shampoo.
That was well done, Toby. And Francis, your song was so delightful that I'm not even mad at Danny anymore.
I'm glad, Don. You really are a bit impatient with him at times.
Well, it's his own fault. If he were only more conversant with the arts, we'd have more in common.
He was merely trying to be helpful when he erased that mustache.
Oh, it's not just paintings. If he'd read some good literature occasionally, it'd help him socially.
Don, not only do I read good literature, I even write it.
You can't even write your own name. What did you ever write?
Well, last week alone, I typed 800 pages in one day. Sent it to the editor of a national magazine.
800 pages in one day?
Right.
Why, that's fantastic.
That's funny. That's what the editor said when he tried to read what I typed. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate good literature.
Well, apparently you don't benefit by what you read.
It's because of my system.
What system?
System. I always read the first few pages of a book, then I read the last few pages. Then I start in the middle and read towards whichever end I like the best.
Francis, what were we talking about?
Literature. And incidentally, I just read a wonderful book, Swan's Way by Proust.
Oh, my uncle read that book.
What does that make you?
His nephew.
Don, don't you think we should be more tolerant and sympathetic? Perhaps fiction doesn't interest him. He may be stimulated by philosophy.
Philosophy, that's a funny thing. You know, Francis, when I was 5 years old, I came home with a volume of Plato under my arm.
5 years? Weren't you a little young for Plato?
After all, does a kid know what he's stealing?
Danny, may I make a suggestion?
Of course.
Next time you go to the library, get a book on the rearing of calves and present it to your mother.
Yeah.
Francis, may I see you for a minute alone?
But wait a minute. How do you like that? Walked away from me. Big shot intellect. Thinks he's smarter than me. He's just lucky he was born with a brain. Can't even write your name, he says to me. I should have said, I can't do write my name. I should have said, maybe not from memory, but... If you knew more about the arts, we'd have more in common, he says. I should have said, listen, you're a stupid, ignorant baboon, and I'm your equal, I should have said. Suppose I'm not as well read as he is. What does that make me, the schnook of the month? Should have said. I should have said, I'll say it. It's a free country. I'm a citizen. Hey, Don. Don.
Yeah, Danny, don't get excited. I'm here.
I insist that you revise your opinion of me. You're not being fair. I happen to have a reason for not being literary.
I'm listening.
Well, when I was 7 years old, I took Little Women out of the library. It was my first book. And I've regretted it ever since.
Why?
Why? Today I'm $6,482 overdue on my library card. I'm a slow reader. And that's why I'm convinced that being a patron of the arts is very costly.
Danny, art doesn't have a material side. The great masters were guided by their spirits, not their stomachs. Van Gogh, for instance. He lived in a desolate cabin without plumbing, lights, or ventilation. His roof leaked and his walls were caving in. What would you do if you lived in a place like that?
I'd rent it for $500 a month.
Oh, Danny, why do you always treat serious subjects so lightly?
Don, you think I'm intellectually unequipped?
Definitely.
That I just want to have a comic touch?
You try.
Don't be surprised to learn that I am hipped.
On what?
Artistry, philosophy, and such. But the greatest bit of philosophy that I know was told to me in Trinidad by my friend Calypso Joe.
What did he say?
Listen. A joke is a thing that amuses many folks. They have fun. So I will continue to tell my little jokes. Like this one. Mrs. Jones had triplets one day. 2 weeks later, she had twins, they say. Don't think that your hearing has been double-crossed. It happens that one of the triplets got lost. Now here is a thing that has a comical slant. It appears my uncle has been married to his wife, my aunt. 30 years. 30 years now. That's a long time. And to me, my uncle is sublime. He says his romancing has never grown dim. If his wife finds out, I know she will kill him. Very well, man. Of course, there is no perfect marriage that I know in this life. I'll soon be divorced by Mrs. Calypso Joe. That's my wife. She said that she is through with me, and a bachelor is no thing to be. So I'll marry her sister. I'll tell you what for. I don't have to break in a new mother-in-law. Her sister and I, we will never, never part. We agree. The day I proposed to her, I was in her heart. Only me. I was feeling so all alone. So I called her on the telephone. I said, will you marry me? It will be bliss. She quickly said, yes, I would love to. Who's this? That's the philosophy of Calypso Joe.
Not 50%.
Not 75%.
But 100%. Yes, Dreen shampoo reveals 100% of the natural loveliness of your hair. All its sparkle, all its sheen, all its dazzling brilliance.
That's true. Never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous.
That's because Dreen is not a soap shampoo. Leaves no dull film as all soaps do. And what's more, Dreen does not dry out your hair. Instead, Dreen's richer whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing.
So for lovely, lustrous hair, use Dreen shampoo.
Yes, for all types of hair, dry, normal, or oily, use Dreen shampoo. Buy Dreen at all drug department or 10-cent stores in the familiar blue and yellow package. Or ask for Dreen at your beauty shop. Remember, never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
Your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
Right, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen. Our glamorous Dreen girl, Frances Langford, joins Carmen Dragon and his orchestra as she sings Night and Day.
Beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall, like the tick-tick-tock of the stately clock as it stands against the wall, like the drip, drip, drip of the raindrops when the summer shower is through. So a voice within me keeps repeating, you. Night and day, you are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun, whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day, night and day, under the hide of me. There's an oh, such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you. Day and night, night and
And now, Don Amici and Frances Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over, written by Phil Rapp. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson lies tense and silent in the darkness, while poor husband John, insomniac extraordinary, engages in another grueling bout with the dread affliction that borders on madness, lethargica profundus. Listen.
Oh, dear. Positively not human. John, cut it out.
Cut it out, Blanche.
John, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter?
Nobody would believe what I go through every night of my life. I lie awake for hours listening to that groaning and grunting and whining and giggling and snoring and snarling. I'm sick of it, John.
Yeah, me too. Who's doing it, Blanche? Must be that lieutenant.
You're doing it, and you haven't missed a single night since we got married.
Missed what?
Snoring. It's unbelievable.
I don't believe it. Good night, Blanche.
Good night, nothing. Why doesn't somebody invent something to wake a person up when they start to snore?
They don't have to invent it. I married it.
Very funny. Oh, you're so funny, John Bickerson. Well, you're not going to enjoy yourself while I suffer. Get out of that silly position and sleep like a normal human being.
What difference does it make to you what position I'm in?
It makes a lot of difference. You can't possibly breathe right the way you're all wound up.
Ugh.
You've got one knee up against your chin, and your head is under the pillow, and one foot's hanging out of the bed.
Ooh.
Go on, put that foot where it belongs.
If I did, you wouldn't sit down for a week.
That's right. Threaten me. A lot you care that I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. My face is full of lines. I've got dark circles under my eyes. My cheeks are hollow. I look worse than an old witch. It's true, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that.
Why not, John?
I'd be awake for the rest of the night.
You do think it's true, though, don't you?
What's true?
I look worse than an old witch.
You don't look worse than an old witch.
Why do you emphasize worse?
All right, you don't look worse than an old witch.
That sounds even more horrible.
Oh, Blanche, why don't you just relax and go to sleep? Stop worrying about how you look.
Every woman worries about how she looks. I suppose you know I spend half my allowance in the beauty parlor.
I'll have to raise your allowance. Put out the lights, will you?
I'm so sick I don't think I'll live another month.
What's the matter with you now?
I get terrible dizzy spells and palpitation of the heart. Every few minutes I get a burning sensation. I think I'm going to dry up.
You say it, but you won't do it.
I'm sick. I know I'm at death's door.
Well, go see Dr. Marvin. He'll pull you through.
How can you lie there and watch me writhe in agony? Right now, my pulse is going like a trip hammer.
Oh, let me see. Oh, there's nothing wrong with your pulse. It's steady as clockwork.
You've got your fingers on my wristwatch.
What time is it?
It's 3:30. Oh, John, I know I'm going to die.
Oh, you're not gonna die.
Every single time I get a premonition, it comes true. And I've had this dying premonition a half dozen times.
Well, it didn't come true, did it?
Don't yell at me. Send for the doctor.
Oh, you don't need the doctor. I'll handle it. Where's the bourbon?
Bourbon? I don't want any bourbon.
Now, will you let me help you or not? I've got the greatest cure in the world for your condition. All you have to do is poach 2 eggs in bourbon.
I won't eat eggs poached in bourbon.
You don't eat the eggs. You drink the gravy.
Don't you dare fix me any of your hideous remedies. All you want to do is finish me off.
Well, if you don't want me to help you, stop complaining.
You wouldn't talk that way to Gloria Gooseby.
Oh, now don't start with Gloria Gooseby.
All she has to do is sneeze, and you run up and down looking like Dr. Kildare. The day she fainted from the heat, you were busy rubbing her ankles.
Well, you always rub a person's extremities when they faint.
Well, you didn't have to be so extreme. Why didn't you rub her hand?
Leah was rubbing her hands.
I can't understand what you see in that hussy.
I hate her, and you know it.
It's those tight slacks she wears. When she walks into a room, her eyes pop out further than yours.
Nobody's eyes pop out further than mine. I mean, my eyes don't pop out at all. If you don't quit harping on Gloria Gooseby, I swear...
Go on, hit me. You've done everything else.
Ah.
Sick as I am, maybe I'll have to have an operation. An ambulance will come in the middle of the night and take me away. An emergency.
There's no emergency.
I might even die on the table. And if I do live, I'll lie there in the hospital in a charity ward. Nobody to visit me, no calls.
Blanche!
Why don't you send some flowers, John?
Why don't you stop blowing your top? You're no sicker than I am. You're just putting on this act to keep me awake, aren't you? Now tell me the truth.
Is it so impossible that I might have an operation?
Well, what of it? Thousands of people have operations. It's nothing to be afraid of. You wouldn't hear me squawking like that.
Not much. You had to take ether to have glasses fitted.
Well, I'm very sensitive around the eyes.
That's because I don't sleep enough. Oh, Blanche, why don't you put out the light?
All right, John. You'd have been asleep a long time ago if you hadn't been for your snoring.
Oh, can I help it if I snore?
Yes, you can. Dr. Marvin says there's something wrong with your pharynx. You have a very long uvula, and it flutters against your palate. Why don't you let him fix it?
Okay, I'll have it fixed next week.
You say it, but you won't do it. Let him fix it now.
What?
Go on, get up and let him pull out your palate.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm going to let that broken-down doctor hack at my palate?
He doesn't hack, he snips.
I don't care if he shoots it off with a .22. Nobody's going to fool around with my palate.
Well, you're going to have to do something. As it is, neither of us get any sleep.
Well, why don't you have him file your ears off? I never heard of such a thing.
I wouldn't argue at all if you'd just be nice for a minute. You married me because you loved me, didn't you, John? Wasn't because I had a little money, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And even if we had our lives to live over again, you wouldn't marry me for my money, would you, John?
I wouldn't marry you for all the money in the world.
See, there you go, starting all over again.
Blanche, I'm so sleepy, I don't know what I'm saying. Talk to me in the morning.
You said you're going fishing in the morning. Who are you going with?
With my boss.
Why don't you take my brother Amos along?
We're going trout fishing. We don't need any worms.
Don't be so smart. Tomorrow you'll wish you had him with you.
I assure you I'll enjoy my fishing without Amos.
Can't fish without a fishing pole.
Well, I got a fishing pole. I bought a brand new one yesterday.
I lent it to Amos.
Well, that's fine. Then he'll be able... What?
Amos borrowed your fishing pole.
Blanche, he didn't. You wouldn't let that sponging weasel take my brand new rod before I even had a chance to use it. He'll ruin it. He doesn't know how to fish.
He isn't going to fish with it. His sink got stopped up and he wanted to clean the drain out.
Clean the drain out? That chiseling thief is using my $50 rod for a plunger?
It won't hurt it. You never catch any fish anyway.
I always catch fish. I caught him last time, didn't I? You know darn well I brought home 3 bass and 1 smelt.
They all smelt. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, she says. My whole life is ruined. Cleaning drains with my $50 rods. What's the matter with a piece of wire? Go to sleep, she tells me. I'll never sleep another wink as long. Hello. The phone's dead. It's leaking.
Put down that bottle of bourbon.
Where's that darn phone?
Be careful of the base on the telephone table.
Gosh, I can't see a thing. Hello.
Hello, is Dr. Klinker there?
Who?
Dr. Klinker.
Dr. Klinker?
I say, is this the Peaceful Rest Home?
The Peaceful Rest Home? Brother, have you got a wrong number?
Jacko, this is Amos.
Amos, where's my trout rod?
Have you got any glue, Jacko?
Glue? Oh, Amos, you broke it. You broke my new rod. I've never had a broken rod in my life.
Well, don't cry, Jacko. You got one now. It was too long anyway.
Why did you do it? The rod cost me $50. It's the finest rod made.
Ah, cheap stuff. It snapped before I got it halfway down the drain. I'll give you the money back, Jacko. I got it right here.
Where would you get $50?
I sold the rest of your tackle.
Oh.
Good night, Jacko.
That's the end of the world. Let me get back to bed before I explode. Oh,
John!
my knee.
John, you didn't break the vase, did you?
No, but I'll be hanged if I'm not going to now.
John, that vase is a family heirloom. It's been handed down from generation to generation.
Well, this is the last generation. Good night, Blanche.
This is Toby Reed reminding you, never before Dreen. Yes, never before Dreen could any shampoo reveal 100% of the natural luster of your hair. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon and his orchestra And now here is
Don Amici reminding you there's still time to give and give gladly to the 1947 Red Cross Fund and wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Dreft. Dreft your dishes and oh how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Bright. So don't you get left, get Dreft. For dishes that shine even without wiping, get Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle, makes even your nicest glassware sparkle like jewels. Towel or no towel. Get Dreft in the bright green package. Remember, don't you get left, get Dreft.
Don Amici will soon be seen in the Republic picture, That's My Man. Danny Thomas appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the new musical, It Happened in Brooklyn. Danny Thomas's song was written by Jerry Seelan, with special music by Carmen Dragon. Why isn't there more soap? Because adequate supplies of soap, fabrics, medicines, and many products can't be made without more fats than are available today. And that's why everyone is urged to save every drop of kitchen fats, every day. The need is urgent. The reason's sound. And dealers now pay more per pound. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Dream Shampoo are pleased to present The Dream Show, produced by Carlton Alsop and starring Don Amici.
Let me sleep, will you please, Blanche?
Danny Thomas.
It's a free country. I'm a citizen.
And Francis Langford singing...
I know that you know that I'll go where you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. This time is my time. Will soon be goodbye time, and in the starlight hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say 99. Soon be goodbye time, and in the starlight hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say 99.
Never. No, never before Dream could any shampoo reveal all the natural brilliance of your hair. Never before Dream could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage. Dream your hair and you bring out all its sparkling highlights. Dream your hair and you glamorize all its soft, thrilling texture. Dream your hair and you remove all luster-dulling soap film and unsightly dandruff. And what's more, Dream's rich whipped cream lather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing. Yes, for lovely, lustrous hair, for all types of hair, use Drene Shampoo. D-R-E-N-E, Drene Shampoo in the familiar blue and yellow package. Remember
that your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Drene.
And here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. Francis, I was really touched by the surprise party you gave me last night.
I enjoyed it more than you did, Don. Your picture, Alexander's Ragtime Band, is so delightful that when it was reissued, I thought it would be a cute idea to have a reunion of the original cast and our mutual friends.
Yeah, it would have been a perfect evening if Danny Thomas hadn't cut in every time you and I were dancing.
Well, that's permissible.
Well, it may be, but I hate to dance with a man. He always gets me into silly situations.
Oh, that's just his idea of a little joke. Actually, I think Danny is one of your most ardent admirers.
Well, that may be so, but...
Oh, hello, everybody.
Danny Thomas.
Gee, Don, I just came back from Grauman's Chinese where they're showing Alexander's Ragtime Band, and boy, am I glad I went.
You are?
Oh, I sure am. The candy machine had Hershey bars.
You're supposed to be a friend of mine, and you think a Hershey bar is more important than my picture.
Oh, not ordinarily, but these Hershey's had nuts in them.
You see, Francis, how he gets me into these silly conversations?
Oh, gee, Don, don't be angry. I'm just kidding. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, that's it. You're always exaggerating.
I'm only human.
There you go, exaggerating again.
Oh, boys, you're always acting so antagonistic. Why don't you try saying nice things to each other?
It's okay with me, Francis. In fact, Don, you know I really like you. You're so brilliant. You're so meticulous. You're so talented. What am I?
You're so right.
You might say something nice about me, Don. You know, I'm in pictures, too, now, and it impresses plenty of people, especially women. Well, I can prove it to you. Just watch. Does any young lady in the audience care to come up and kiss me? Any middle-aged lady like to come up and kiss me? Any old lady? Any old man? Must be fate. I just have no luck with women. I don't
Danny,
know.
that doesn't prove a thing. There's a time and place for romance.
Nothing works with me. I don't know.
That's negative thinking. Now, you just made a picture of the unfinished dance. Didn't you and Karen Booth do any scenes together?
Well, there was one scene when we were alone on the roof, and I slipped my arm around her waist.
Then what did you do?
I guessed her weight.
You know, Danny, I hate to constantly criticize you, but I don't think you're the type to play a lover in pictures.
I'm not?
Don't let Don worry you, Danny. Where there's life, there's hope.
That's got me worried, too. Where there's hope, they don't need Thomas. But on second thought, maybe I shouldn't be so pessimistic. You know, Don, I have an uncle who wanted to be an actor, and he took dramatic lessons for 10 years. And after all those years, he decided he had no talent at all.
And he quit?
Oh, no, it was too late. By that time, he was a big star.
Well, I still have confidence in you, Danny. There's a part in my next picture that I'd like to see you get. Did you ever play the part of a gay deceiver?
A what?
A gay deceiver. You know, a man who leads a woman on and leaves her in the dark.
Oh, that's an usher.
Danny, I never saw a mind work as peculiarly as yours.
There's nothing peculiar about it. I just say whatever comes into my head.
You have a point there.
What do you mean?
Well, I think that the theater isn't ready for you yet.
Oh, you're wrong, Don. The theater's in my blood.
You'll have to prove that to me.
Well, go on. Punch me in the nose and I'll bleed a little Shakespeare for you.
What's the use? Danny, it took me years to learn to become an actor, and I honor you by talking about something you'll never have the capacity to understand.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I'm not finished yet. If I ever again find myself discussing the theater with you, I'll punish myself by going to the darkest regions of Africa, finding the most vicious tribe of headhunters, and have them shrink my head until it's the size of yours.
Yeah, but...
Let's go, Francis.
But, Don...
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Don. How do you like that? Big shot movie star. What's so hot about being a movie star? I mean, one day you're putting your footprints in a cement to Grauman's Chinese, and the next day you're mixing it. The way he belittles me. I mean, anybody with half an eye can see I'm a greater talent than he is. Only thing is, where am I going to find somebody with half an eye? He ridicules my head. You have a point there, he said to me. I should have said there's a reason for it. When I was 6 months old, my father was holding me upside down and dropped me into an ice cream cone, I should have said. That's true. That's why one of my eyes are red and the other one's green. Tutti frutti. You'll never get anywhere in pictures, he says to me. I should have said, oh, no. When my first picture was previewed at the Fox Theater, the line stretched all the way to the Paramount, I should have said. Hey, come to think of it, that's the way they were facing. So what? Those things happen. No, I kid. I could be a bigger actor than Amici. I could even be a director or a producer. I could be the whole works. Sure, why not? It's a free country. I'm a citizen. I can just see me now running a studio. Stop the strip. Tear up the camera. You're doing everything wrong. Let's have a conference. Do you think I'm a genius, men?
Yes, yes.
I'd like to hear that once again.
Yes, yes.
Some producers hire yes men, but I'm too big for that, am I not?
Yes.
Is there any producer around who has more talent or brains than I've got?
Yes.
You're fired.
Yes.
You're hired.
Yes.
I'm tired.
Yes.
Shut up. I'm Metro Goldwyn Thomas. I'm right there on the ball. My sagas are great epics every time. I prove that I'm emphatic in matters cinematic. I don't know what that means, but I love the rhyme. I'm Metro Goldwyn Thomas. I startle one and all with pictures such as no one's ever seen. I innovate new factors. I don't use talking actors. Instead, the words are printed on the screen. And when I make my western, Cassidy won't hop along. Roy Rogers will neigh while eating his hay, and the horse will sing the song. What do you know? My favorite song, Zippity-Doo-Dah. Metro Goldwyn Thomas has a million thrills in store. For instance, here's a picture that I promise I'll ignore. Please the judge, Your Honor. No putting my boy Giuseppe to jail for life as a please. Giuseppe's a good kid. Always helps his mama wash the dishes. And every night they practice on the violin and the music. The music is so pretty, like the birds are singing. Please, Your Honor. This is my only boy, and we need him to work for us in the groceries.
If he's such a good boy, why did he hijack a truck with 800 pounds of beef?
Maybe he was hungry. MGT Productions will be talked and raved about because I take an oath that I'll include this picture out. Better put down that gun, Lefty. You haven't got a chance. Come on down off the roof.
Yeah? Well, come and get me.
Okay, Lefty. Here I come.
I'm warning you, Steve. I'll drill you.
Remember, Lefty, I'm your brother.
You're my brother, but you're a copper. See, I hate coppers. Now stand back or I'll drill you.
Lefty. Lefty, I tried to help you, but you turned bad. It's time you paid for it. But for Mom's sake, I'm going to let you take a couple of shots first.
Okay, you asked for it. Why don't you shoot back, copper?
I can't see you. You just shot off both my ears and my hat fell over my eyes. My next production will reveal a great surprise to you. You have my word that here's another scene I'll never do.
Nice out here on the fire escape, isn't it, Danny?
Yeah, I guess so.
Doesn't this spring night mean anything to you? Don't you know the birds are singing just for us?
Francis, when a fella makes $18 a week, you can't afford to listen to nature.
Look into my eyes and tell me that.
Stop it. Stop it, Francis. Why do you torment me like that? Don't you know how I really feel? Sometimes my lips dream that they're kissing yours. Then that nasty little voice in my head says she's pretty, Danny, and sweet and kind. Why don't you buy her a diamond ring? You make $18 a week. And don't let her get down on her knees and scrub the floor till her knuckles bleed. Hire a maid. You make $18 a week. And the voice in my head chuckles. The chuckle becomes a laugh. The laugh becomes a roar and my brain explodes.
Danny, you're tearing my heart to pieces. Why do you do this to me?
Are you blind, Francis? Can't you see what I'm trying to prove?
What? What are you trying to prove?
That I'm a better actor than Amici. That's a preview of scenes that you'll never see. Produced by MGT.
Not 50, not 75, but 100%.
Yes, Dreen shampoo reveals 100% of the natural beauty of your hair. All its sparkle, all its dazzling brilliance, all its natural sheen.
Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
True. You see, Dreen is not a soap shampoo, leaves no dull film as all soaps do. And listen, Dreen doesn't dry out your hair. Instead, Dreen's richer whipped cream leather leaves your hair easier to set, easier to curl, easier to arrange right after shampooing. So for all types of hair, dry, normal, or oily, use Dreen shampoo. Get it at all drug department or 10-cent stores in the familiar blue and yellow package. Or ask your beauty shop to use Dreen. Don't forget, never before Dreen could any shampoo leave your hair so lustrous, yet so easy to manage.
Yes, your hair can have that dazzling sheen the very first time that you use Dreen.
And now our lovely Dreen girl, Frances Langford, joins Carmen Dragon and his orchestra to sing Would You Believe Me?
Would you believe me? I love you so. When you're beside me, I'm all aglow. My thoughts just want to assemble each time you speak. Your smile can make me tremble and leave me weak. Would you believe me? A wasted day is what I call it when you're away. You're all of my tomorrows till life is through. Would you believe me? It always will be you. You're all of my tomorrows till life is through. Would you believe me? It always will be you.
And now Don Amici and Frances Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson in The Honeymoon is Over, written by Phil Rapp. The Bickersons have retired. 3 o'clock in the morning finds Mrs. Bickerson wide awake and anxious as poor husband John, victim of a progressive insomnia or Farclay's syndrome, a condition which causes the patient to awaken abruptly every 2 or 3 days, gives audible proof of his dread affliction. Listen.
If he doesn't stop it, I'll die. Oh, I've tried everything. I've rolled him over, I've snapped my fingers, I've uncovered his feet, he keeps right on. They say if you whistle in a monotone, maybe that'll work.
Blanche! Blanche, wake up.
What's the matter?
Turn over on your side. You're whistling.
I know I'm whistling. It's the only way I can stop you from snoring.
Oh, it's just your imagination. I never snore. Go to sleep.
John! Don't take it too lightly, John Bickerson. It's habits like that that wrecks more homes than drinking.
It doesn't wreck my drinking.
Nothing could wreck your drinking. Is it any wonder we can't afford even the bare necessities of life when you squander every penny on that stuff?
I never squander anything.
I was cleaning up yesterday and I found an empty bourbon bottle in the laundry hamper.
What about it?
I found another empty bottle under the icebox and 2 more empty bottles in the chandelier. That's where your money goes, isn't it?
It is not. I never bought an empty bottle in my life.
I worked like a slave to save $1. Never a word of gratitude. I spend half my life cooking your meals, and what do I get for it? Nothing.
You're lucky. I get indigestion.
That's right. Complain about my cooking.
Oh, I eat everything you give me.
You didn't touch the rhubarb pie I made.
Well, it didn't look good.
What was the matter with it?
Who ever heard of a pie 2 feet long?
Well, I couldn't get any shorter rhubarb.
I hate rhubarb anyway. I hate all desserts, and you know it. Why don't you quit wasting your time making them?
The minute I stop making desserts, you'll start asking for them. I know you, John. You're just the most contrary person
Blanche,
that ever...
will you please stop talking?
No.
Why not?
Because if I stop talking, I'll fall asleep, and then you'll start snoring and get me up, so the only way I can get any sleep at all is to stay awake all night.
Now, go figure that one out.
Besides, I'm too sick to sleep.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I'll live through the night. I'm in such terrible pain.
What's the matter now?
I've got neuralgia or something. The pain starts in my temple and goes down my face, and it jabs like a needle. Then I get dizzy, and I feel as though I'm going to fade away.
You say it, but you won't do it.
Why don't you do something for me and end my misery? I told you I'm dying.
Okay, put on the lights.
The lights are on. Take off your sleep shade.
Oh. Where do you keep your stockings?
Stockings? What do you want my stockings for?
You want me to end your misery, don't you? Give me a stocking.
John, you're going to strangle me.
Oh, I'm not going to strangle you.
Then what do you want my stocking for?
I'm going to soak it in bourbon. It's the finest remedy in the world.
John Bickerson, you're not going to tie any bourbon-soaked stocking around my face.
You don't tie it, you chew it slowly. You start at the toe and gradually work your way up to the top.
Is that supposed to put me to sleep?
No, but it'll make a pleasure to stay awake. Now, where's the bourbon?
I don't want it. I don't want you trying out those insane remedies on me.
All right, then suffer. Put out the lights.
How can anybody be so unfeeling?
Well, I'm sleepy, and it's after 3 o'clock. You won't let me help you? You just want to keep me awake, don't you? Why don't you admit it?
I'm sick.
Well, chew a stocking.
You wouldn't tell Gloria Gooseby to chew a stocking.
Oh, now, don't start with Gloria Gooseby.
Believe me, that woman knows how to get sympathy and attention.
Blanche, can't I spend one day of my life without Gloria Gooseby?
Is that where you've been spending your days?
I forbid you to ever mention that woman's name again as long as you live. Do you hear me? And you know where I am every minute of my life.
What time did you get in tonight?
I got in at 2 o'clock. I went to a bachelor dinner given for your broken-down brother Amos, who's going to get married tomorrow. We went all through this when I got home, didn't we?
You didn't tell me what happened at the bachelor dinner.
Nothing happened. Just a lot of men smoking and swapping stories.
No women?
No women.
How'd you get the lipstick on your collar?
It isn't lipstick, it's blood. I cut myself shaving tonight.
You didn't shave tonight.
Well, then I cut it yesterday.
You put on a clean shirt before you left. How'd the blood get on that?
I'm a slow bleeder. Well, what are you driving at, Blanche?
Don't act so innocent. I know all about these bachelor dinners. Don't tell me there were only bachelors there.
There were all married men and only one bachelor, your brother Amos.
No women?
No, women. If you knew all about bachelor dinners, why didn't you make a party for them right here in your own house?
Because I'm not entertaining this season.
You're never entertaining.
Maybe I'm not. Not as much as those dancers at bachelor dinners.
Nobody danced. All we did was give a word of advice to a young man about to get married.
What was your word of advice?
Don't.
Sure. That's just like you to discourage my poor brother before he gets married. He's got a lovely girl and he's a wonderful boy. They'll get along beautifully. What right did you have to discourage him?
Oh, I didn't discourage him. Everybody kidded him.
You hate being married, don't you?
No, I don't hate it.
You don't like it.
I wouldn't say that.
Why not, John?
It'll only start another argument. Why don't you let me sleep, Blanche? I have to get up so early in the morning.
We'd be much happier if you'd talk to me more. Mel Shaw tells Louise everything that happens.
Oh, what of it? I tell you lots of things that never happen at all.
You'll never convince me. You just sat around tonight smoking and telling stories.
I swear that's all there was to it, Blanche. Except after the speeches were over, Amos awarded a high silk hat to any man who could get up and say he never kissed any woman except his wife since they were married. Mel Shaw won it.
Why didn't you stand up?
Oh, Blanche, you know I look like the devil in a high hat.
I don't know, John. You're certainly not the same man I married.
Don't tell me there's a loophole.
See, that's exactly what I mean. No matter how I try to be soft and pleasant to you, you'll always say some sarcastic remark and start an argument again.
Well, I'm just sleepy.
When we were engaged, you were never sleepy. All you wanted to do was hold my hand and stare at me. You said I was on your mind every minute of the day and night. You couldn't think of anything but me.
Well, I married you, didn't I?
What for?
So I could forget you.
That's no lie. Here you are running off every night to smokers and bachelor dinners. Leave me here all alone with no friends.
Oh, I never leave you alone.
Let me spend the rest of my days in solitude, growing old and feeble, nobody to give me any food and no strength to walk to the kitchen.
Blanche.
Why don't you get me a wheelchair, John?
Why don't you stop getting hysterical? Instead of 10 seconds, you made yourself 90 years old. You're just trying to start something again.
Nothing would ever start if you didn't snore like a steamboat.
Well, can I help it if I snore?
Yes, you can. Dr. Marvin says you snore on account of your windpipe.
Yeah.
You have a flaccid trachea, and when you inhale, it flutters. Why don't you let him fix it?
Okay, I'll have it fixed next week.
You say it, but you won't do it. Let him fix it now.
What?
Go on, get up and let Dr. Marvin pull out your trachea.
Are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm going to let that butcher bore holes in my throat?
He doesn't bore, he just inflates it with a needle.
I don't care if he blows it up with a bicycle pump. Nobody's going to fool around with my trachea. I never heard of such a thing.
Well, go sleep in the kitchen.
All right, I'll go sleep in the kitchen.
And on your way, I want you to send a wire to Amos and tell him marriage is good for him.
Now, wait a minute, Blanche.
I'm warning you, John. If you don't wire Amos this minute, I'll get my things.
All right. I swear you can think of more things to keep me. Oh, my knee. Oh, put on the lights.
The lights are on. Take off your sleep chair.
Sending wires at 4 o'clock in the morning to... Hello, Western Union. I want to send a wire to Amos Badger. Carry United Nations Pool Hall. Yes, that's where he lives.
Make it a nice telegram.
Say, Dear Amos, congratulations on your forthcoming marriage. You're doing the wise and sensible thing, and life will take on a new meaning for you. I only hope that you and your bride will be as happy as Blanche and I have been. I heartily recommend the serious step you're about to take. Just a minute. You want to add anything, Blanche? Blanche. Hello? Say, P.S. Blanche just fell asleep. Stay single, you idiot. Signed, John. Goodbye.
This is Toby Reed reminding you, never before Dreen, yes, never before Dreen, could any shampoo reveal 100% of the natural luster of your hair. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon, and his orchestra. And now here is
Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Dreft your dishes, and oh, how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. So don't you get left, get Dreft. For dishes that shine even without wiping, get Dreft, the greatest dishwashing discovery in 2,000 years. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle, makes even your nicest glassware sparkle like jewels, towel or no towel. Get Dreft in the bright green package. Remember, don't you get left, get Dreft.
Danny Thomas appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. Danny Thomas's songs were written by Jerry Seelan, with special music by Carmen Dragon. Why isn't there more soap? Well, because adequate supplies of soap, fabrics, medicines, and many products can't be made without more fats than are available today. That's why everyone is urged to save every drop of kitchen fats every day. The need is urgent, the reason sound, and dealers now pay more per pound.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's Dream Time. Now you can get a great new improved Dream, the shampoo of lovely stars in Hollywood. The new miracle shampoo that lets your hair shine like the stars. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of the new improved Dream shampoo are pleased to present The Dream Show, produced by Carlton Alsop, and starring Don Amici.
Let me sleep, will you please, Blanche?
Danny Thomas.
It's a free country. I'm a citizen.
And Francis Langford singing...
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain from the sky if I can find the sun in your eyes. Sometimes I love you, sometimes I hate you, but when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you. That's how I am, so what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you. Sometimes I love you, sometimes I hate you, but when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you. That's how I am, so what can I do? Because I'm happy when I'm with you.
Here's news from Hollywood. Thrilling beauty news about the greatest shampoo improvement in years. It's the great new improved Dream Shampoo. The miracle shampoo that means lovelier hair for Hollywood stars like Merle Oberon and lovelier hair for you. Yes, new improved Dream lets your hair shine like the stars the very first time you use it. For its quicker, richer, more active lather brings out far more sheen by actual test than any soap shampoo. And new improved Dream never dries out your hair, but actually helps guard against bothersome dryness. Now leaves your hair far easier to set, curl, and arrange. New improved Dream is at your dealers now in the familiar blue and yellow package. It's better for all types of hair. So do as Hollywood stars like Merle Oberon do. For hair that shines like the stars, use new improved DRENE Dream Shampoo. Remember, your hair can have that Hollywood sheen the very first time you use new Dream. And here is your host for the evening, Don Amici.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. Hello, Francis. Sorry I wasn't home when you dropped by this morning.
I wanted to talk to you about Danny. I'm worried about him. You remember when he said I was his favorite girl last week?
Yes.
Well, he means it. Now he thinks I'm the sweetest and noblest creature that ever walked on earth.
Well, when did you discover this?
This morning. It was written all over my front sidewalk, and it took me half the day to scrub it off.
Well, don't worry. Boys often become deeply infatuated with someone beyond their reach.
Well, frankly, I'm very fond of Danny, but...
Hello, everybody.
You leave for a second, Francis, and I'll have a talk with him. Well, if it isn't Danny Thomas!
Don, have you ever noticed how the leaves on the trees nestle in each other's arms? And how the honeybees stop at each fading flower, and how the blossoms dip their petals in sweet surrender?
Well, it sounds like you've got yourself a girl.
Yeah. Did you notice the difference it makes? You know, Don, I even comb my hair in the back now where it doesn't show.
It's Francis, isn't it?
Don, gentlemen of breeding do not bandy a lady's name about.
I wasn't bandying. I was just saying it was Francis.
Francis. I'll never forget the first time I saw her. I said to myself, there is a woman.
Now, that's a shrewd observation.
I'm in love with her.
You in love?
Let's face it, Don. There comes a time in every boy's life when his Lone Ranger badge becomes unimportant.
You've been thinking a lot about girls lately, Danny. There are other things more important. Where do you think President Truman would be if he thought about girls all the time?
At the YWCA. Where else? But really, Don, Frances is different from other girls. For her, I'd swim the deepest mountain. I'd climb the highest river. Why, I'd even cross Hollywood and Vine in a pedestrian zone. That's dangerous, brother.
Then you plan to marry her, I assume.
Yes, and if we are married, who knows? Someday we may even be man and wife.
Danny, you're making a serious institution sound farcical. You don't deserve to be married. What have you got to offer, Francis? You realize how accomplished she is? She can sing, dance, swim, ride, pilot a plane.
Oh, we'll get along fine. I'm a great cook.
Hello, Don. Hi, Danny.
Hello, Francis. You're just the person I want to see here. I have a present for you.
Oh, thank you. What is it?
Chocolate-covered radishes.
Just what I've always wanted.
Danny, I don't see how any girl could be romantic about you.
Why? Fellas like me don't grow on trees.
If they did, I'd be in favor of reforestation. Frankly, I don't think you know what love is. You just have spring fever.
Now, how do you know?
Oh, the symptoms are obvious. Instead of dreaming about girls, you ought to spend your excess energy in something more suitable for you. Play with your chemistry set. Go out and kick a football, then run around the block 6 times. When you're all finished, go home and take a good dose of sulfur and molasses. That's my prescription for you. Come on, Francis, I'll buy you a soda.
Oh, wait a minute, Francis, Don. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, that big shot of Michi. He kills me, you know. He thinks he's a doctor. Right away, his diagnosis. I said, diagnose my case. Tells me I have spring fever. Who that guy? You don't know what love is, he says to me. I should have said I do, too. It's a 10th word in a telegram, I should have said. Tries to insinuate that Francis wouldn't marry me. I should have said, listen, Don, I could marry any girl I please. Trouble is, I never please any of them. Wise guy tells me about symptoms. I have spring fever. I've got the spring fever, and he walks off with Francis. I don't get it. He's not too slick for me. His tongue may be as sharp as a razor's edge, but his brain has already seen the best years of his life. That's all I can. Prescribed sulfur and molasses. What a nerve he has trying to be a doctor. I could be my own doctor. Much better one than he is. I could be the greatest doctor in the world. Sure, why not? It's a free country. I'm a citizen. Gee, I can just see me now astounding the medical profession. All I need is 12 good doctor jokes and a musical bridge from Carmen Dragon. Nurse.
Yes, doctor?
Needle, please.
Needle.
Scissors.
Scissors.
Steady now. There. Done.
Doctor, you're wonderful.
Not a bad job. I don't think the patch will show unless I bend over.
Doctor, you're remarkable.
Oh, it's nothing really compared to some of my accomplishments. Did you know that I finally succeeded in isolating the Haemophilus germ?
How exciting. How did you do it?
Oh, I took it to an isolated part of town and left it there.
It's amazing that no one ever thought of that before.
That's because most doctors just look for the obvious. You take a glass of plain ordinary milk, for instance. Do you realize the hidden properties it possesses?
Hidden properties?
Certainly. I've discovered that milk contains all the elements for a plastic strong enough to make automobile fenders.
That's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it? Think of the poor farmer getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to milk the fender.
Are you Dr. Thomas?
Yes, that'll be $10, please.
But you haven't diagnosed my case yet.
That'll be $20, and please make it brief. I'm very busy.
But I don't know whether I can speak freely with you. After all, I'm a woman.
Yes, I noticed that when you came in. Shall we dance?
Please, Doctor, I'm under a great nervous tension. I've tried everything and nothing has helped. I've gone mountain climbing in Switzerland, swimming in hot springs, and skiing at Sun Valley. And now I've come to you as a last resort.
Well, this isn't much of a resort, but you could try sliding down the roll-top desk.
Please help me, Doctor. If this terrible strain keeps up, I'll find myself an old woman.
While you look and see if you can find me a young one. Tell me, madam, why do you feel the need of a doctor?
Well, I've been suffering from hallucinations lately. I keep imagining that little men are following me wherever I go.
Oh, I see. You want to know how to get rid of the little men?
No, I want to know how to catch them.
Obviously, madam, you're suffering from a severe shock. Has anything frightened you lately?
Well, just the other night, a burglar broke into my house.
What did you do?
I immediately locked all the doors and windows, but he managed to get to the phone and call the police.
Dr. Thomas speaking. Yes? No, Mrs. Rochford, I can't leave the office. I'll have to examine your floating rib here. Wait until it's high tide and float it over. And now, madam, to get back to you. I'll have to call in my assistant for consultation. Oh, Dr. Amici.
Yes?
You've had your ear to the keyhole. How do you think we should treat this woman?
Well, the first thing in cases like this is to have the patient sheared and clipped.
Sheared and clipped?
You'll have to forgive Dr. Amici. He used to work in a cat and dog hospital. Amici, I've told you 100 times we don't shear and clip the patients here. Just clip them.
Allow me to examine her, Dr. Thomas. Madam, will you please say, ah?
Ah.
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 Stick around, folks. We'll get back to the dialogue in a minute.
I can't see a thing wrong with her.
I can. She's suffering from a malaprop diversion of the upper cardiac diaphragm and the neuromuscular system.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The medical books are full of words.
Isn't there some cure for me?
I don't know. After all, I'm only a doctor. But let me tell you about a new drug I just invented. There are many mental giants who've contributed to science in ways that will last forever. But I've recently surpassed them, outmaneuvered and outclassed them in this wonderful field of endeavor. Sulfanilamide, sulfathiazole, sulfataridine, and penicillin have made their claim to fame. But I've discovered a formula that puts them all to shame. I've discovered sulfahydrothioparapentanylamide. Doctors will adore it. It's miraculous, stupendous, it's the most amazing cure. But there is no disease for it. If you have no sulfahydrothioparapentanylamide, run right out and buy it. And in case you've eaten poison mushrooms and you're very sick, I recommend a change of the diet. If you're really ill, just take one pill. It's the only thing for you. For this miracle drug kills every bug. And you know what? Kills the patient, too. You can see that sulfahydrothioparapentanylamide is a faulty fixer. So the best thing if you're ailing is to bury yourself in work, unless you're a concrete mixer. Ain't that silly? But it's better than sulfahydrothioparapentanylamide.
Do
Do you know what's making news in Hollywood? It's the great new improved Dreen shampoo, the shampoo that means lovelier hair for Hollywood stars and lovelier hair for you. Among the shining Hollywood stars to discover new improved Dreen is Merle Oberon. Listen, here's what she said.
My hair now has the most glorious sheen, thanks to new Dreen.
Yes, here at last is a miracle shampoo that lets your hair shine like the stars the very first time you use it. For its quicker, richer, more active lather brings out far more sheen by actual test than any soap shampoo. And new improved Dreen never dries out your hair, but actually helps guard against bothersome dryness. Leaves your hair far easier to set, curl, and arrange. New improved Dreen is at your dealers now in the familiar blue and yellow package. It's better for all types of hair. So do as Hollywood stars like Merle Oberon do. For hair that shines like the stars, use new improved D-R-E-N-E Dreen shampoo. Remember, your hair can have that Hollywood sheen the very first time you use new Dreen. And now our lovely Dreen girl, Frances Langford, joins Carmen Dragon and his orchestra to sing Dancing in the Dark.
Dancing in the dark till the tune ends. We're dancing in the dark, and it soon ends. We're waltzing in the wonder of why we're here. Time hurries by, we're here and gone, looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark. Looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark with you.
Now here is Don Amici and Frances Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson with Danny Thomas as Brother Amos in The Honeymoon is Over, written by Phil Rapp. The Bickersons have retired. Mrs. Bickerson writhes in sympathetic anguish at 2 o'clock in the morning as poor husband John, victim of contagious insomnia, or Schmo's disease, broadcasts the telltale symptoms during the crucial stage of the dread ailment. Listen.
It doesn't sound human. got it worked out in a regular pattern. Now he'll get amused. Oh, no. John. Why aren't you laughing? John, wake up. You should be giggling and you're crying. What's the matter with you?
What's the matter, Blanche?
You're not snoring like you usually do. I was just getting used to your whining and giggling, but now you start crying and it throws me off completely.
What are you talking about?
You've got to stop it, John. I've never been so sick in all my life, and you won't let me get a minute's sleep. I don't feel well.
What hurts you, Blanche?
Everything hurts me. Call Dr. Marvin.
You don't need Dr. Marvin. I'll take care of you. Tell me where it hurts.
It's those clams we had tonight. I didn't want to eat them, but you kept insisting. You kept telling me clams are healthy.
Well, clams are healthy.
They are not.
They are, too. Did you ever hear one complain? I ate more than you did, and I feel perfectly horrible. I mean, fine. Where does it hurt you?
I think I'm poisoned. My whole body aches, and I've got a terrible shooting pain between my shoulder blades.
Well, lie still, and I'll fry you some cucumbers and hot root beer.
Fried cucumbers and hot root beer?
Make a new man of you.
You just want to finish me off, that's all.
Oh, Blanche, I'm only going to make a poultice out of it. It draws out the pain. It's a new medical discovery.
What's the matter with an old-fashioned mustard plaster?
Okay, I'll fix you an old-fashioned mustard plaster. Where's the bourbon?
Bourbon? What's that for?
To soak the mustard plaster.
John Bickerson.
Don't worry, I'll scrape the mustard off first. Where's the bottle?
I'm not going to stick any bourbon-soaked plaster on my back.
You don't stick it on your back, you hold it over your mouth and squeeze it. Put on the lights.
I will not. I don't want you to touch me.
I'll bet you're not sick at all. You just thought this pain up to keep me awake. Why don't you leave me alone?
I can just hear you saying that to Gloria Gooseby.
Why should I say that to Gloria Gooseby?
Why, indeed? If you were married to Gloria Gooseby, she wouldn't stand for any of your nonsense.
I'm not married to her, and she stands for a lot more of my nonsense than you do. I mean, what do I care what she stands for? I despise Gloria Gooseby, and you know it.
Then why does she keep staring at you like she's hypnotized?
She doesn't stare. It's just that she wears those outlandish dresses, and they bring out her eyes.
They bring yours out, too.
Now, look, Blanche. Let's make a pact never to mention that woman's name again as long as we live.
Well, I keep thinking there's something between you.
I swear I don't know she's alive.
She doesn't mean more to you than I do?
She means even less to me than you do.
I don't like the way that sounded.
Well, don't go looking for hidden meanings. Now, if you're really sick, I'll do anything you want to make you feel better. Now, if you feel okay, all I ask is that you let me have a few hours sleep. How's that fair enough?
Well, I did have a little headache before, but now I've lost it.
It isn't lost. I've got it. Every morning when I go to work, I'm bleary-eyed, and I stumble around the office in a stupor. I don't know how much longer my boss is going to stand for it.
Why do you stumble around, John?
Well, because I don't get enough sleep. I'm completely debilitated. And only last week, I failed to pass an insurance examination.
Was it the same examination you had before?
Well, certainly.
Then why didn't you copy the answers off of the old policy?
It's not answers they want. They give you a medical checkup. And apparently I'm not such an ideal physical specimen.
I think you're wonderful. You've got the nicest legs of any man I ever saw.
Thanks. In the meantime, I don't think I'm long for this world.
Am I responsible for it, John?
No.
I am, too. I know I am. John, can I talk to you?
Sure. Go ahead and talk.
I've been thinking about how we quarrel all the time, and I'm sure we love each other as much as any other married couple, and I know they must have their little arguments, maybe more than... John! You said I could talk to you.
Well, am I stopping you?
I want you to listen.
Okay.
I didn't know your health was bad, and I'm worried. If anything happened to you, I'd blame myself for not taking the proper precautions. So you know what I think?
What do you think, Blanche?
I think you ought to make out a will.
Make out a will? I thought you were worried about me.
Well, you don't want to leave me at the mercy of all those grasping relatives of yours, do you? The minute you drop dead...
Don't talk like that! Can't you say pass on or something like that?
Well, you always say drop dead.
Oh, well, that's only when I'm talking to your brother Amos.
You should be a little more delicate when you're discussing wills.
Why?
Well, because you make it sound like I'm going to go any minute.
Well, they don't give you 2 weeks' notice, you know. You just told me you couldn't get any more insurance.
Oh, I can get all the insurance I want.
I don't care. You should make out a will just the same.
Okay, I'll make it out tomorrow.
You say it, but you won't do it. Get up and do it now.
What?
Go on, get up and make out a will.
Why, you're out of your mind. In the first place, a will isn't legal unless you have 2 witnesses. And in the second place, I haven't got anything to leave in the first place. Unless you're thinking of that phony stock your thieving brother sold me.
What phony stock?
Those 500 shares of Kentucky Saltpeter. They're not worth the paper they're written on. Nobody's going to take anything, and I don't need a will.
You're the most stubborn man that ever lived, John.
Why? Why am I stubborn?
It's the hardest thing in the world to make you admit I'm right when you know I'm wrong.
Now, there's a woman's logic for you. Suppose I do make out a will and nobody can touch anything except you. Okay. So now you got all my worldly goods. First thing you know, you get over your grief and marry a guy without a dollar to his name. Like that broken-down snore specialist, Dr. Marvin.
Oh, I'm not going to marry anybody.
He'll give up his practice and take you for every penny. My hard-earned money. The little possessions I slave for. He'll drive my brand-new car. Drink my bourbon. Loaf around like a prince.
John!
Why didn't you make the bum get a job, Blanche?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, John, what's got into you?
Well, why did you start all this talk about wills?
Well, I'll tell you. Amos just got a job as a notary public.
Amos.
And he gets $2 for every seal he puts on a will.
I knew he was at the bottom of it, that chiseling grafter.
There's nothing wrong with my brother Amos.
No.
You're just jealous because he thinks up ways to make a living without working.
Mm-hmm.
All it takes is a little brains.
Nobody's got littler brains than Amos. He's the cause of 90% of our fights.
Oh, go to sleep.
Go to sleep, she tells me. Practically talks me into a funeral. Gets her brother to seal my will. Keeps me up half the night with Gloria Gooseby and clams. Now she tells me, go to sleep. Can't sleep. Never sleep another wink. Oh. Hello. The phone's dead. It's leaking.
Put down that bottle of bourbon. I'll get the phone. I wonder who's calling it. Oh, my leg. Put the lights on.
The lights are on. Take off my sleep shade.
Hello.
Blanche, this is Amos.
What do you want, Amos?
Hey, did you talk him into it?
No, and I'm not going to try anymore.
What are you talking about? Everybody's got to have a will. I drew mine up today. I left everything I have in the world to Jarko.
John?
Yeah?
Amos said he drew up his will today and left everything he has in the world to you.
Tell him I don't want her.
Amos, John says he's very pleased.
Fine. And you know, one good turn deserves another.
Sure, I'll talk to him tomorrow.
Very important to have a will, Blanche. You know, there's a big case going on right now, and all the relatives are fighting over the dough because a rich old lady didn't file a will.
Really?
Yeah, she had $100,000 in cash and hid it in the bustle of her wedding dress. Hey, tell Jarko.
John?
Yeah?
An old lady died, and they found $100,000 in her bustle.
That's a lot of money to leave behind.
He says that's
Never mind. I heard him. I'll bring my notary seal around tomorrow, Blanche.
You better wait till I call you. Good night, Amos. Oh, dear. John. I've got that shooting pain between my shoulder blades again.
Oh, let's have a look.
Right here. It must be arthritis or neuralgia. It sticks me like a knife. What is it, John?
It's the price tag on your nightgown. Here.
No wonder my back was hurting.
Holy smokes, $48.50. Is that what that nightgown cost?
Yes, I just bought it this morning.
Oh!
What's the matter, John?
Now my back is hurting. Good night, Blanche. This is Don Amici wishing you good days, good nights, and good luck until we meet again.
Draft Dreft your dishes and oh how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. So don't you get left, get Dreft. For dishes that shine even without wiping, get Dreft. Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle makes your nicest glassware sparkle like jewels, towel or no towel. Try Dreft. See why millions of women have made it America's largest selling brand for dishes and fine washables. Remember, don't you get left, get Dreft.
Remember this beauty tip from Hollywood stars. For hair that shines like the stars, use the great new improved Green Shampoo. It means lovelier hair for Hollywood stars and lovelier hair for you. Listen next Sunday for another pleasant half hour with Don Amici, Danny Thomas, Francis Langford, Carmen Dragon and his orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Good evening. This is Marvin Miller. Several seasons ago, radio listeners were mildly startled by the introduction of one of the most unconventional married couples in microphone history. I use the word unconventional advisedly, considering the pro and con discussions which arose following their first broadcast. My own personal opinion is that this couple is no more out of the ordinary than my wife and myself. Or for that matter, if you'll permit me the liberty, you and your wife. The unconventional couple I'm referring to, of course, is the Bickersons. Tonight, for the first time, we present them in their own half-hour program, an unretouched picture of domesticity. Now, here are Don Amici and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Bickerson in The Honeymoon is Over. As the minute hand of the clock gradually approaches 7 a.m., John and Blanche Bickerson are in their breakfast room, which is also the living room and bedroom of their spacious one-room apartment. Mrs. Bickerson chatters as husband John, ignoring his breakfast, attentively reads the morning paper.
Well, why don't you answer me, John? If you take your head out of that paper for a minute, you can hear what I'm saying.
I always hear what you're saying.
You do not. Might as just as well be talking to a stone wall. You never listen to me. Your mind is always a million miles away. John. I've been signed up to go 10 rounds with Joe Louis at Madison Square Garden. Yesterday, the plumber discovered a radium mine under the bathroom sink. I put a nice big gob of poison in your orange juice this morning. Give me $7 to buy a new hat.
You don't need a new hat.
It's a funny thing, but the minute I start talking about money, you can hear me fine.
I always hear you, Blanche. What'd you say?
I asked you why you came home so late last night.
I was working, Blanche. I told you I had to work overtime. Pour me some more coffee.
That's tea. Did you get paid?
I'll get paid.
What time did you get home?
12:30.
If you got home at 12:30, why were you so late coming to bed? I know for a fact you didn't go to bed until almost 2.
I was in the kitchen putting the stuff away.
What stuff?
What's the matter, Blanche? You know you told me to bring stuff home for the party this afternoon. Your sister Clara's arriving from Chicago today, and you told me to bring stuff. Well, I brought stuff.
Did you bring potatoes for the potato salad?
I brought potatoes.
Did you pare them?
I pared them.
All of them?
All except one. It had a big knob on top, and I couldn't find a mate for it. I know what you meant, Blanche. I peeled the potatoes, and I even boiled them last night. They're in the icebox. Holy smoke, look at the time. Where's my hat?
You're wearing it. What about your breakfast?
What about it?
It's sitting there right in front of you, and you never even looked at it.
I looked at it.
Well, aren't you going to eat it?
No, give it to your sister.
What's the matter with it?
Never saw such stringy oatmeal in all my life.
It's not oatmeal. It's chow mein.
Chow mein? Who eats chow mein for breakfast?
Well, I don't know what to give you. You won't eat normal breakfast food. You turn up your nose at stewed rabbit. You say you can't stand the sight of enchiladas. And you hate meatballs and spaghetti. What can I give you for breakfast?
What's the matter with an egg, Blanche? An egg, that's all. Why can't I have an egg? There's plenty of ducks around.
You're the only man in town who eats duck eggs. I don't know where to buy them.
Well, don't buy them. I don't like to eat breakfast. Never have an appetite in the morning anyway. I gotta go, Blanche. It's late.
Here's a clean handkerchief. John, can't you take the afternoon off?
What for?
Well, I think it's only proper for you to be here when Clara and Barney and the children arrive. We're the only relatives they've got, and you've never seen them.
I'll see them tonight.
Can't you come home a little earlier? I'm sure they won't miss you if you take a few hours off. You're not that vital.
I know it, but I don't want them to find it out. A job is hanging by a thread now.
We should find something more dignified anyway.
What do you mean dignified? I'm getting paid, and that's all I care about.
Well, I don't like to go around telling people that I'm married to a billiard ball salesman.
Bowling balls.
All right, bowling balls. I still think you can do better if you look around.
Goodbye, Blanche.
John!
What's the matter?
That's a fine way to leave. Haven't you forgotten something?
Handkerchief, cigarettes, my order blank, samples. No, I got everything.
I mean, is that the way to say goodbye to his wife? Just goodbye?
Oh, honey, I can't shake hands with you now. I've got my fingers stuck in these bowling balls.
Oh, goodbye. Did you like the chicken, Barney?
Too much salt in it.
Oh. Let me take those bones off your plate.
How about some more potato salad, Barney?
Too many potatoes in it.
Isn't it awful to be married to a man like that, Blanche? He won't eat potato salad with potatoes in it. I have to fool him and make it with turnips.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Clara. Well, it's certainly good to see you after all these years. Did you have a good trip?
Lousy.
Barney, how can you say that? It was a wonderful trip, and the children loved it.
4 of us in an upper berth.
Oh, it wasn't bad at all, Blanche. Honest. None of us are big people, and little Ernie slept in the clothes hammock.
2-year-old kid, and she lets him wander all over the train by himself.
Well, I couldn't take care of everything, Barney.
When the train stopped at Albuquerque, the kid locked himself in the washroom. I wouldn't come out. The conductor was pounding on the window, but that was locked, too.
Well, what happened to him?
Oh, we found him later walking around under the train. I still can't figure out how he got there.
Did little George behave himself on the trip?
Like an angel. He can be an awful good boy when he wants to. He seemed rather pleased to get off at Pasadena and visit with Barney's sister, didn't you, Barney?
No.
Well, your sister seemed pleased. They should be here pretty soon. How long does it take to get here from Pasadena, Blanche?
By train?
Yes.
Well, John works there. It never takes him over 45 minutes. I thought George was going to stay in Pasadena for a while.
Well, I thought so, too. But after Eunice took a look at him, she said she'd bring him back this evening.
Which one of you two is older?
What?
Oh, stop it, Barney. He wants to know everybody's age.
Well, Clara's my older sister. Didn't you know that, Barney?
No, I didn't know that. You look way older than Clara.
Really?
That's just his left-handed way of paying me compliments, Blanche. Barney, why don't you go back to the apartment and see if Ernie's still sleeping? I'll stay here and wait for George.
Okay. I better take a little nap myself. I might have to look for a job next week. What's the number of that apartment house?
214. The first apartment on the left. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll take them chicken bones for Ernie. He's teething.
You know, Clara, I'd completely forgotten what Barney was like. He's awful little for a husband, isn't he?
Well, he may be small, but he's wiry.
Sort of outspoken, isn't he?
I'd rather have a man be frank about things than say one thing and mean another. Is John still as short-tempered as ever?
Well, he's...
Barney used to be that way before the children came. They changed everything. We haven't had a crossword since George was born.
Is that so?
You'd be surprised what a change would come over John if there was a child in the house.
I know. A lot of people have told me that, Clara.
Blanche, I was just thinking, that apartment you got for us is rather small for 4 people.
Well, it's the best I could do, Clara, and it's only temporary.
Oh, I know, dear, but I was just thinking, why don't you let little George live with you for a while?
George?
We'd be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Our apartment will be less crowded, and there'll be a big change in your married life.
Maybe you're right, Clara. I'll call John at the office and tell him we're going to have a baby.
Acme Bowling Alley Equipment Company.
Could I talk to Mr. Bickerson, please?
Not in. He hasn't come off his route yet.
Will you please leave word for him to call his wife as soon as he gets there?
Okay.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, for the love of Pete! Look out where you drop those samples, Bickerson.
Oh, I couldn't carry him another minute. Why doesn't that cheap buzzard buy us cases for the darn things? My fingers look like a bunch of bananas.
Call your wife. She just called here.
Yeah.
Do any good today?
Waste of shoe leather. I can't understand it. Here it is, the height of the Christmas season, and nobody is buying bowling balls.
Nothing doing, huh?
No. Where is he?
He went home early. It's been murder here today.
The old man don't bother me. He just lets off steam. His bark is worse than his bite.
Well, he bit a few salesmen today.
So what? They come and they go. I've been here 12 years.
Uh-huh.
Business has been bad before. Last year, he lined up 10 salesmen, took an 18-pound two-holer, and chalked up a spare. I was the only salesman left standing.
You were, huh?
Yeah, I was. He knows a good thing when he sees one.
Uh-huh. Here's your pay envelope, Bickerson.
Pay envelope? Today isn't payday.
It is for you.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. You got the axe.
Holy smoke.
Oh, don't take it so hard. I'll probably be next.
Oh, I don't care for myself. It's what my wife is going to say. She'll blow her cork.
What for? It's only a job.
Oh, you don't understand. She's got her relatives here from Chicago. She's already figured on her Christmas shopping, and I haven't got 50 cents in the bank.
Well, I wish I could help you, Bickerson,
Tell you, I'm afraid to go home and face her. Do me a favor, will you, Marv?
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Call up my wife and tell her.
You want me to tell her you were fired?
Yeah, but break the news very gently. First tell her I dropped dead and then gradually work up to it. Let me have paper, will you, son? Quick. Here you are. Excuse me, will you? Pardon me. I'm sorry. Is this seat taken, Sonny? Sonny, is this seat taken?
No.
Would you mind taking your feet off?
Okay.
Those packages, too.
Huh?
Will you please take those packages off the seat?
Just throw them on the floor.
Okay. Wise little monkey. Where's that help wanted page?
Huh?
Nothing. See, accountant, artist, automobile salesman, baker, barber, bartender, bookkeeper. Bartender.
What'll you have?
You mind your own business.
Excuse me. You're sitting in my seat.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, madam. Your son told me it wasn't taken.
He's not my son.
And I didn't tell him it wasn't taken either.
What?
I told him somebody was sitting here and he knocked all your packages on the floor.
You told me this seat wasn't taken, and you told me to throw the packages on the floor.
I did not.
You did, too.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself trying to blame that little child.
You can have my seat, madam. I'm going into the smoking car.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, really, I am. Let me pick up those packages for you.
Never mind, I'll get them myself. The very idea. Oh! Who did that?
He did it. I seen him pinch you.
Pinch who? What's the matter with you, you little muzzler?
You just wait until the conductor comes by here. Sit down here, dear. I didn't like his looks from the minute he got on. Oh, I know the type. My husband's a correction officer.
What'd you do that for?
Huh?
Why'd you tell that lady I pinched her? And why'd you tell me this seat wasn't taken? What did you tell me all those lies for?
Give me my bubble gum.
What bubble gum? I haven't got your bubble gum.
You have to. It's stuck to your pants.
Look at that. How am I going to get that off?
Give me my bubble gum.
Keep quiet till I get my knife out.
I want my bubble gum.
Stop pulling at my pants! That's just fine.
I want my bubble gum.
Why don't you give the child his bubble gum?
He ripped my trousers.
Whoa, he pulled a knife on me.
Shut up, you little weasel!
Hey, what's going going on here? You looking for trouble, buddy?
Now, wait a minute.
The man's a lunatic. He tried to stab that child.
You're out of your mind.
Somebody pull the emergency.
I didn't have any.
Oh, dear. I should have stabbed the little brat at that. Kids. No wonder tigers eat their young.
John, what happened to you? Your pants are torn. You're covered with dust. Where have you been? I've been calling the office for hours.
I got put off the train and I walked all the way home from Glendale.
Well, what happened?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to even think about it. All I want to do is go to bed.
Oh, you poor dear. And I have such a wonderful surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, we're going to be the happiest couple in the world. And all because of my sister Clara.
What are you talking about?
George, come out and meet your new daddy. Well, what do you think of him, John?
Oh, no.
Go on, Sonny. Kiss him.
Not me. That's the crook who stole my bubble gum.
The Bickersons have retired. Blanche Bickerson tosses restlessly in the dark as poor husband John, unstrung by the events of the day and suffering an attack of undulant insomnia or Blaster's phenomenon, engages in another losing battle with a dread ailment. Listen.
Oh, dear. Oh, this is awful. John. Stop it.
Stop it, Blanche. What's the matter? What's the matter, Blanche?
There isn't another woman in the world who'd sacrifice her youth and her looks to live with a man who rattles himself to sleep like a lot of old bones in a bag. What do you think I am, John?
Old bag.
Huh?
What'd you say, Blanche?
I've never been so upset in all my life. Why couldn't the child live with us for a few weeks?
What child?
George.
Don't mention his name.
Well, you had no right to send him back to Clara. Clara and Barney are just sick about it.
I can well imagine. Let me sleep, Blanche.
I had him here for 2 hours before you got home, and he was a perfect angel.
Mm.
What if he did make a little trouble on the train?
Little
He's a boy, and all boys are kind of wild. Anyway, how did he know that you were his uncle?
What kind of an excuse is that?
Well, I'm sure if you just try to understand him, there wouldn't be any problem at all.
That's what you think.
I don't think I know.
I don't think you know either. Kid's gone. Now forget about him.
I won't forget about him. And you needn't have made such an exhibition when you hauled him down the street to his mother.
Oh.
That was no way to carry a boy, John.
Well, I used to be a bowling ball salesman. Almost got my finger bit off.
What do you mean you used to be?
Did he tell you? Did Marvin call you from the office?
Nobody called me from the office. What happened?
I got fired.
Oh, John, what did he do that for?
I didn't do it. The boss did it.
Well, he must have had a pretty good reason. I felt this coming for a long time, John. You haven't had your mind on your work.
Business was bad.
How can you say that? Prices are going up every day.
Well, nobody's buying.
That's not true. I'm buying twice as much as I ever did. Business isn't bad with me.
Good night, Blanche.
No. If you didn't do any business, it's because you weren't concentrating on your work. You've just lost your ambition. You're not the man I married, John. Whatever happened to your get up and go?
It got up and went.
I'll tell you what happened. You've lost interest in everything except that precious bourbon of yours.
Now, just a minute, Blanche.
I married a great big corkscrew.
I resent that.
I don't care.
You can accuse me of not being a good salesman or not having ambition or anything else. But drinking is not one of my failures.
No, it's one of your few successes.
The only reason I use bourbon is because the doctor prescribed it. He said I'd stop snoring if I took a jigger of bourbon and 2 aspirins every night.
That's not what you do, though.
Yes, it is.
It is not. You're 6 months behind on the aspirin and 2 years ahead on the bourbon.
Well, aspirin gives me a headache. Bourbon has nothing to do with me losing my job.
Then why did you get fired?
Because no man can serve 2 masters.
That's right. Blame me. Since when do I boss you around? You know very well I let you have your own way in almost everything I want.
You've been running me for years.
I have not.
It started right at the altar. When I said I do, you said, oh, no, you don't.
How can you lie there and deliberately make up such
don't
terrible...
rile me up. You just sympathize with me when I get a bad break instead of hounding me on marriage would work a lot better. Matrimony is a serious thing.
You're a fine one to talk about matrimony. You don't even know the meaning of the word.
It's not a word, it's a sentence.
Oh, you poor thing, how you suffer. I didn't get such a bargain, you know. There's better fish in the ocean than the one I caught.
There's better bait, too.
Then it's true. You don't love me and you never did.
Oh, I did, too.
What?
I mean, I do, too.
You don't, you don't, you don't.
Blanche, I do.
Well, you never say it.
I say it 1,000 times a day.
Well, say it now.
I love you.
Will you love me as long as you live?
Yes.
Swear. Swear you love me as long as you live.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
That has a double meaning.
Well, I only meant it one way.
It's really an effort for you to show any kind of affection for me, isn't it, John? Why are you so ashamed to tell me you love me?
I'm not ashamed, Blanche. I just can't seem to convince you. That's all. You know I love you so.
So what?
That's what I say. Who cares? Put out the lights and go to sleep.
If only you'd let me know that you appreciate what I do for you.
Oh, you don't do so much for me.
Is that so? Who cooks for you? I do. Who cleans for you? I do. Who does your laundry?
The laundry.
Only once, and that's because the washing machine was broken. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have a clean shirt.
I haven't got a clean shirt.
You have to. I dusted one off today.
Dusted it off is right. And you press the collar with a curling iron. Besides, I wore it today.
Today? What happened to the shirt you wore Tuesday?
I wore it Wednesday. And I was going to wear it again Saturday, but I spilled some gravy on it Friday, so I cut the stain out and made a brown collar for my Sunday shirt.
Oh, stop complaining. You've got 2 lovely shirts.
One shirt, and it's not lovely. Hasn't even got a shirt tail.
You don't need a shirt tail. Just wear your pants higher.
I can't wear them any higher. I wear my pants so high now I have to unzip them to blow my nose.
I can just hear you raising your voice to Gloria Gooseby.
Now, don't start with Gloria Gooseby.
Believe me, if you were around her for a little while, you'd cool off in a hurry.
I've been around her for hours, and I never cool off. I mean, I despise Gloria Gooseby, and I wouldn't have anything to do with her.
And why does she keep staring at you like she's hypnotized?
She doesn't stare. Just that she wears those outlandish dresses, and they bring out her eyes.
They bring out yours, too. No wonder all you men gawk at her. All her gowns are strapless and backless. Would you like me to dress like that? Maybe I should. Wonder how I'd look in a gown that's strapless and backless.
Skinless and boneless.
I'll never forgive you for that remark, John Bickerson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I don't know what I'm saying. Why don't you let me sleep, Blanche? Blanche, where are you going?
I'm leaving this house and I'm never coming back.
Blanche, wait a minute. Come back here. What's the matter with you?
It's no use, John. We'll keep on fighting like this. I tried to make our lives more pleasant by bringing little George here, but you wouldn't have him.
All right. I'll go get him in the morning.
You say it, but you won't do it. Do it now.
What?
Go on, get up and bring George back.
Blanche, are you out of your mind? It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Either you bring George back or I'm leaving.
Nobody'd believe this. Where's my clothes?
Just throw my kimono over your pajamas. They only live down the street, 214, the first apartment on the left.
I know I'll wake up and find this is all a bad dream.
Go on, take a flashlight so you don't have to turn any lights on. I'll phone Clara and tell her you're coming.
$2.14. Where is 214? Wish they'd put some street lights in this crummy neighborhood. Broken down flashlight is no good. Batteries must be dead. Can't see your hand in front of your face.
Looking for something?
Huh? Oh, hello, officer. Shine that light around a little bit. I'm looking for number 214.
Live there?
No. No, just looking. Why?
Not everybody walks around at 3 o'clock in the morning wearing a pink kimono and carrying a bottle of bourbon.
Bottle of bourbon? No wonder it wouldn't light. Dear heaven, I almost threw it away.
What's that?
I picked it up by mistake. I thought it was a flashlight. Well, it's not a total loss. Will you join me, officer?
No thanks. I'm off duty. 214. 214's right on the corner. And you'd better keep moving so you don't catch cold.
Yeah, I better wrap this bourbon around me a little tighter. First apartment on the left. Hope I don't wake anybody up. Wish I could put on the light. Where is the little dear? Here he is, sleeping like an innocent newborn vulture. Well, here goes. Oh, this kid is heavier than I thought. Only another 10 yards.
Pick up a friend?
Oh. Was that you, officer?
Yes, it's me. May I ask what you have in the bundle?
It's my nephew. I'm bringing him home to my wife. It's a long story, officer, but I assure you this is nothing anybody would want to steal.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better watch how you got those blankets wrapped around his head. He's liable to smother.
You think so? Thanks, officer. Good night. Blanche, open up, will you? What'd you lock it for? He weighs a ton. Put on the lights.
No, it'll wake him. Keep your voice down.
What'll I do with him?
I've got the cot already in the kitchen. Put him down gently, John.
There. There's your new son. You've just become a mother. Are you satisfied?
Shh. Go on into your own bed. Now I can sleep.
Oh, what a day. Lost my job. Got thrown off a train. I deliver children at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Oh, John, must you start snoring as soon as you close your eyes?
Snoring? Who's snoring? I'm not snoring. It's that darn kid, that's who it is.
George?
Yeah, George. Go turn him over on his side.
Well, I never. Turn over, George, dear. John!
What's the matter?
This isn't George. You brought back Barney.
Why was I ever born?